Good morning and welcome to Morning 2 here at the Kia Oval in South London. County Championship clash between Surrey and Leicestershire. Leicestershire won the toss this time yesterday, elected to field first. They got an early wicket, they got a couple in the first session, but it was smooth sailing for Surrey thereafter, closing on 412 for 6, going at 4.3 runs and over throughout the course of the day. Ollie Pope, 103, magnificent. Jamie Smith, 166, even better. Let's catch those highlights, then back for live action for Morning 2 here at the Oval. Doesn't catch up with it, but it runs away anyway. Loose start. Sibley will do that all day long. Off the mark the way he scored so many of his 1,257 runs last year, off the hit for 4. We'll see. Much better from Hull, and gone. Just straightened down the line. Sibley caught on the crease. Leicestershire first blood in the second over. Burns loves it there. Chopping down hard across the practice pitches. Width for Burns, makes the most of it.
I don't mind that though from Holland, because I've just said we haven't seen much in the way of drives.
Oh, that's beautifully steered. Smith waiting for the perfect moment for the ball to meet back.
Burns clips it off his hip towards the longer side of the ground. That will race away for 4. Burns moves on to 21. Oh, aerial, out! Rory Burns chips straight to mid-on, and Tom Scriven strikes with the final ball of his first over.
2 straight, leg side, flicked away 4 more. Easy pickings for Jamie Smith. Tickled fine off the face of the bat, and Pope is away. He has this time, and he's driven that beautifully, bisected the 2 men on the offside, and that will amble up the hill and over the boundary rope. Short and wide, inevitably. Cuffed away. That was a hit me ball. That'll be frustrating for him. Just drags one down. Inside edge, well bowled, false shot. That will run away. Lightning fast. Emerald outfield.
We're going to play a game here with our listeners, viewers.
Oh, hello.
How's the whippage on that? Runs away for 4 across the practice pitches. Jamie Smith on the leg stump line. Middlesex, of course.
Oh.
That is just hit me stuff. It's just set up there for Smith to rock back and crunch it. And that's an even better shot. So the cut shot was there and he slammed it away.
Oh.
3 in a row. Cut shot, cover drive, square drive. Smith galloping through the 30s.
Shot.
Keeps it simple there. Makes a bit of space, gets to the pitch, punches it down the ground into the 30s.
I'm going to try and hit these Surrey players hard. Driven handsomely through the covers. Deep point will try in vain to cut that off. Vintage Jamie Smith. That was airborne to the left of backward point where Gully would have been, and he would have been interested as it is. Runs away for a single to deep third, and Jamie Smith from the final delivery of the over raises his bat. It's been a strong start to this season round these parts. Shot 4. Classic Ollie Pope. A sachet down the track to get out to the pitch.
1 more white socks, 1 more blue socks.
Indeed. Shot 4. Glorious. Jamie Smith moves to 58. You don't hit him cleaner than that. So AB, just gone for 23, metronomic stuff. Full this time, flicked away, slightly airborne, and in fact it wasn't picked up by Josh Hull or me. He sold me a dummy there. And so it runs away for 4. Keeper back now to Jamie Smith. Full, edged again. Again, second in 2 overs through that gully area. Shot. Ollie Pope is ticking now. So, Ollie Pope goes to a much welcome first 50 of the season. 73 deliveries. Punched again, that will beat mid-off. And once it beats the outfield, it's inevitable. That's been his area today. And there is another outside edge through a vacant area. No fieldsman down there. It's the thickest edge. It was on the way down. It wasn't a chance, of course.
An amazing end to that game.
Smith so convincing through the leg side. Work to do for long leg. Oh, and it's going to be dragged over. Josh Hull had got to the contest as well. He got to where he needed to be, but didn't get to meet the Queen in other
I missed
context.
the Queen.
That's a nice clip that is. You can tell when Ollie Pope's in good nick, when he's turning balls that are angling in.
I mean, early on in my career, probably the first 5 or 6 games, we're playing
Shot.
We're playing Durham, and James Boyling was our bowler. He was a good bowler, but he wasn't the biggest turner of a ball.
Certainly in London, a bit later than what it is up north. Oh, that's just too easy. It's just too easy for Pope at the moment. He's darted it in. You can see what he's trying to do, change the pace, but that's a lovely bit of cricket. Ollie Pope taking the previous ball off his front foot.
Actually disappointed how Leicestershire started this session.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, now that would have carried to second slip. How many more times?
It can be quite easy for the batters to just rotate the strike.
Yes, please, Jamie Smith. When he plays down the ground like that, when he stands tall, high left elbow. Tossed up again, and it's becoming a pattern here. Ollie Pope through extra cover. In fact, both players today through extra cover have been lethal.
To the set Surrey pair.
Pope this time finds the gap, plays it down as well, rolls his wrist tidily. 4 more, and he is now within sight of that.
There it is.
Driving magnificently, Ollie Pope. A glorious way to bring up his 26th first-class 100. Start the 2026 season. 5th at the Oval. Catching cover in. No slip. Oh, and that's gone straight past the edge. Rishi Patel needed to find something to get rid of Pope. One that's gripped and turned. Goes right away. 1 ball for a look. Next one. Into the grandstand. Well, that's one way to move along to tee. Just do exactly what you would have otherwise done, Dan Lawrence.
Opportunity.
Yes,
thank you.
thank you.
Really appreciate it.
First ball after D's just knocked away nicely. Down through D backward point for a 4. It's a good start to the session. Just a reminder what cricket means to me. It's a beautiful book. It's got contributions for over 80 odd people. There's some lovely pictures.
Shot.
Punched past cover. For 4. High class shot from Jamie Smith, standing tall. Times the ball nicely, picks up another boundary. Oh, outside edge from Jamie Smith. That will run away for 4. It's another very profitable over for Surrey. 8 runs from it. Oh, what a shot that is from Dan Lawrence. Deposited into the stands. Shimmy.
A rank long hop in amongst the decent deliveries.
And now he strikes. Chopped on from Dan Lawrence. And Rahan Ahmed, who's looked dangerous since coming into the attack.
Oh, now then. That has been meatily walloped, and it's gone all the way over long on. What a fine shot from Jamie Smith.
He finds that the player who's just cracked that into the stand has come out and gone 100-100, and for me this 100 is even more impressive than the one last week. Clips through the leg side have gone for 104.
There's another glorious shot from Ben Folkes. Down the ground, past mid-on for 4, and he brings up his 50, backing up.
Was sensational in particular. Standing
Short, pulled 10 rows back, targeting the short boundary. Ben Folkes steps back.
Oh, well, a wicket at the end of the day. Smith edging through to first slip. Green back in the attack. Gets a wicket with his first ball. It ends a quite majestic knock from Jamie Smith.
Are all
Oh, it's got him through the defence. The eye watcher's gone. Fisher goes, bowled for 1. And so the experiment has not quite worked. A pat on the back, Ned. Well, there's 30 balls left. You're thinking I've got 15 balls. I think he's got a bit of an inside edge back onto the stumps from that one. Just bat slightly away from the body. Didn't get the full strike. Folkes does survive it, more than survives it. Picks up a run. It means he'll be on strike at the start of the second day, with Surrey 38 runs away from a maximum 5 batting points.
And that's where we pick things up this morning here at the Kia Oval. Surrey having been sent in 412 for 6 in their 96 overs so far. Ben Folkes still there on 62. Got Jordan Clark for company, who's on 9. They've put on 11, but that last session, 3 for 149. They went at 4.7 and over to really consolidate an already strong position. Adam Collins with you, as ever. Daniel Norcross with me to begin our coverage of this day. So for Surrey, the mission is clear in the short term. Hoover up all the batting points and then go to work with the ball.
Absolutely. 38 runs they need for that. There are 14 overs available for them to get that in. I'm really surprised that we're playing. When I left my flat in Tootingbeck at 20 past 10 this morning, it was raining and it was freezing, and my breath was condensing. I'm delighted to say that when I got out of the tube at Oval, the rain had passed. It's still a gloomy day. It's grey, it's very cold, and it's very much in the interests of Surrey's bowlers to bat for as long as they can here, because I don't think anybody would fancy bowling in these conditions. I know they look like bowling conditions, but trust me, they're so cold. What they will hope for is that the forecast is for this to happen, is that the clouds will slightly part. We're going to get a bit of a breeze. The temperature's supposed to lift a little bit as the day goes on. So for Surrey's bowlers, stay out there for this session if they can.
First ball of the session and the day brought to you by Stadium Support Services. It'll be bowled by the visiting captain Ian Holland from our Vauxhall end. A couple of slips, folks waiting for him. Here we go. Immediately away via, I was going to call it a misfield. That would be uncharitable. Diving away to his right there, Lewis Hill. So, yes, I've got my phone up here. It says 9 degrees in where we are in our location, but then it has the more pertinent bit is in the small print. The small print feels like.
Yep.
The feels like measure 4 degrees.
4, and it does. It does. I mean, I've got 4 layers on when I came out tonight, and I really should have had the big coat.
Yeah.
I should have had the winter coat.
We're about 3 degrees away from woolly hat stuff for the fielding team, which you occasionally see in the championship in April. 2 slips deep, backward point, short side of the ground for Clark. That's the direction he goes, but he finds the cover point, the secondary sweeper.
Unsurprisingly, we don't have quite the crowd that we had this time yesterday. Firstly, it's the second day of the season at the Oval, not the first, but also it is perishingly cold, and I should imagine quite a lot of people have just wait a little bit.
Wait a little bit.
Just
well, the lights are on a little bit as well, the feathered lights here. And they're just on. I wouldn't say it's a factor at this stage. It's gloomy, though. Oh, that's a beauty! Yep, he's given. It's shaped away delightfully. Folkes doesn't like it. Holland, the captain, gets a breakthrough in the first over of the second day for Leicestershire. Folkes, a well-made 63, 414 for 7, so advancing the score by a couple. And that really moved through the air and off the seam, Daniel Norcross.
It is a lovely ball. I think Folkes thinks that it hit his back leg. He very pointedly looked at that back leg and actually gave it a little bit of a rub, because it's gone between bat and pad here. Now, the question is, has he got a bit of an inside edge on that? And yeah, you can see the disappointment on folks' faces. These things happen. He may have got a tiny feather and not felt it, but it's a very good early blow for Leicestershire. They, like Surrey's bowlers, will like to be batting for as long as possible. They will like to get out of there as quickly as humanly possible. And don't forget, they've got bonus points to play for here as well.
They do. I mean, it's a look. Leicestershire are in a tough spot starting day 2, but they did pick up a couple of wickets late. So wickets falling with the score on 398 after that 105-run stand between Smith and Folkes. And then Fisher fell on 401. Now another at 414. So, you know, 3 for 16 in context gives Leicestershire a little window to both further bowling points, but also keeping Surrey vaguely within check. If Surrey get to 500 plus, it's a different kind of game of cricket. If they can finish it in half an hour here, well, you know, it gives them the right to believe a bit.
Well, we didn't see any demons in the pitch yesterday, and they will hope that batting conditions will, if anything, get even better. They frequently do here at the Oval, but what we've seen so far is a little bit of movement, haven't we, there? And this is a quite nicely aged ball, 16 overs old. There'll still be plenty of shine on it, but the lacquer will be well worn off. So under slate grey skies, the thing is, it's so cold, it doesn't feel like it's quite warm enough to move around, but that one did. It nipped a bit.
New man's laws. Excellent last week. He's edged as well. Would have gone the third slip. No one there. So diving away to his right, Rishi Patel in the cordon. Had there been a third, and maybe a tallish third, I should note too, it was on the way up. It could have been 2 in 2, but not quite. Instead, he's off the mark.
Well, do you know what I'm sensing here? We take a look at this. This is quite a first ball to be facing. It suggests a degree of intent that perhaps runs counter to what I was suggesting at the start of play, which is that maybe Surrey's bowlers will fancy hanging around for a bit, but actually they may have judged the conditions differently from me and think, you know, let's get up to that 450 as quickly as possible. If we lose wickets, so be it. These are decent bowling conditions. Let's get at them.
Yeah, and look, if you consider the forecast in this, it's not grim, but it's not great. It's sort of somewhere in between.
And light could be an issue, couldn't it?
You could lose time out of the game. And if you're going to expect time to be lost, then getting those bowling boots on at some stage this morning may not be the worst thing. Still 34 away from the next batting point to finish that job. Third slip in this time. Ball after it might have been. So a successful over for Leicestershire to begin the second morning. Then folks caught behind the wicket for 63. Wasn't happy with it. It was between bat and pad. Was there an inside edge? Was it just back hip or back thigh? That was the conjecture, but it went in favour of the visitors.
You know what? The last 3 wickets fall into the first overs of spells. As we see those lights on, they're coming on full beam. When you see them like that, see those lights, you can see the feathers. Makes more sense. But from our particular angle, it does look somewhat like squished squirrel on the road. But out there under the lights, you see the shape. But you also get the idea that it's a little gloomy. The lights lifted a touch, certainly from where we were at. But these won't be easy batting conditions at all. And it's one of these tricky balancing acts, and I mean this with the greatest respect for Leicestershire. I think the ambitions of these two teams are a little different at the start of the season. For Leicestershire, they want to consolidate their place in Division 1. And for Surrey, they're desperate to regain what they consider to be their crown, having won it 3 years running and then been pipped at the post by Nottinghamshire in dramatic fashion last season.
Yeah, and look, in the lead into the season, that was the messaging out of Grace Road. I mean, they're not, obviously they're trying to win a trophy. They'd be mad not to, but the philosophically, I think they are of a mind that to stay up in year 1 and consolidate their position would be a good result, especially given they've had difficulties with player retention. They had Keshav Maharaj, who was meant to be their first choice spinner. He's not here due to instruction from Cricket South Africa. Of course, Peter Hanscom, for family reasons, not here either. So they're not into the season with exactly what they wanted. Some movement from Hull, second ball of his day. Well negotiated by Laws, who made that. Sorry, Clark, my apologies, but Laws now, who made 83 last week.
And also, of course, because I'm framing this so you understand that there'll be slightly different ambitions within this game. For
Yeah.
Surrey, they will see a home game against Leicestershire as one that they're really going to push to win. I mean, all their home games are going to push to win. If you want to win the title, that's often where you do it. You do it at home, especially because the surfaces at Surrey find when they go away are often not conducive to forcing victories, as we've seen at Edgbaston and Hove in recent years.
Shot. So Laws came in at 60 for 6 or thereabouts last week at Edgbaston and played one of the defining hands of the first day of the season. First boundary of the day here. Long side of the ground, but that didn't matter.
And so for Leicestershire, on the other hand, as we see this back, it was a long half volley, but Laws is going after it. He's in good touch after getting 83 in the first game. For Leicestershire, they would see away at the Oval as one, a game that they'll be very happy to come away with draw points from. And there's a big race today. Yeah, I've got a few bets on that. Do you want to know my tips?
I can give them straight to my punting syndicate. We're heavy on the Masters this week, to be fair.
Are you now?
Oh, play and miss.
You've done golf chat. You've just done golf chat.
Sorry, I won't do any more. But
Oh,
that Sean
mate.
Eagle piece there from the races.
I did actually watch it last night. Because Rory McIlroy is, I believe, on the charge.
Before we drift, and we will drift. Gosh, we will drift. Just on scheduling, this is Leicestershire's only game against Surrey.
Is it now?
They've got Notts during the Pakistan Test Series. That's a good thing because presumably Notts there.
There'll be no Josh.
And they've got
Tunde.
Essex at the start of the year, not when Simon Harmer's spinning it square at Chelmsford at the end of the year. So, like, there are good things about how Leicester have been placed rather in an inequitable draw. Second time in the over, Laws driving sweetly out towards the Bedser stand, up to 9.
Picked out the pigeons. So there were 3 pigeons, and they were almost saying, "This is the gap. Come after me." And we'll see them in a minute just flutter away. Many pigeons at the Oval, of course, but those ones are just very handily placed, as if to say, there you go, to the left of extra colour, out towards the boundary. Look, there they are.
So I wasn't anticipating doing best bets in the first half an hour, but why don't you give us one, and I'll make sure I get it into our conversation today. Maybe our listeners will do the same, and we can all do it together. That's a good thing about having a punt if you're doing it all together as a communal thing.
All together now.
Leaving alone here to finish. 9 runs from the over, 425 for 7. A reminder that we started today at 412 for 6. 13 runs added in 2 overs. But the wicket of Ben Folkes caught behind for 63.
Okay, now the thing about the Grand National is that because he gets 6 places and the each way is an option, I'm not a man to just stick money on one horse. No Surrey Bob, who incidentally is not running today. So I'm going to run you through a few. I've got an each way on Favori de Champdu, who's very...
What number is he? I might not be able to write that down.
Well, he's nicely fancied. He's 35 to 1. Favori, Favori, de Champdu.
Okay.
So if he wins, that's 132 quid. But you get a quarter of the odds if they come between 2nd and 6th anyway. So you make more than your money back, way more.
The Captain Holland away from us. Quickie shingle, but comfortably through.
Now, as a horse I saw a little bit of, I've seen a bit of, and I don't know much about horse racing, but I like the look of Grange Clare West. So I've got a £5 each way on him. Our producer's a big fan of that. Jaguar, British trained horse, haven't won since 2015, but it's a stable that's in great form at the moment. 8 to 1. Again, so you can do the each way bet, and if it comes 2nd to 6th.
Is that spelt Jaguar in the conventional way? Or
No, Jagwar. And then I've gone for a little fancy one, a very small nibble on 6 lines for Grange Clare West, Jaguar, and Favori de Champdu to come 1, 2, 3. You do that, and then it's like Milky Bars are on me.
Yeah, trifecta.
Other bars are available.
What you don't have here is the box trifecta option, which is a big thing in Australia, where you can put as many horses as you want, and as long as they finish in the first 3. There's a anyway.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, works quite neatly for Melbourne Cups and so on.
Now here's another one. Because you've got 6 places, there's a nice 6-to-1. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 16-to-1. For I Am Maximus, Jaguar and Panic Attack. I like the sound of Panic Attack.
We backed Panic Attack in another race recently, I'm pretty sure. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
All to finish in the top 6. That's at 16-to-1.
Actually, do we have Panic Attack today? I think we might have talked about this in the group when I was paying attention to the cricket yesterday.
And this is for 3 separate races, but I had a free bet in my account. Kids don't bet, it's not good. For Salvatore Mundi, I Am Maximus and Look Me in 3 different races at Aintree today at 56.27-to-1. So,
exotic.
Yeah.
Exotic. Here we go.
I thought that was quite exotic. So look, those are my. I only bet on the horses twice a year. Once at Aintree, and then the Cheltenham Festival. Because Cheltenham Festival, please don't take this wrong, horse racing fanatics, but most of the time I don't trust any of your horses. A lot of the time they're kind of like they're pindling along second or third, so they don't get heavily handicapped, but well enough to get in the race. At Cheltenham, there's proper prize money, so they try to win. So the best horses tend to win. So then I feel more comfortable.
Okay. Philosophy with Daniel Norcross now. Just 1 run from that Ian Holland over, 4:26 for 7 here at the Kia Oval.
And because it's Saturday, and because we're getting to the pointy end of the football season, when I come off air at 11:40, I've got to do.
You're gonna have an acca.
I've got to have an acca. Got to have an acca, especially League 1 and 2. Lincoln City have been doing me proud this season. I think I almost paid for Catherine's birthday meal on the basis of Lincoln City's performances this season. So, a pretty decent start for both sides, actually. A wicket for Leicestershire, getting rid of the dangerous Ben Folkes, and 14 runs on the board. The game is moving along at a decent pace.
It is. Other numbers from yesterday, 4,700 was the attendance, and a wee bit, 4,700 or thereabouts were in on day 1, which isn't as many as we've had on a couple of really warm spring days last 2 seasons. However, had a lash at it, why not? Given there's a game at the Lords on the same day, you can see where there would have been a little bit of divide and conquer on the Friday. And I also think, by the way, that people go to Lords they come here on Friday and they go to Lords on Saturday.
Do you?
I've got a theory about that.
Oh yeah.
This is a Friday work from home thing, and that's worked very well.
Yep.
I'm happy to take a cut from whatever Surrey make from that, given I've talked it up on the coverage every single day for 5 years. Officially sanctioned yesterday, but unofficially by me since 2022.
TM.
But there was a yarn. There was a yarn in the paper about it. Someone came and worked from home and wrote their story here, which was pretty cool.
Was that in the Times?
Yeah, it was in the Times.
Yes, I gave them some quotes. I don't know if any of them landed.
I didn't read all the way through the piece.
Right.
I'll bring it up after we've finished our stint together.
Thank
But that was a big part of yesterday, people using the Alcott room upstairs where they've got, and also the power plugs they've put in around the ground, the super fast Wi-Fi. It is a dream. Whereas I reckon on Saturday, having had, if you're a neutral,
you don't need to work.
Yeah, you're like, oh, well, I've done the Oval on Friday. I might go the other way on Saturday and see how Middlesex are getting on.
And
there were 16 wickets.
15 minutes getting into the ground and being quizzed. Yeah,
not me. There were 16 wickets. 16 wickets there yesterday as well. So a bit different kind of game. Not a lot of edged and bounces just in front of Rishi Patel. Instead, it's 4 runs.
Got a good bit of that, didn't he? And it didn't
feel like it half volleyed over the hand. We'll need a second look.
Yeah, I don't think it was a chance, but the thing is, he went at it firmly, but it did not carry, which is indicative of something here. Either the ball wasn't as quick as it might have been, the slips are too deep, or look, he's gone after that.
You can see I
think he's a bit deep there at first slip.
Yeah, you could see where it's landed. It's like watching the French Open. You could see the puff of dust where the ball landed in front.
Yeah, you mentioned that 16 wickets falling yesterday. It's a really good-looking game. That Worcestershire 191, Middlesex 104 for 6 now.
Aberration. There was some games where there were 1 and 2 wickets across the whole day.
Yeah, Oliver Hannon Dolby's taken 3 there, on loan from Warwickshire.
A bear to a pair. Did you see that over time? There's quite a few players that have done that. done that journey one way or the other.
He's just on loan, though.
He is loaned, yes. He's loaned because of the chaos with Worcestershire's South African signing, who I see has been sacked from his South African club this week.
Look,
Do you want to brief our audience on what happened here?
I was quite trenchant on your podcast on the final word on this because I was both hugely amused and thoroughly outraged by Mr. Swanepoel.
So what did he do? I didn't hear the segment.
I'll try to explain. So
Okay.
50 over cup final.
Yep.
Right? He's played for the Lions, I believe. He's in the final. And ordinarily he tends to bowl at the death, as well as at other stages within the innings. Well, on this occasion he'd bowled all of his 10 overs with 7 overs of the game to go.
Okay. So he's finished his
So
bowling bit of the game.
Yeah, and obviously he's done the batting. He's finished his bowling bit of the game.
Get a pint in.
Well, no, get on a plane. get on a plane to Worcester, which he didn't really need to do quite as early as that because there were still a few days before the start of the season, right? So he's left the 50 over final, and his team has brought out a sub, and the batting side's gone, hang on a minute, you don't get a sub. There's nothing wrong with him. He's just gone, right? And he'd already not had his no objection certificate written for him. That guarantees that he's allowed to play for Worcester.
He's bisected the sweepers. I don't know whether he did it intentionally. I think he was trying to go ahead of point, but you know what? It doesn't matter. It's
great intent, though, isn't it?
Up to 13, into double figures with his third boundary. They're 15 away now from that last available batting point, 435 for 7.
Yeah, there's definite intent here from this Surrey pair. They're trying to get to that 450 as quickly as possible, trying to get as many runs as quickly as possible. So, back to Mr. Swanepoel. So he's been signed by Worcestershire, and then he's left a 50 over final. This is a national 50 over final, okay? Now, I appreciate that domestic cricket might not attract masses and masses of viewers, but
this is proper. They're played all season.
Game. Yeah.
This is what it used to be when they used to have the 50 over final at Lords in the middle of September. Hello, waving to the camera.
We'll wave back at them. Good. Well done, lads. Nice. There's a lot of coats out there, aren't there? There's a lot of coats. I'm not sure the dark glasses are 100% necessary.
Just one slip in a gully.
So, he's then walked off with the intention of getting a flight that evening from Joburg to England and then off to Worcester. And don't get into your head here that this is because he's got to be here that day because the game starts the next day.
What's the theory here? Is it he's used his frequent
I don't know
miles?
what I think,
was it a non-refundable flight?
I think he wanted to get to England as quickly as possible, get settled in. I can understand that, but you know, he had leeway.
And presumably he's booked the flight on the assumption the game's ending early, which is rather bold. I mean, I've done...
Or he's got the timings wrong.
Or he's got...
Didn't realise it was a day-nighter.
I mean, well, let's not pretend that you and I have not been both guilty of this, booking trains on day 5 of test matches.
Oh, no, I haven't. Because when I'm doing test matches, I'm dealt with by a different organisation, and I demand a certain type of ticket that gives me flexibility.
I guess what I'm saying is, that or other games where it's not like you're booking a train to leave Birmingham New Street at 6 p.m, but you might back yourself to get one at 8 p.m.
I know. You and Jeff definitely
You might back an 8 p.m. train, and you might have a test match go till 7:30,
and then you're panicked.
Then you're having to tell lies. That's the shot of the morning. And there's been a few to choose from Tom Laws, who's in terrific nick.
That's his third exceptionally beautiful cover drive to date. That's also takes him past 100 runs for the season. 83 in his first dig, 17 now. And this is actually an important season for Tom Laws with the bat, isn't it? Because we've seen the potential, we know what he can do, but he's actually been slightly disappointing with the bat. When you bat down at 9 and 10, it's not always easy.
Same direction, good bit of fielding.
But we know he can play in this fashion, but we've seldom seen it. But so far this season, he's looking in terrific nick. So anyway, because he goes off, the Oppo say, no, you can't have a spare fielder. And from a position of almost impregnability, the Oppo needing 10 and over, they get over the line with 2 balls to spare.
I didn't know that bit.
Oh, yeah.
So one fielder short, and they've dragged it out and lost the grand final.
You got it. Now, that is the point at which...
How daft was he to let them know that's why he was leaving the field and leaving the ground as well? I mean, there's ways of managing situations. He could have essentially ghosted it and set off, and no one would have been
Clutched a hammy, you know, anything of that sort.
Yes, clutched a hammy, or jumped in the back of an Uber, and you know.
I mean,
there's ways of doing these things.
It beggars belief how village that is.
You don't advertise, that's my point. Beaten with swing. Ends the over, 6 runs from it. 441 for 7. We're 22 minutes into the second day here at the Kia.
And unsurprisingly, this has resulted in quite a lot of opprobrium, and even, you know, some quite diplomatic words from Ashley Giles at Worcestershire, who has said phrases along the lines of, he knows he made a mistake and I'm sure he wouldn't do that again. Then unsaid, please just sign the no objection certificate because it's not our fault that he's done this, and it isn't. It's not Worcestershire's fault at all.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, now is that a? That's yesterday's card.
Yes, where he's added in Ben Folkes' dismissal.
Added in, yeah.
Fall of wicket, ever important. I hate it when someone's scoring in a game and they don't fill in the fall.
Oh, it's crucial. Yeah, I mean that's the tail of the game.
Balcony.
Hardy souls.
Members, jackets on, Hull bowling in front of them, being driven. So Laws joining Clark on 19, a better than a run a ball.
8 more for that 5th batting point. So yeah, that's the story of Svanabul.
So he's not been. So he's been sacked off. So the Lions have sacked him. I saw that during the week. I wonder whether he's got the certificate signed to tidy that up, to rock up and replace, or take his place at Worcester. I'm not sure.
Not yet. I don't think he has. I think
that's a career limiting.
Fair enough. I think it was a poor mistake, and I am sure that he regrets it. Because it's very disrespectful to the fans of both sides' entire competition, really. And
dare I say it, given the way the result went, it's not a term I grew up with. Quickie shingle, but again through. These two are great between the wickets. It's a term you hear a lot. Mother cricket.
Yes, you do hear it a lot.
Do not mess with mother cricket.
No.
She has said, you are not winning the trophy because of this.
She's got a long memory and she's quite vindictive.
She's weighed in.
Yeah.
She's had her say.
Yeah, she reminds me of my mother.
No further wickets at Lords. I know we mentioned that game before. It's 109 for 6. Middlesex, they trail by 82. Worcester all out 191. Yesterday, green shoots for Middlesex bowling group. They've got quite a tidy 4 or 5
Morgan
bowlers.
interested in.
Yeah, there's sort of 4 or 5 of them, I think, who could give them a decent chance of promotion. The 2 youngsters as part of it, riding the bounce and doing it so well. Tom Laws, that's his 5th boundary out of 23, but it's the way he's doing it. It's very easy on the eye.
How much time did he have to play that? I mean, that might say something about the slowness of the pitch or the bowling, but he's... It didn't really get up a great deal, did it? It's around about waist height, but he's picked that length beautifully. A bit higher than that, maybe chest height.
Check the swivel as well. It's all going on for Tom Laws this morning. Lovely stuff. Still only 1 wicket to fall at Canterbury. Northant's up to 431 for 1.
That's often a good deck there.
Durham haven't lost a further wicket, 489 for 2. Ben McKinney was beyond 200 before going to bed last night. Just 1 here, so still 2 away, Surrey, from their next milestone. At Division 1.
Did you see Sonny? Another triple century in April?
Another. There's a few recently.
Yeah, well, there's Sam Northeast, wasn't there? And there was Tom Banton.
Tom Banton, was it? I always get my... Was it Sean Dixon that got one?
I think he did. Was it in April?
Or was it David Bettingham? I get my Dixons and my Bettinghams mixed up sometimes.
Yeah, there have been a few, though, haven't there?
Yep.
A few triple hundreds in April.
Well, Northeast got 2, didn't he? Because he got the quadruple and the triple, but both early season. When he was at Glamorgan, of course, returning to Kent. Did you see Sonny Baker last night?
I haven't watched the highlights.
Wow.
Rapid?
I'll talk you through it in a moment.
So I saw he got a few of them bowled.
A couple will give them the last batting point, and there it is. So Surrey, methodical. That board will tick over from 4 to 5. Surrey controlling the controllables, having been sent in. At one stage they were 10 for 1, then 42 for 2, but they have been clinical. 2 Centurions in Pope and Smith. Folkes 63. This pair moving the score from 414 to 450. And now you would say we're into that point where they can just party on.
Well, there was a little bit of a wobble, wasn't there? 3 for 16 from 398 for 4. But after losing that early wicket this morning, this partnership has raced along and got them. The first part of the mission is accomplished.
inside edge. So, just a moment, I thought they were going to take on Wetherell, which would have been ill-considered. So, Hampshire all out 251, and there was some time to play with last night. Sonny Baker came on first change and picked up a triple wicket maiden, as we see this back again. It was actually sliding down the leg side. I thought it was two noises. 450 for 7, the score. Triple, so after Kyle Abbott got the party started, Finley Bean letting a ball go that took his off stump out of the ground. Baker removed Whiteman leg before, round the wicket quick. Then there was a chop on, the night watchman Ben Coate, also done for pace though. And then the Yorker that James Wharton copped first ball was unplayable.
Really?
Unplayable.
Oh.
It was an in-swinging Waka Yunus type.
Oh, lovely.
Long on, I'm big on Sonny Baker. Yep, declare the interest. I've interviewed him. I'm a huge fan. But you see bits like that, and you're like, forget about the one-day bit, the debut, and forget about not having a good time of it at the end of last season for England. Holland's new over begins with a drive down the ground. Doesn't quite go past the fielder. Combined effort. Scriven does the tidying up. The England types will see that because Rob Key watches all the streams. He truly does, and they'll see that and they'll see the highlights and they'll be like, how long can we resist having Baker in the thinking?
The issue with Baker wasn't his pace, was it? It was whether he could do something with the ball through the air off the seam. And we've seen him here at the Oval. Yeah. And there was undoubted pace there, and actually, I thought he bowled fantastically in a very unusual passage of play when Hampshire were just trying to slow Surrey down and they had 9 players out in the boundary.
Yep.
He came round the wicket and he got 3 or 4 bowls from round the wicket, didn't he? The spearing in Yorkers.
I've got it down here. He picked up 5 for 80, but it doesn't reflect the way he had to alter the way he bowled in that innings when Surrey had their foot to the floor on a rainy day at the Oval. Change of pace from Holland, well negotiated.
But he's a young man, and skills are going to be developed. And so, when I hear a searing, in-swinging Yorker, this pleases me.
And he handled what happened at Trent Bridge quite well. So that the chastening experience on debut where Aidan Markram got hold of him, he's like, well, Jofra Archer came up to me afterwards and said, 1 in 10 one-day games or 20 over games, you kind of do get smashed. You just got to deal with it. So he was able to put it behind him. He didn't bowl that badly. He didn't bowl well, but he didn't bowl that badly. Just Markram monstered him inside the power play, and that happens. But yeah, Baker's a fascinating character. He writes everything down. He's meticulous. He's intense. He's funny. He's got a lot going on, which he freely admits. He talks about his neurodivergence very openly. He's going to be a really fun character to trace over the next, I guess, 10 to 15 years. Still a young man. So 1 ball left before we'll have a change in comms as well.
Yep. Well, genuinely quick bowlers always get the heart racing a little. And we're looking at one with bat in hand at the moment. And he's got a different string to his bow that we're watching develop so far this season. Tom Laws. What we're seeing is good so far.
They walk through a single, so it completes the over at 455 for 7. There was 1 wicket in the first half an hour of play. That fell 41 runs ago. Ben Folkes caught behind for 63, first over a plate. With Surrey having collected all the batting points, we'll take a look at Tom Laws from last weekend. A few further thoughts from Daniel Norcross. Then we'll go to Phil Walker, and I'll continue watching a game of a different sport on the other side of the world on my computer. Back in half an hour.
Yep, last week he came in a very, very awkward position for Surrey. There was 65 for 6. He was elevated to number 8 in the order, and it was a watchful innings to start with, but also it was full of these lovely shots. Look at that on drive straight down the ground, and then good use of the feet. Not afraid to get after the bowlers. And 83 is highest score in first-class cricket as Phil Walker joins us for the first time today. A day that has seen 43 runs come in 7 overs at just over a run a ball for the loss of Ben Folkes.
And more runs through that popular area this game. There's been so many runs through cover and through extra in particular. It was a feature of Jamie Smith's knock yesterday. What an innings that was.
Wasn't it? Patient.
Yeah.
Have you liked the way He's been practicing his forward defence between almost every ball.
It feels
bat and pad close together.
It feels pointed.
It does, doesn't
The
it?
whole innings felt pointed. Second innings last week felt
Didn't
pointed.
It's
Yeah.
very, very much a
Yeah.
gesture. Well, more than a gesture. It was
Yeah.
making, as you say, making a point.
Hull giving it his all here.
Can I just say, by the way, that you've very much elevated the fragrance in this room. Yeah, have you got some swanky citrus aftershave going down? What's happening with you? It's a lovely smell.
Well, maybe my Old Spice is combining with your musty spice. I'm not sure. No, I put a little bit of spray in my hair.
Is that what it is?
That has a certain scent to it. I couldn't put a name on it, but when
nice.
I went to a barber's in Brixton a
Yeah.
couple of months ago, he gave me this little bottle as a freebie.
Citrus spring freshness, I'd call it.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Short one, high and all the way.
Oof.
Easy pickings. What a shot. Jordan Clark. He
What?
loves this role at number 8, 9. He has free rein. And Josh Hull, you can't fault his heart, his endeavour, but it's been hard for him this morning, and those figures bear it out. 3 balls shy of 20 overs for 113. There's a short boundary down there, Dan, into a little cluster of fans, all anoraked up.
Very nearly got to them, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It's the second time he's dropped short today, and I don't know whether it's partly, as I said, the measure of the pitch, but also his pace, 80 miles an hour. It didn't get up enough to bother Jordan Clark. Tom Laws had walloped him for a 4 off a similar ball a couple of overs back. And Clark, though, is looking in good nick. Laws and Clark are getting after the bowling. It's been almost a perfect morning for Surrey.
Cuffed away. He looks tired now, does Josh Hull. Scamper back for a couple. So the push is on here. 464 now for 7. Just 104 overs almost. And a very sprightly 50 partnership, 43 balls. Crowd filling up here nicely. Obviously it's a rather chilly April morning, but
Very chilly.
the hardy souls are out there. Always looks like a Lowry painting under weather like this.
Does a bit,
think,
doesn't it?
Just these darkened blotches on the horizon. But yeah, people are flooding in.
There's play, though. There's play. I don't know about you. When I left home, I wasn't expecting that. It was raining.
It looked end of day stuff at 9 this morning. And another couple, I fancy. Yep, running hard.
It's just really good batting, this, though, isn't it? I mean, Surrey are going along at over 6 and over, and they have not flailed, they've not thrashed, they've not lost their shape. It's just been really good batting, finding the gaps. That's a perfect example of it there. Just laid back and it got it to the right of mid-wicket. And even though it's a short boundary, because they're protecting that short boundary, they've got a deep square and a long leg. So if you find that gap, it's quite a straight mid-wicket, almost a wide mid-on, then there's a nice pocket behind him where there's a couple of runs to be taken. So a classic one-day shot, really.
Yeah.
Picking up the 2 into that little gap.
As visitors here to Kiro, you have to dig deep when you see these two walking out at 8 and 9. Pushed down the ground 4 more, hasn't even moved. Jordan Clark moves on to 38. Pure dominance this morning from these two. And Surrey up to 470 for 7 from just 104 overs.
It's 15 runs off that over, and there wasn't a wild shot played in it. It was the 1-6 was a classic. Pulled 6 to a short boundary, and every other shot other than that was just beautifully worked. Bat, pad, close together, under the eyes. And that might be it for Hull this morning, perhaps.
Yeah.
20 overs have gone at 6 and over. Picked up that 1 wicket yesterday. A good ball swinging back into Dom Sibley's pads, but after that, my concern for Sibley is that for Hull rather is that I don't know that he uses the height as much as you might imagine. He's a tall man, but I don't know whether that arm is high. Do you know what I mean?
I do. And come back to that in a sec. Rayan Ahmed is going to be replacing Dutchy Holland here
Like
on
this.
the from the Vauxhall end, or the JM Fins
So
end.
Dutchy because...
Well, why do you think?
Well, I
Yeah,
can't
I know,
imagine.
Cricketers' nicknames, they fall into various categories, but most of them are down there in the barrel, aren't they? And yeah, that joins it. Oh, it's a short one, and it's rather clothed, in fact, just shy of Ben Green at long on. So just a single, missed out there, did Tom Laws.
You'd think in Australia it'd be called hollow, though, wouldn't you? I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that they're entirely familiar with the geography of the nationalities of Europeans.
Tossed up this time, there to drive. Cuffed up to long off.
It's a good move. I like this from the skipper, because if anything is going to get these two to lose their shape, play an injudicious shot when they're on the charge.
Yeah.
They are lower order batters, though they're better than that. It is possibly the sight of the ball going up over the eye line, lip licking, aiming for long on and off, and cow corner.
Yeah, it's a tough gig to come in at this stage for Rain Ahmed, but then it was yesterday, and he bowled, I thought, fabulously for 5 overs, 1 for 20 in 5, and changed the tempo of the afternoon, got rid of Daniel Lawrence and caused 1 or 2 moments for Jamie Smith as well.
Cold fingers, though.
Yeah.
Phil, cold fingers for a leggy.
It's a fool's errand.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Bowling wrist spin in early April on a slightly greeny one.
On a day where the temperature feels like 4 degrees.
Yeah. But I thought he was good yesterday, underused. He bowled just that one slightly loose over, and on this ground, which is so uncompromising, isn't it? He was punished in that 1 over, but aside from that, across those 8 overs, I thought he bowled very well. Curiously held back for me. Googly, slightly too short.
Dot to finish, and the first 5 balls were taken pretty easily for 5 singles, so there was a hint of excitement of the first 2, wasn't there, with, as you say, the cloth wallop up to long on, and then the slightly losing shape attempted whack over long off, but after that settled into a rhythm, the batters.
Yeah, so the huge caveat of the time of year and the pitch, of course. There wasn't much sign of lateral movement yesterday from Ryan. The leg break was pretty quiet, but I thought he was broadly accurate, as I say, across those first 5 in particular. But there's something else at play. There's a theatricality when he comes into the game, I think, that otherwise this kind of monotonous, medium-fast battery, Is
that because he's a leggy? Is it because of the way he is a leggy?
I think there's a bit of both. There's personality there, but you have to have personality to do it.
Yeah,
right?
that's a really good question.
Yeah.
Actually, email us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Who is the leggy with the least personality that you could think of? I mean, I've just read a magnificent book about a guy called Father Marriott. We're going to be talking to the author of that book during the lunch break. The quintessence of eccentricity.
Okay.
He used to play alongside Titch Freeman. So called because he's Titch Freeman.
Yes.
These 2 leggies. And then, of course, you've got your Shane Warnes.
Yeah.
Bob Holland with his greying hair for Australia back in the day. Actually, it's ticked over to 11:40. Is Yaz going to come in now? You might as well, mightn't you? We're trying to find the leggy with the least flamboyant or personality-filled kind of character. Good luck in finding it. I'm going to get out of the way, Yaz.
Yeah, Bob Holland's an interesting shout, actually. He didn't possess much in the Charisma Stakes, did he? In the mid-80s for Australia. Tough time to bowl, of course. Anyway, Norcross, having left us with that poser, he's heading off 475 for 705 overs gone. And Josh Hull, understandably, being replaced by Ben Green from the top end. And it will be more of the same. Military medium, up and down. Very little movement this morning. The ball was still relatively new. It's only 25 overs old even now. But there's been hardly anything in the air off the pitch. And when you're looking at Hull's body of work, Yaz, and we were on yesterday together, and impressed by his endeavour and a bit of pace. He managed to break one through onto Ollie Pope's noggin and inconvenienced Smith once or twice with a top edge, but there's been, and of course he's picked up that wicket early on with the new one yesterday morning, but aside from that, there's been not much evidence of creativity, of movement, of getting that ball off the straight. What he has is heart and height, but at the moment he's very much a work in progress.
He has that classic left arm swing bowler arc with the new ball. And he gets the ball to shape in. That dismissal of Dom Sibley first up yesterday morning. Ball swinging late to Sibley, so he can get the new ball to move and talk.
But would you say that if we were trying to work up a package of half a dozen of those kinds of deliveries against the right-hander, we'd struggle to find them from this game? Down the track and smashed hard and fast and flat and all the way. Second six of the last 10 minutes for Jordan Clark, who's enjoying himself. He's on to 46 from just 42. This is utter dominance now.
Yeah, smashed into the pavilion with characteristic violence from Jordan Clark.
He has a fabulously uncomplicated technique. Does Clark? Everything about him oozes cricketer's cricketer, doesn't it, Jordan Clark? Everything about him. Always fit, always available, always runs in hard for you. Bowls with old balls and new. And at number 8 or 9, 8 in this game, I mean, what a player to have coming in county cricket at that kind of level.
The depth in the Surrey batting lineup this week is extraordinary.
It is, yeah.
Sean Abbott at 10. So back to your question on Hull. I think there's almost an expectation that left armers are guys who move the ball through the air a lot. But successful seam bowlers come in different shapes and sizes and do different things. I thought his spell yesterday with the older ball to Set, Pope and Smith was really impressive. The ball wasn't doing a lot. Leicestershire was struggling to create chances, and then sort of out of nowhere, he was able to trouble both Smith and Pope with the old ball. And it wasn't classic left arm in swing to the right-hander. It was banging it in short at decent pace with the field out. And as you say, he hit Pope on the helmet. Nearly had Jamie Smith caught behind a couple of times. So I was impressed by that spell, even if that's not how you imagine what a left-arm seamer is in your head, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. You look at him though and you think, I mean, they have, of course, Alfonso Thomas here, who's an excellent coach and a very, very good fast bowler in his day. But as well, with Troy Cooley coming back into the England setup, you think, get a real maestro of the art into him. I mean, his red ball body of work is obviously very slim. He's had his inevitable injury problems as he grows into his body. And he's still only 21. 6'7". You know, he has dreamlike physical attributes.
I think with him, I just want to see him playing a good volume of red ball cricket this year. He played 9 games last year, but actually only bowled 145 overs, averaging fewer than 10 overs per inning. So despite playing more than half the games last season,
just loses that down the leg side, Rayan Ahmed.
He took 19 wickets at 30, so that's a very respectable return, but he just didn't do that much bowling. So for a young player with considerable talent, high potential, you can really see why England were and are interested in Hull. The carry he gets through is really eye-catching, and he will always trouble players with that extra bounce. But I almost wonder, actually, I was talking to a few of the other journalists yesterday, the way in which we consume county cricket now. You can watch everything. You see clips on Instagram, etc., of one spectacular ball that someone might deliver or one spectacular shot.
Well bowled. Perfect length this time. Tom Law's hanging back.
I think we all fall into, or we're all prone to fall into the trap that I think sometimes England have fallen into recently, where
Watch the clips.
you watch the clips
Yeah.
and you get excited by a particular attribute.
Well bowled. Beaten in the flight. Bit quicker this time through the air. Tom Law's advancing and getting into a pickle. Fortunate that didn't creep through to Ben Cox.
So an example of a player I really like whose highlights are at times particularly eye-catching, and he had a very good day yesterday, Sonny Baker.
So I was going to come to him specifically based on your point, actually. Go on.
He bowls, I think he takes 3 wickets in 4 balls yesterday, the last of which was a pinpoint Yorker. Bowling at good pace, that's obviously extremely exciting, but there's so much more to being an international class bowler than being able to produce those magic balls. It's about, particularly in red ball cricket, it's about being able to sustain that pressure throughout a day. It's being able to be accurate throughout a day, and it's hard to get that across in a 20-second clip on Instagram, but that's how we consume so much of our cricket these days.
Slapped away in characteristic fashion, but not timed this time, just searching for that run to take him up to another 50.
There's one exciting young quick who I think's looked really good so far this season, is young Henry Crocombe at Sussex, who's taken 12 wickets already in Division 1.
And there it is. Tidily played all morning. Solidity and violence all wrapped up in one. Couple of maximums. Hooked off his nose and driven flat and hard down the ground from the previous over. And Jordan Clark, a titan really of county cricket, picks up another 50. We'll be seeing him with the ball later on in the piece. Just a giant of a cricketer for this club. 4 first-class hundreds and now 24 50s. The best part of 4,000 first-class runs to go with 278 first-class wickets. Yeah, I think the Sonny Baker example is a perfect illustration of what you're talking about. I watched a lot of the game last week between Hampshire and Essex, and I watched it live, and the pitch wasn't offering an enormous amount for either Sonny Baker or Eddie Jack, and indeed even Kyle Abbott was relatively quiet in that game. And Sonny Baker, as always, tried hard but looked innocuous. Slapped again, this time by Tom Laws down the track, and that will just be hauled in. Pick up another couple. It's easy season now out there. 4-9-1 for 7. And they've done it in very quick time as well. They've opened this game right up. You had that sense yesterday when Dan Lawrence came in. What a platform Pope and Smith had set, of course. And you had that sense that they're not going to hang about here. Going at the best part of 4.6 and over. Yeah, this is a tough introduction to the big stuff for Leicestershire. Be fascinating though, yes, to see how they go later on, because they'll be scrapping for their lives throughout this season, you fancy, and they can still get something from this game. They have to believe that. They have to turn up with the bat in the way that they didn't last week.
Yeah, it's worth reminding folks at home just how successful Leicestershire were last season. They were the dominant side in Division 2. 7 wins from their 14 games and just 1 defeat. They all but sealed promotion before the break for the 100. And part of the reason why they were able to recruit so well was because they could sort of sell the fact that they were going to be in Division 1 very early. In fact, actually, when you were looking at the 18 counties last season, because the relegation dogfight was so close in Division 1, they were one of just a handful of sides who could confidently say they would be in Division 1 come mid-July. They have recruited well, but they have started the season. They have struggled at the start of the season, comfortably second best last week, and yeah, Surrey about to reach 500 in very, very quick time. And I must say, I think conditions for bowling have been okay. I think there were times yesterday, even with the old ball, where you saw the Leicestershire bowlers able to extract movement off the pitch and through the air.
Ran Ahmed will keep twirling in, hoping to try and sharpen up those figures if he possibly can. You get the sense that things are starting to unravel here. Flatter this time, cuffed away behind square, short boundary, 4 more. 499 now for 7. And of course Surrey, because they've scored so fast here, Rory Burns can sit up there with his feet up and just let this play out. You don't have to chase the game or force the issue. You can just let these two merrily go about their business. Know that, as you say, Sean Abbott's coming in, who's got something like a 26-ball T20 100 to his name. Tough times.
Yeah, the game's being played on fast forward at the moment. 87 runs added in the first 53 minutes of the day. This partnership already worth 85.
Yeah, it feels it's going to play out, you feel, like an old-fashioned cricket game once Leicestershire finally do get to bat.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean, and there is the 500 in just the 109th over. Been relentless, and considering as well that they lost their 2 openers relatively cheaply yesterday morning, 42 for 2, Surrey were at one point. This is a hefty piece of work. They've already racked up 500s across these first 3 Champo innings this year, and Tom Laws, who's 36 not out here and made 86 I think last week, is averaging more than any of them. A dot to finish. 500 for 7. What I mean is that now you look at the game playing out, you're going to have 8 sessions left, assuming that the weather doesn't intervene, and I think we should be okay on that score, looking at the long-term forecast. Then Surrey will be looking to bat once, and so Leicestershire's role is pretty clear. You've got to avoid the follow-on. I feel like I'm talking in the 90s here, but that's...
What's the follow-on, Phil?
Exactly. But that's the key. That's you would say, certainly their quickest way to getting to 8 points for a draw. Forcing Surrey to come out and, okay, they have a garlanded batting lineup who can take you down for 200 in 30 overs if they fancy it to set a target, but that 30 overs could end up being crucial. Yeah, that's a headline to send a chill through certain people's spines. West Ham dropped Spurs a hint. Swept high, and Josh Hull just looks over his shoulder. That goes, in fact, out of the ground, I fancy.
Yeah, that's gone 15 rows back, bounced perfectly off one of the seats, I think.
Have a look at this on the sweep. Yes, please. Hard for a seam bowler to see a batter do this to him. That's a glorious, imperious, and borderline arrogant shot by Jordan Clark, who now moves into the 60s. And I tell you what, Jordan Clark, who racked up a 100 in a session against, who was it? Against Lancashire maybe a couple of years back? No, I think it was Nottinghamshire. Andrew Sampson not with us today. He'd have been correcting me, no doubt, but certainly racked up 100 in a session a couple of years ago against, well, for Surrey, and this time he is well on track here. 61 already. And we've still got 4 minutes until midday.
That was also a no ball, Phil. So 8 runs.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Before the over's legally begun.
It's unravelling here. Slapped hard this time, but to Ray and Ahmed at mid-wicket, so just a single.
Yeah, we often spend quite a long time actually on the broadcast speculating about potential declarations. It's not really Rory Burns' way.
And it's not necessary because of the time. Because they've gone at such a lick, they don't have to worry about that at all. If they can get up to 600 from here, 600 and a bit more on top would be the thinking. Feels like a long way away, but it's not really. This partnership is up to 95. A rare false shot from Tom Laws, who's enjoying himself this year with the bat. Is he ever?
I've got a question for you, Phil. What do you make of Tom Laws, the batter? Because when he first broke into the county championship side, it was during a spell where he really excelled with the bat in the One Day Cup.
Airborne this time, up to mid-off. Loses his footing, but manages to hold on. Ian Holland will take that. And so that partnership is ended on 95. Tom Laws, 36 and out.
Well, that discussion will have to wait for another time.
Well, I think he's a very sound orthodox player.
It's a very good catch, actually, from Ian Holland, because he completely lost his footing. And at the last minute had to readjust himself in order to get underneath the ball. And in the end takes a tidy catch.
Yeah, and so a useful scout for Ben Green, who's been treated to some hefty blows this morning, in truth, especially from Jordan Clark, who's taken him downtown for a flat 6 and then swept him into the bleachers behind square on the leg side. But he's picked up a couple here. Got rid of Jamie Smith yesterday. Bowled tidily actually in the afternoon, did Ben Green, for no luck at all. 1 or 2 edges just falling short or wide of the slips. Yeah, Sean Abbott then. Not entirely fair from Leicestershire's position, but that's what you get when you turn up here in South London.
Average of 24.5 in first class cricket. 16 half centuries and 100. Would have been number 9 had, not used a night watcher last night. But even so, there was a boast of an international player with a first class batting average of 25 at number 9 is some strength.
So 8 down, 5:09. Clock ticks over to midday. Plenty of cricket to be played across the course of the day. I think the weather will improve as we roll on as well. So get yourself down here to South London if you can. Free slips. And in that channel, Sean Abbott just lets it go. Yeah, Leicestershire have got a lot to do with the bat just to prove to themselves that they can compete at this level. It was a sobering experience last week for them. Jake Weatherall played nicely in the second innings, but aside from that, so there's a lot to take from this game for them. Even if they do go down, it's felt like a tough 4 sessions for them as they start to learn what's required here at this level.
The challenge for that batting lineup is that they have not played much Division 1 cricket between them. There's a lot of players who have been at the club for a while.
So another one ticks by. 5:09 for 8. It's been Surrey's morning and then some. Jordan Clark, 62 not out. He's made them all this morning, and he will have his eye on something spectacular if Sean Abbott and then Reece Topley can hang around with him. As I say, he's already got 100 in a session in his back pocket. Let's see if he can add another. Adam Collins will take you through the next half hour.
It's been an action-packed first hour. Leicestershire have struck twice, but in the meantime, Surrey have added 95 runs in the first hour. Jordan Clark, we've used the word violent a couple of times, but it has been violent. 4 fours, 3 sixes. He's moved on to 62 from just 53 deliveries.
Started by his standards kind of modestly as well. He played himself in and let Tom Laws do most of the attacking, but yeah, since then, brilliant. Straight away attacking the stumps to begin the over, Ryan Ahmed, which was a feature of his bowling yesterday. But the field's so far spread at this stage that they can, especially to the far side of the ground, they can manipulate twos as they wish.
Really good cricket from Clark, just dabbing it into the leg side, immediately call for 2. In the end, they get there easily. Field now, just 2 men in, really. Everyone else patrolling the boundary. 7 boundary riders. A man at mid-wicket, 1 at fine leg, the rest on the fence. Which means there are a lot of runs there for the taking. They don't have to find the rope.
And they're going to play the milk to strike game, but yes, Sean Abbott at 10 is one of the great luxuries in first-class cricket, isn't it? You can't really play the milk to strike game with Abbott. You're going to have to get him out. You can't rely on him doing something a tail ender might, because he's certainly not that.
Slightly more conventional field for Abbott.
Yeah, so he'll take the single on offer as well to get himself off the mark. Different story when Reece Topley enters the building. The first game of international cricket I commentated on possibly was his debut. I think it was his debut. It was a one-dayer up at Manchester in 2015. Anyway, it was certainly the first time I'd done TMS, and he was playing. It was one of his first games, and I was able to wheel out that he was one of the very rare cricketers who had more professional wickets than runs.
Oh, amazing!
To start his career. I wonder whether that's still the case. Doesn't happen often. You see it in like more T20 wickets than runs because they bat so infrequently, but more professional in totality wickets than runs. That was a flex.
So I don't think it's even that close. And I think
he's still well ahead.
And I think it actually stands in every format.
Brilliant.
So he has 47 ODI wickets and 35 ODI runs.
Yeah.
33 T20I wickets and 17 T20I runs.
4 runs from the over. 5 runs from the over, sorry. 514 for 8.
163 first-class wickets, 132 first-class runs, 124 list day wickets, 82 list day runs, and 245 T20 wickets, 137 T20 runs.
Clean sweep. Every category. Fire me another cricketer. If you're listening, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And set the parameters reasonably, not 1 game or 2 games. Someone with a decent sample size who in all 6 categories listed there, more wickets than runs. That excites me. And he's got massive pads too, doesn't he, Reece Topley? I remember his old man Don used to post photos of all of his RCB kit quite often, actually. And part of that was the enormous gold pads. You fit sort of 2 people, 2 normal-sized humans in behind those pads. Tom Scriven picked up a couple of wickets yesterday, 2 for 75 from 16. His first spell of the day will be from the pavilion end. He was responsible for the downfall of Rory Burns around this time yesterday, actually. It was around midday when he was caught at mid-wicket, and late in the day knocked over Matt Fisher, who was serving as the night watchman, so to speak.
His first-class numbers with the bat, all his numbers with the bat really, they're thoroughly 20th century tail-ender numbers. Across more than 300 professional games, he's never scored 20 in any format. He's batted best part of 130 times, never got to 20. Today could be the day.
It could be, you know. Short boundary. If he's batting with Clark, well, actually, it might be better served than batting with Abbott. If he's batting with Clark, he won't get much to strike, and Abbott will be charging towards 3 figures. So the field is predictably spread. 2 inside the circle, so to speak, a backward point, an extra cover, the rest on the rope. I'm back off the seam to start his spell, Scriven. Were you involved in the collation of the who's who this year, the cricketers who? Not
I
your
wasn't,
side of the
no.
business. I know that it's kind of a product that's worked on by a lot of people. And he Shave wrote the forward this year. I didn't realise that. I'll have to read that at some stage, but it's moments like these I refer to the who's who. See what Tom Scriven's had to say in his player survey. If I'm organised enough to find it, that is. Ooh, swing, but you can forgive him for that. So, nickname Skippy. That'll do. What's the most bizarre thing that's ended up in your cricket bag? James Taylor. In keeping with the idea of small people and big things. Saw James the other day before the game. He's obviously now assistant coach at Grace Road. Terrific to see that he's gone from being involved obviously for a long time in the England setup and now back where he started at Leicestershire. Was an excellent pundit for a couple of years before he went to work for ECB as well. I wonder whether... Oh, deflection off the foot. It'll deny a run. Might cost him a bruise on the ankle, but all's well that broadly ends well. I wonder whether he'll end up doing a bit of that too. Again, given he's now no longer formally in the employ of the ECB. Favourite pundit, Ian Bishop. Nice one, Tom.
It's a good answer, I think. That suggests a man who watches a lot of cricket.
Yes. Surprising fact about you, I've never eaten anything from Greg's. Well, is that a flex? I'm not sure. I certainly have. I go out of my way to eat stuff out of Greg's. That's bisected the two sweepers. I mean, when you're in this type of form, as Clark is today, you're getting a ball on the hip, you're placing it where you wish.
I think Clark, more than any other Surrey batter this innings, has been the player who's targeted and utilised that shorter boundary more than anyone else. A couple of times now he's got across his stumps when batting at the Vauxhall end. He's whipped the ball to that short leg side boundary.
Hit the cover off that, but found that man 2/3 of the rope at cover only gets one. Song played in your dressing room more than any other. What does the fox say? Which is, I sometimes hear that played at my younger daughter's toddler dance classes. I don't know it as a grown-up song, I only know it as a kid's song, but I'll back him. Favourite format, the championship. Good on you, Tom. Good stuff. And dream overseas signing. Don't think you're going to get your way on this one. Patrick Cummins. Can't really see Pat doing a stint in the champ. It would be great. Don't see it happening, sadly, with the way they manage him so carefully. Leading edge. Safely out to point. 6 runs from the over, which is fairly standard for what we've seen this morning. A minimum of that, indeed. 520 for 8. Still a long way to go on this second day. If they get all the overs in, 80 overs, this game could be very advanced. See, Jordan Clark's half century, got a few clips from that. Attacking the short rope, using his feet with panache.
That's the shot.
Yeah, that's the one. No ball as well. Adds to the pain. 20 rows back. Thanks for coming. Love the holding of the pose. Knowing it was going for 6, it was just how far it was going. Yeah, that who's who is a treasure trove I've learnt over the years on county commentary. Rana Ahmed. Oh, through. Again, back of the hand. Takes a stump out of the ground as well. The second time that type of delivery has been successful for Rana Ahmed. He's got a nice old bag of tricks. He bowled Dan Lawrence with a similar delivery yesterday and breaks up this brief partnership of 11. Zips off the surface. Rana Ahmed's got 2 for. It's 520 for 9.
2 international spin bowlers in the Leicester attack. We've not seen a huge amount of movement, sideways movement off the pitch, but that delivery from Rahan Ahmed that skids on. If anything comes into the right-hander just a little bit, has been his most threatening delivery. And he's persevered well today. It's been tough going for Leicestershire in the field. Surrey have scored quickly. But it's been a tidy enough spell from Rahan Ahmed. And he's rewarded with the wicket of Sean Abbott, and it brings our man, Reece Topley, into the middle.
Here we go.
And what if you can see the branding on various bits of his kit, you'll notice that different brands.
That's unusual. The grey nick pads, the Adidas blade. What are the gloves? This was the Dan Worrell thing, wasn't it? Wasn't
Exactly.
Dan Worrell borrowing bats last year? Ollie Popes? Was Ollie Popes?
Yeah, I think he borrowed Ollie Pope's bat in the Nottinghamshire game.
Right. What's the gloves? Can we see what gloves he's got on there? Are they a pair of... Is there an outside chance they're a pair of Duncan Fernley gloves? See the big, thick black and white. We'll get a close-up if we can. Can we get a close-up? I'm going to commission from one of our... no, that's
it's a good comparison, though, in that Jordan Clark donned in Gunnermore kit in everything he's wearing.
So Topley to face his first ball. Can Rayan Ahmed finish this in a hurry? Well forward. Good stride in. Rayan Ahmed, just watching that replay back of the previous wicket, it wasn't a wrong one, it was actually more a top spinner. And that was the ball that, here we go, it's Adidas gloves as well. So consistency between bat and glove, just not the pads. Bit unusual. I'm into this. It's part of the joy of our sport that you still ask someone to do something they're thoroughly ill-equipped to do. Because you don't really see it. Am I right in saying in baseball, one side of the competition has the pitcher's bat, the other side doesn't? So in, I don't know whether it's the American League or the National League, you see it a little bit, but only half the time.
Forward nicely again from Reece Topley.
Yep, nothing wrong with that. Here's the wrong one. It's coming. So it's a white ball attitude, keep the stumps in play. You see Adam Zampa, for instance, I mean, the number of balls he bowls that are hitting the stumps is an outrageously high percentage. Rayan Ahmed, of course, has been in and around that setup too, very much the modern cricketer. Tempted to finish. Wicket maiden, Rayan Ahmed, 520 for 9, one of 3 wickets to fall this morning. Surrey batted 108 runs in at that time.
It'll be a slightly different dynamic now. Previously, Jordan Clark was absolutely fine handing the strike to Sean Abbott, a very capable lower order batter, first class average, best part of 25, but different kettle of fish with Reece Topley. As we mentioned earlier, Topley, he's played over 300 professional matches, never got to 20, so expect Jordan Clark to take as much of the strike as possible. And the field will spread. There are, though, still at least 2 fielders in on the single. Scriven continues.
Well, that's a sign straight away. Little signal, what we're about to see from Jordan Clark as he batted very nicely with the lower order a couple of seasons ago. Might have been this corresponding weekend, actually. Second round, certainly the first home game that Surrey had when he blasted a century in a session against Hampshire. When at that stage of the game he was batting with the lower order and found a way to make it work. Hanging in the air, should be curtains for Surrey, but it is. It's a good catch from Scriven. Hung for a long time. Clark doing as he had to, really, at this stage, batting with Topley, trying to find the rope on every occasion, but his excellent contribution, he's finished on 71. The Surrey innings ends on 520, so they added 108 runs this morning. Lost the 4 remaining wickets. Picked up the 5th and final batting point in the process and give themselves, Yaz, a pretty decent crack at Leicester before lunch. They should get 34 or 35 minutes with the ball, which is about spot on.
Yeah, 100%. Saying to Phil earlier on this morning that though Surrey have scored 520 and they've done so in good time, scoring at around 4.5 runs and over throughout the innings. I actually think conditions have been okay for bowling. We saw even the old ball move a fair bit through the air. So I think Surrey will relish the conditions out there at the moment.
So we're looking at the Surrey batting card. A reminder, they were sent in at the toss yesterday. They lost an early wicket. Dom Sibley was trapped leg before in the second over of play. 10 for 1 became 42 for 2, and Rory Burns fell at the 1 hour mark. But then there was the massive standard 200. Pope and Smith both in terrific nick. Pope fell for 103 just after the milestone. Smith went on with it, had a second substantial partnership yesterday, batting with Folkes. They added 105 in a real hurry before Smith fell late in the day for 166. Folkes as well for 63. Lawrence played his role, batting aggressively for 31. Returning today at 412 for 6. It wasn't long before Tom Laws got his opportunity alongside Clark. They added 89 for the 8th wicket before Laws became Green's first scalp. And then towards the end we saw Clark keep on keeping on. 71 from 64. Did everything you might expect of the big all-rounder. He was the last wicket to fall. Surrey batting for 113.2 overs, 520 their score, getting all the batting points and the bowling card. Yes.
Yeah, Josh Hull finishes with figures of 20 overs, 1 for 121, an economy rate of above a run a ball, but he bowled much better than those figures suggested. He was threatening with a new ball, bowled a good spicy spell to Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith with the old ball. Rahan Ahmed finishes with 2 for 58. He bowled both Dan Lawrence and Sean Abbott. And Tom Scriven, he was the one who picked up 3 for 81 off 17.2 overs.
So match situation, Surrey batting about an hour and 20 minutes or whatever it is into the second day, taking themselves to 520 all out. Smith, Pope, the men with centuries, in Smith's case the second on the trot to start season 2026. We're about 5 or 6 minutes away from the resumption of play. We'll take a pause here at the Kia Oval on the live stream. A reminder that every single ball of the season, men and women, are on the Surrey live stream on YouTube from the Kia Oval and far beyond. At lunch today, Daniel Norcross will keep our conversation going as well with Max Bonnell. We teased this yesterday. Max has written an outstanding book about a wrist spinner who played one test match in the interwar period, Father Marriott. It's a great story. It's an outstanding book. And Daniel will have the author of it out here from Australia, Max Bonnell, to tell you all about a very, very different time in the way that the county championship worked. Cam Ponsonby will jump in with me when we resume our coverage in about 4 or 5 minutes from now when the players come back down the steps. See you in a moment. All right, back out for the second innings of this game. Surrey all out 5:20. They will resume with 34 minutes until we go to lunch. So I'll do that first over with you. Then Phil Walker will pick up after me. Got Cameron Ponsonby joining us for the first time today. Cam, you were diligently looking into the Reece Topley batting files off air, but unfortunately Surrey didn't make it long enough for you to talk about it on air, but I'm going to provide you that opportunity anyway. Hello, Cam.
Good morning, well good afternoon even.
Afternoon, yeah.
I found some editors' highlights. I found Reece Topley's one and only century on play cricket, as it were,
He got a ton.
for Colchester and, hang on, give me a second, I've lost it now. Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club, third 11.
When was
back
he playing?
in 2008.
2008. This is a funny category, this. If you go on the miscellaneous tab on Cricket Archive, you occasionally get fed games which are outrageously low level. That really, you know, Cricket Archive games, it's a bit all over the place, what gets there, what doesn't. But I found in innings, I found Jimmy Anderson's highest score ever. That was outside of the Test 80 or whatever it is. There's the Test 80, and outside of that, his next highest score is like 40 odd, something like that. Opening in a batting number 5 in a threes game when he was 14 for Burnley.
Perfect.
It's that level of, you know, back in the archive. Someone will correct me if having gotten that wrong, but you know what I'm trying to say. So Reece Topley did something similar in 2008. Nice one. So here we go. Matt Fisher, new ball in hand, away from us. In to bowl the first ball of Leicestershire's first innings, and Patel just has a little flirt.
I think this is a very exciting thing for English cricket, and more to the point, England's cricket team, that Leicestershire are in Division 1 now.
Yep.
Because there are 3 names dotted down their 11 where I think the selectors will have, well, on 2 of them they'll have a firm eye. On the third, well, be half an eye will be Rishi Patel. I remember speaking to Paul Nixon years ago, who said Rishi Patel had the talent to go right to the very top of the international game.
Nice shape from Fisher.
I'll rephrase it, go to the international game, the very top of the international game. You're talking about your Kohlis and your Roots. And Rishi Patel, as Yaz mentioned earlier on in the commentary, this is a Leicestershire team full of players who've played a lot of Division 2 cricket, naturally. So now Rishi Patel is going to be tested at the highest level of the domestic game. There's still a bit of a question mark of if he is going to turn his kind of talent into mass runs. Missed out last week. Another opportunity here at the Kia Oval.
So he's got the shape so far, Fisher, not quite the line and length, but that'll come. He's working his way into it. And down the other end, shadow batting there, as you can see, Jake Weatherald, who is, I would say, making a belated debut in the county championship last week. That's kind of an odd one that Weatherald has played so much cricket in the UK, but it's all been at club level. But now the incumbent Australian opener, having been endorsed by the powers that be with a national contract, so he'll be in the Aussie Test 11 when they next play in August, but here for a couple of months first. No ball from Fisher, but yeah, it's a reminder that this is when Weatherald said this to me the other day when I interviewed him. He goes, this is where they want to be this time of year. Players like him, they want to be in England. They want to be refining their game. They want to be still using this competition to the extent to which they can as a finishing school.
Will that carry much significance in Australia that you have Jake Weatherald, a cricketer from the Northern Territory, playing Northern Territory Test matches?
Hugely. That will be a really big part of the storyline of that Bangladesh Test. Made to play. Does so right out the middle of the bat. No, that'll be a big thing. I was there for I did the test at Canberra in 2019 where Nathan Lyon played that test, having played in the ACT, and that was a big deal too. So yeah, and Weatherald said himself that when there was Test cricket played there over 20 years ago when he was a little boy in Darwin, that was a huge part of his inspiration to believe that he could be something. So yeah, nice part of what's happening. nice that he'll be there for it. Hopefully with runs under his belt, if he can build on the great start he had last week. Getting 83 against Sussex, got undone by a good one from Ollie Robertson, 31 on the second dig.
Last year, Leicestershire's top 3 in the county championship, I thought was one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting top 3 in the country. They had Rishi Patel, Sol Budinger and Ryan Ahmed, all 3 very watchable cricketers in different and distinct ways.
Good names too. And again, swinging into the gloves of folks. That'll complete the first over of Leicestershire's innings. It'll also complete my stint. I'll go get something to eat. See if Hawthorn can get the job done against the Dogs. Cam, it'll stay with you, then Phil Walker will replace me.
I did notice just as Adam was wrapping up his stint, the AFL made it onto the laptop, and quite right, you've got to stay across these things.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Phil.
How you doing?
Wonderful. I've had a indulgent club cricket search of Reece Topley to start my day. I reminisced with you about your Essex Prem days.
Yes, we did,
These are my favourite topics.
Well, we'll be getting on to the Surrey champs within 10 minutes, I'd imagine.
That's the plan.
Excuse me. Okay, no ball to get us going. So, Aussie to Aussie. A play within a play. Apologies for coughing all over the screen.
You missed the button.
I missed the button. How about that? Missed the target a couple of times last night in our Friday 8-a-side. Cameron and I on the same team. Still ticking. Don't know about you. Went down by the odd goal. 7-6. Another good leave.
There was some debate afterwards whether it had been a 1 or 2 goal deficit at the full time. So I thought it was 1 as well, which made my borderline open goal miss right at the death particularly galling.
I wondered if you were going to bring that up.
It got kicked too hard at me.
Yeah, it did do that.
No idea where it was going.
You just couldn't organise your feet, could you?
I never can, Phil.
One of them's quite good, though. Abbott again. And maybe just a tiny bit too close to Weatherall to cut, but good intent at least. You need this from Leicestershire here. Once they try and negotiate the first 15 without too much damage, then you want to see them try and play in a few shots, because if they sit on their bat, if they play attritional cricket, then they're going to get blown away here. Have to try and throw a few punches back. The target for me, for this team, is 370. Get up there. 371, and then they've got a chance of getting something from this game.
We've seen the wicket change drastically in colour over the last 24 hours. It was a beautiful deep green at the start of yesterday's day's play. Now we're working towards a straw colour. Short boundary to one side. Do you think runs are on offer out in the middle?
Good lines again from Abbott. Settled into a nice rhythm here already. Now then, the sun is peeking through here. The weather is nice and still. Get through the turnstiles if you possibly can. If you can't make it before tea, remember that it is free after tea. There's already a good number in today. And again, good lines. Circumspect work from Jake Weatherall initially. Australian to Australian in again. Full this time and punched up to mid-off. Just that no ball.
Well, two almost identical overs to get us going. No runs off the bat so far. Just a pair of no balls. Matt Fisher will continue. It'll be Rishi Patel back on strike.
Yeah, just a pause. Rishi Patel's not happy with something. Maybe his bat. He's striding off. Looking at the toe of his bat, I think.
Two young lads looking for autographs in the meantime, making the most of the delay in play.
Good to see that. That an autograph still has some value in these times. Look at that. Good lads. Sean Abbott doing the business. So I'm going to ask you, Cameron, Australian to Australian in these opening stages, where do you stand on opening the game up to our Australian cousins?
I'm all in favour of it, personally. The more the merrier. Get the standard as high as possible, and what's the downside, really?
I was on a podcast last week, in fact earlier this week, and Lawrence Booth, Wisden Almanac editor, was on, and he was remarking he cannot understand why we give these opportunities to our much-loved Australian brethren. Giving Jake Weatherald effectively a season-long net ahead of potentially an Ashes opening berth next year. Well played by Rishi Patel. Fully forward, smothering that seam swing.
I guess on the flip side, it gives a number of young English domestic seamers a chance to bowl against players of international quality. My kind of blue sky or opinion, which I also don't necessarily fully believe in.
But you're going for it anyway.
I'm going for it anyway. I just kind of
like all good journalists.
Going down a Premier League route, football, where he goes, the more everyone come in, whoever wants to play. We've got a monopoly here in the Northern Hemisphere.
Started well here as Matthew Fisher, but very stylishly played, just soft-handedly easing it down to deep third, and so he is off the mark, Rishi Patel.
It's a slight difference at the moment because the West Indies are having their kind of abbreviated cricket championship, but for the most part, England is the only really Northern Hemisphere country, give or take, where the equator cuts through, where we're playing first-class cricket at the moment. So you could technically become a hub where you invite everyone and say, if you want to come and play red ball cricket, if you want to play first-class cricket, this is the best competition in the world, come and have a game.
I think you touch on something absolutely there. You look at the cream of West Indies red ball cricketers. Thrown his hands at that one, and he too is now off the mark. Jake Weatherald, man at squarish deep third, and so just the single. But that is his area. Weatherald is very, very strong, just behind square on the offside. Yeah, you touch on something there. So as you say, the new red ball competition in the West Indies amounts to essentially 4 games. 4 games if you're a young Jamaican batter or from the Leewards. 4 games. Fisher in again, bang on the money. This is what he does time after time. 4 games with a bit of rain around to try and get yourself test match ready. And then you look at the game in this country with 18 teams and 450 odd professional cricketers, and you can't help thinking that if you are a red ball aficionado and you're looking into the future and pleading and praying that test match cricket retains its primacy and class, then perhaps there is a world in which we can open up our borders a little bit further to these promising young players from afar. Anyway, another one ticks by, 6 for no loss. Fisher's been good so far. Just bowls that channel, doesn't he? He has a natural compulsion to hit that 5th stump. That's where he lives, really. So it's going to be Sean Abbott again against Jake Weatherald.
I think you make a salient point. I remember talking to a Bayesian coach who formerly played a bit of first-class cricket.
Tickled fine, I think off the bat as well. It's run away. In fact, no, just off the thigh pad. And so, 4-leggers, but all useful stuff.
And he was talking through the fact that cricket still is the ticket. The phrase he kept on using was, how do we make sure the tickets keeps ticketing? Because if you're in Barbados, the kind of richest athletes, they're not footballers, they're not basketball players, some may be athletes, but it's Roston Chase, Jason Holder, Shea Hope.
Full, there to drive and beautifully put away. So, first boundary off the bat for Leicestershire, and that will make Jake Weatherald feel good about life.
Beautiful shot from Weatherald. So short out towards that gasometer side. Not that full, just a bit of width on offer. And it races away. And the point he was trying to make was, whereas whether if you're in England, you might have music or football as ways to kind of make your money. In Barbados, he said it's still cricket. So you still have that value on the sport where people might be playing it not even because they love it and it's a pastime. You go, right, this is a way for me to make some cash here.
I was in Trinidad in, when would it have been, October time during the CPL, maybe September time last year, and watched a couple of games at the Lara Stadium in Trinidad. And anyone who suggests or thinks that West Indian cricket is on a slow death, a long goodbye, just has to spend a night watching the CPL in full swing. And okay, many will say, well, this is 20 over cricket. What relevance does that have on 4-day cricket and the test match game? Well, I think when you look at West Indies cricket and you fear for its future, you have to accept that things change around, that trends shift, priorities shift, but you would rather have that love of the game there in its purity than have no love at all. 25,000 packed into the ground, and it's not just a party. People are fully invested in how their team goes. The party does carry on afterwards, incidentally, especially in the Lara box. Standing room only at 2 in the morning. Some of them not even standing.
You're preaching to the choir here, Phil. Just the notion that popularity per capita, if you wanted to say it like that, the idea that cricket is far more popular in Antigua, Barbados, Jamaica than it is here. It's just there's fewer people.
Abbott round the wicket now. A good finish to the over. A bit of nip. And Weatherald looking in decent order. Coming on the back, of course, of 84 and a 31 in his first game for Leicester, 83, correction, and 31 in that game, in that defeat last week to Sussex. Rishi Patel, on the other hand, a couple of single-figure scores last week, so this is an important game for him. One of the most aesthetically pleasing opening bats in the country.
We haven't seen a shot in anger from Rishi Patel yet. It's an unusual scorecard at the moment. 14 for no loss. Only 6 runs off the bat. 3 scoring shots. I wonder if Rishi Patel will stay patient for now. Just 16 minutes to lunch, we'll say, to be exact. Does that count as a tricky little period?
They're all tricky little periods when you're batting here against this attack. He's looking solid enough. There's an old world technique, side on. Not too much backlift. A natural old world English openers technique. Made the move to Leicestershire from Essex, where he fluttered here and there, but never really broke through as a regular for Essex. He's a player of pretty 30s and 40s for Essex in the middle order, but moved to Leicestershire to open the batting, and he's really flourished. All this time driven, but straight to mid-off. He's Topley doing the business, and so just that single from the first 15 deliveries, that doesn't matter at all. 15 minutes to lunch. Talking of which, that's a hefty Saturday afternoon pizza. Oh, he's folding it in. Go on, son. That's the way.
I don't think I've seen that technique before.
You haven't lived, Cameron. You're just a wee band. Fisher in again, and this time played tidily into the onside. Picked up a couple. Ex-Essex to ex-Essex. Daniel Lawrence doing the fielding.
We haven't seen too much swing yet. That ball, Patel just clips into the leg side, holding its line and drifting down past the leg stump. Surrey have been disciplined in their length. Just the one big drive from Weatherald so far. That was a bit of shape.
Yep. And we do tend to see this. How many overs gone? Just 4 and a bit. So perhaps 1 or 2 more yet before that lacquer comes off the new ball and it starts to speak a little bit more loudly. Tends to be the way here. So yeah, just going through Rishi Patel's blossoming really as a first-class player. Really got going in 2023 for Leicestershire, opening the batting. Made 400s and broke the 1,000-run mark for the first time in 2023. Followed up with single 100 and 350s in 2024, a rather more quiet year, but still averaged 36. And a couple of hundreds last year and 450s, regular performances to average just a tick under 39. Opening the batting in England, albeit in Division 2, but doesn't matter where you are on spicy result-based pitches, especially in Division 2, they're very good numbers. The question, of course, is what he can do now he's up in the top tier. He's looked okay up until now. Still round the wicket. Sean Abbott kept a little bit low, and another no ball. Second no ball then from Abbott. Kept a bit low. I think we may well see more of that as the game wends along.
It's the second time we've seen the ball scoot along to Ben Folkes behind the stumps. He's having to pick it up on the second or third bounce. Whether the roll has just had a bit of an effect, taken a bit of life out of the wicket.
Running in hard now, Abbott. And a false shot. Weatherall perhaps in two minds, looking perhaps to leave it. No damage done. Yeah. And that angle, of course, the right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. If you can get that ball to stand up against the angle, that is gold dust for a seamer. This is what Abbott will be working on here. A good over, no ball notwithstanding. It's been a good over so far, probing stuff. Not much to hit. There's an intensity out there that was absent this morning when Leicestershire were in the field. Notice this with Surrey when they're in the field. They don't make much noise. They don't need to. One of the real discrepancies between club cricket and first-class cricket is just how much more civilised first-class cricket is. And you would imagine because it's livelihood stuff. Playing a miss, not there to cut really, trying to almost make room to play that shot. And they're preying on him a little bit here. But club cricket, despite being a nice day out, in theory at least, Cameron, on a Saturday afternoon, is full of angst and tension and microaggressions, certainly in my experience growing up in Essex.
People have got to get their Monday to Fridays out of their system.
Yeah, I guess so.
Their line managers to berate.
Whereas first-class cricket exists in a different kind of atmosphere. Well bowled again, definitely held its line, but Weatherall's good there, not following it. It's a good leave.
I was speaking to a couple of the better young players that came through at my club and who were playing a little bit of like second team county cricket. They'd kind of always get their kind of brains in a bit of a twist, because they go, well, the second 11 game is, the players on that pitch are better, but the first 11 club game is such a higher intensity rather than standard, and it kind of has adds its own competitive nature to it.
Runs this time again, I fancy, off the pad. In fact, a little inside edge onto that pad, so another tick for Weatherall. Big 10 minutes in the context of this day.
I did have a chuckle. I did a piece for you recently for the Wisdom magazine on the Surrey Strutters and the Surrey Strut, and speaking to Adam Hollyoake. And I thought it was going to be one of the easiest pieces I ever had to write, and I was just going to message a few people and say, what's it like to play against Surrey? And they were going to send me back a series of kind of not very nice anecdotes about them on the pitch.
Beautifully played. One of the shots of the day, if not the match, really. Gorgeous hands from Rishi Patel, and first boundary for to the Leicestershire opener. That will make him feel a whole lot better.
And Patel's cashed in here. He's been very patient. 3 off 18 so far. On this occasion, just straying slightly full of length. There, Abbott. Patel backs his technique and gets 4 runs.
Echoes of Haseeb Hameed in the way he bats. Very still at the crease initially. Not much in the way of backlift, not much pre-delivery action either. There's a stillness in the shot that when things are working, it pays off for him.
But unfortunately, I kept on getting players saying, you know what, those Surrey guys, they're all right actually. And I've said that to Adam Hollyoake when I got him on the phone. He said, it's all very well and good them saying that 20 years later. They're horrible to us.
Weatherall now facing up to Fisher, and another play and a miss. It's not a shot that he has got yet at all. That's 3, maybe 4 times now that he's wafted at thin air to the ball slanted across him. Seems like he's trying to create the angle, Cameron. It's not necessarily there for him.
He's got tucked up on occasion. That ball's just seamed in slightly from Fisher, cramping Weatherall for him. But I don't think you'll see Weatherall going away from that shot. It's a strength of his and something that lots of left-handed openers look for.
That's better at this stage. Just let it drift past. 8 minutes to go to lunch. Essential that these two see it through, regroup, and go again.
I should add that Adam Hollyoake then added that Surrey weren't exactly the nicest themselves, so that was it all came out, it all worked out in the end.
If you want to read it, then that magazine that Cameron mentions is available. So surreybroadcast@gmail.com, get your thoughts in for us. Full. And I thought he may have nicked that, but no.
Fisher agreed with you. He had his hands up,
Yeah,
celebrating for a moment. Just the way Ben Folkes kind of fell to his left. Indicated there might have been a deflection on the way through. You just see that swing after it's past the batter.
It's an illusion, that. But again, starting to get that ball moving. It's been a really impressive spell, this mini spell by Matt Fisher. That's better by the Aussie opener. Shouldering arms. It's a zero-sum game, you fancy, throwing his hands at the wide one at this stage with 3 slips against a bowler of the class of Matthew Fisher. Do you feel like with Fisher that he's perhaps moved to the top of the tree here at Surrey as a new ball bowler? Piece has gone. Done and dusted, thanks very much. Wonder what he's going to have for lunch. Gone up. Leg side, I fancy. Maybe even a slight inside edge. We heard two noises on the VT. Nothing doing anyway. Let's have another look at that. Does swing, I think just goes a bit too much, Cameron. Started straight.
Well, it was a busy LBW appeal. We had lots of noises. We had feet scraping on creases. We had bats hitting pads. I think ultimately, Fisher just got that ball moving too much.
Yeah, but he's getting it going both ways now. We'll come back to the question of Matthew Fisher's position now in the Surrey hierarchy. What a shot that is. He's thrown his hands at it, flailed through the offside. 27 for no loss from 7.
The runs just keep flowing.
What a performance it's been!
Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out and he's off in celebration.
Yep, you've got it. KiaOval.com for your tickets for all things T20. That'll kick off soon. We'll be involved in that. Myself and Yaz and Cameron will be there or thereabouts as ever. 27 for no loss then. Abbott in again. Rishi Patel rock solid. See what I mean?
Beautiful technique.
Hasib Hamid. Fully forward and soft hand and playing in that old-fashioned style, bat almost hidden behind the front pad.
I'm going to have to do more visual research. I
Just
enjoy
say yes.
Yeah,
Just
you know
say
what,
yes.
Phil? You've got such a keen eye for these things.
Yeah, May the 22nd is that first blast game of the year. Double header as well. Do get those tickets. It's a great place to be. T20 Blast, especially for real traditional lifer fans, get behind the Blast. Still has a hugely important role to play in the ecosystem of the English game. Now, we had an email response to our earlier conversation, but our producer is... it's back. From John in Tungham, who agrees with you, Cameron.
Come on.
Let everyone in to play red ball. Well said, John. Oh, he's gone up there. Celeb repeal. No. No complaints. Certainly beaten for pace, Cam. Full one. Rishi Patel falling over in the shot.
I think Abbott just thinks it might have been sneaking down the leg side. Oh, that one's gone as well.
Yeah, right. The ball is talking loudly now.
Well, what's happened? What's changed between the previous delivery and that one? Because the ball before held its line, didn't move a dime left or right. And this time, Abbott seems to have just flipped the ball over in his hand and got the ball really swinging back into the right-hander.
You can see the hand position as well. Those fingers running down the side of the ball. Well played, Patel. Not going after that, trusting his guard as much as anything, sitting on middle and off here, as so many openers do now. So that appreciable movement from both seamers now, Cam.
That ball hasn't swung again. So I just wonder whether Fisher, beg my pardon, Abbott isn't quite getting the ball to move away from the right-hander, but it's holding its line. We'll see if he swaps this ball over once again. He's holding it like an outswinger currently.
Good stuff. Good, tight, heavy-duty red ball cricket. One delivery to go of the 8th. And Surrey are in a race against the clock here to see if they can scamper around to get one more in.
Well, Rishi Patel's gone for a walk just to try and get that clock to tick over to 1300.
Yep, undoing the gloves, taking his time.
I think we're going to see that big in-swinger again this delivery.
And it's the away swinger, of course. Thank you, Cameron. And they're running round Surrey's slippers. They know exactly what's happening here, and they will indeed get one more in. Matt Fisher's already in position, top of his mark. Been an absorbing mini passage of play, this has. Anyway, back to John from Tungham. Let everyone in, John says, and maybe then expand the county championship to more than 2 divisions, with some of the minor counties becoming majors. He's off on his long run here, is John from Tungham. Drive the spread of cricket. Again, another attempted cut shot from Jake Weatherall. It's just not there for him. Still, he'll be logging this information ahead of next summer. Drive the spread of cricket, says John. Hopefully back into state schools again. Hear, hear, sir. If all of the UK were playing cricket more regularly, it can only help England. Plus bring Scotland, Wales and maybe even Ireland to do a Six Nations Championship just like the rugby.
Well, on the last point, though, the ECB have just kind of pushed against the idea of doing a Euro Cup, which had been muted. Mooted, not muted. Muted would be silenced.
I can just press that button and do so, Cameron.
Exactly. I'm intrigued about whether... I think that the idea of like letting everyone come and play the Red Bull game, as much as it was my idea, I can also see the ideas of it might embed advantages to the likes of Surrey or the bigger counties who can afford.
Dropped into the offside, and a useful single for Weatherall, who won't mind that at all. So his work, you assume, is probably done now for the session. Just 3 deliveries for Rishi Patel to negotiate. Weatherall certainly won't be scampering back down onto strike. Another grubber. Just pitches and scuttles along the floor. You don't want that one to be straight. 2 deliveries to get through here for Leicestershire's openers. And they can breathe again.
We'd seen that kind of scuttle on a couple of occasions from the pavilion end. I don't recall seeing it from the Vauxhall end as well during this little 8.5 over spell.
Very good by Patel. So yeah, just another brief reminder as we move up to the lunch break and then into the afternoon session. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We really do appreciate all of your emails and notes. Get them into us. And there it is. Well played, Leicestershire's openers, Patel and Weatherall. Exhalation of breath and off they pop. 28 for no loss. And it's only a small achievement, but it's notable nonetheless, and perhaps it can send a signal to the dressing room that there's plenty to scrap for here in this game. They've been pulverised for 520 from Surrey in very quick time. Jordan Clark was especially destructive and almost violent this morning. Tom Laws as well played very nicely. So yeah, 520, plays 28 for no loss. So here is that card. Plenty of batting to come, of course. Rishi Patel, after a couple of single-figure scores last week, not yet broken into double figures, but he looked solid, I thought, for those 28 deliveries, 7 not out, and Weatherall a couple of pinning your ears back and letting fly cover drives onto 11. Just the 2 opening bowlers used.
Only 9 overs before the lunch break taken. A few no balls from Surrey, a couple from Sean Abbott, one from Matt Fisher. But all in all, a productive half an hour's cricket from Leicestershire. Carry on after lunch break in about 40 minutes.
Okay, so here is the match summary. Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope yesterday, a couple of spectacular hundreds really. Smith's 166 will live long in the memory. And Clark this morning enjoyed himself for 71. Folks went very early in the piece this morning for 63. Tom Scriven picked up 3 for. Rayan bowled nicely for his 2 for, both bowled. Ben Green took a bit of tap at times from Jordan Clark, but picked up a couple. And Dutchy Holland as well. So don't go away, because the good times keep on rolling here. Daniel Norcross is going to take over from me in a moment. And he's interviewing Max Bonnell, author of a new book on Father Marriott, I believe. Yeah, which I have to confess I haven't read, but I do know a bit about Father Marriott, and there are a few more interesting characters from the good old days of the golden age of this great game of ours. Max, as you just slip in, and Daniel, you take over. And we shall be back, of course, with live action in about 35, 40 minutes. And Norcross will be tapped on the shoulder at 1:40 and reluctantly have to give it up, as ever, whenever he gets going. In fact, he's carrying on. So it's a double Norcross. Brace yourselves, folks.
Thank you, Phil. I mean, it's obviously what the audience is clamouring for. Yes, I shall move into a position of the way you can see as well as hear. Before I introduce guests, it's time we're going to go round the grounds, because it's lunchtime. It's day 2 of the county championship, and we will begin in Division 1, where we know what's happening here. Surrey 520 and 28 without loss. Leicestershire survived a couple of very, very close marginal calls, but they have survived, most importantly. At Chelmsford, Essex yesterday, I think we can say bundled out for 149. In response, Somerset, they're going well today, 264 for 6. Craig Overton is unbeaten on 98. His brother, of course, very nearly got 100 on debut at Headingley. Craig Overton on the verge of one there, with Will Smead, who's come out of retirement and is playing as a substitute, come out of red ball cricket retirement. He's playing as a substitute. He's unbeaten on 17, so a lead of 115 for Somerset, going very nicely in their first innings. Sussex against Warwickshire at Hove. Warwickshire made 267 yesterday, a good recovery thanks in part to Chris Wokes. And in reply, Sussex are struggling. They're treading water at 130 for 7. Wickets spread around, a couple for Barnard, a couple for Bamber, one for Wokes, Michael Booth and Jordan Thompson. Nobody has made it beyond the 32. Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes getting them off to a good start with a 58-run partnership. But since then, the bowlers have got on top. And finally, it's 2 more, in Div 1. The champions, pains me to say so, the champions, Notts, made 279 in their first innings. Then, Glamorgan bowled out for 113. Wickets there for Brett Hutton, 4 for Fergus O'Neill, 4 for 24, the Australian import. Josh Tongue bowled only 4 overs, 1 for 10 in his return to the side after being rested last week, and Dylan Pennington with the other wicket. And in their second innings, Notts, they've decided to bat it again. They're 25 for 2. They've lost Hasib Hamid, and Ben Duckett was run out for 1. Hasib Hamid made just the 2 LBW to Tim van der Hoogten. But they're strongly placed with a 191-run lead and 8 wickets in hand. And finally, in Division 1, Yorkshire, a 125 for 4, recovering well after losing some late wickets last night. Wickets to Sonny Baker, we were talking about. They were 37 for 4, but a partnership of 88 between Adam Lythe, who's 64 not out, and Matthew Revis, who's 36 not out, getting Yorkshire back into that contest. They're just 126 runs behind with 6 wickets in hand. Into Division 2. And Gloucestershire against Durham. Durham's innings finally come to an end. 605 for 5 they made. Ben McKinney, 244, his highest score. An imposing score. Gloucestershire, They're 4 for 1. Must be absolutely gutting if you're Cameron Bancroft. You've been captaining the side. You put the other side into bat. You see them get 605 for 5. And you're out LBW to Roach for 2 off your third ball. So Gloucestershire well behind the game there. Although it is a flat deck, they've got a chance of coming back into it. Northampton's 477 for 2 against Kent. Luke Proctor unbeaten on 158. They have lost a wicket today. Calvin Harrison going for 153. And Derbyshire 65 for 1 against Lancashire, who made 351. Harry Kane 36. Matt Montgomery 28. And finally, we had an absolute humdinger taking place across the Thames. Worcestershire, you will remember, were bowled out for 191 by Middlesex in reply. Middlesex have stuttered and spluttered, but they're more than hanging on. They're 182 for 9. That game's still going on, of course, because they're 9 wickets down, so lunch will be delayed. Toby Rowland-Jones is with Navya Sharma, 9 runs behind. So it doesn't look like either side's going to get a batting point, but that game could be over by lunch tomorrow, by the looks of things. Right, so there you go. We've gone round the grounds. And now it is time for our lunchtime feature. I'm delighted to say that we've got with us an Australian author of a book so sumptuous, so delicious, it came within a hair's breadth of winning the Cricket Society / MCC Book of the Year. I'm sure it will win many awards and it will be mentioned in many award ceremonies throughout this year. And yet, it's perhaps surprisingly so, because the subject of the book is one that many of you will not be familiar with. But my word, what a life, and how brilliantly brought to life that life was and has been by our guest, Max Bonnell. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I've got to ask you first and foremost, what is an Australian doing writing the biography of an English one-test wonder who actually spent his entire cricketing life as an amateur and school teacher in southeast London?
Well, if I were looking for a personal connection, I would say that Marriott's grandfather and my grandfather were both born in Manchester. But that would be a lie. It has nothing to do with it. I'm simply interested in good stories, and his is a fascinating story. And to be honest, we're running out of good stories to tell in Australia because the well has been well and truly drained by people like Gideon Haigh and Christian Ryan and others. So you have to cast your net a bit wider to find something interesting.
They're stealing our stories.
Absolutely.
Let's be absolutely clear that the title of the book, Father Marriott's Summer Holidays, and it is the biography of a man born in 1895.
Yes.
Not a great time to be born in England, or indeed pretty much any part of Europe.
No.
Or probably actually Australia or America or Canada or New Zealand, because there's that rather feisty thing, the First World War, that's going to start 19 years after you're born. And it's the story of this man who not only fought in very bravely the First World War, survived it, and then managed to have a quite, in modern day terms, stellar cricketing career, but only during the summer holidays. There's a reason why the book is called Father Marriott's Summer Holidays. Explain to us so that we can make sense of this madness.
Yes, well, Marriott graduated from Cambridge in 1920 and went straight on to the staff of Dulwich College, where he taught basically English, French and cricket. And that meant that he was only available to play for Kent during the summer holidays. So each season he was
and the half term break.
And the half term. So he played one game in June when they had the half term break, and then about the last week of July he played the last 10 weeks or so of the county season, and he kept that pattern up for a bit over 10 years. So his cricket was, with a couple of exceptions, basically played in the summer holidays.
It's almost unimaginable now, but you would think that somebody who played that infrequently might not necessarily be up to scratch, right? You know, especially the half-term game. You might think that, okay, he was a talented enough cricketer, talented enough leg spinner at any rate, maybe to get into his groove towards the back end of the season. But throughout the book, He finishes doing first 11 practice, heads down for the school, heads into a game for Kent in the half-term week, picks up a regulation 8 to 10 wickets, and wanders off back to his school job. I mean, it's kind of
it is
mad.
it is really extraordinary what he managed to accomplish. He had the most astonishingly awkward, ungainly action, but plainly it was what came naturally to him, and he'd managed to groove it to the point where, whilst no one else could have done it even once, for him it was obviously repeatable. And he bowled endlessly to his students in the nets. So when he turned up for a county game, he might not have played much in the middle, but he'd bowled hundreds of overs in the nets.
Do you think he was bowling at them as well as he would be bowling in a county game? Or do you think he was bowling sort of training lengths?
He mixed it up. Trevor Bailey used to say that, who was his student at Dulwich, used to say that he bowled slowly in the nets and his normal pace in the middle. So if he were playing a game against his school team, he'd bowl as if he was bowling in a county game. And one of the other Dulwich teachers took him to task about this and said, you shouldn't be bowling stuff like that at schoolboys. And Marriott's response was, well, I want them to be better, so I need to see how they're going to play proper bowling. So he was smart enough to mix it up, but also skilled enough that he could mix it up. And then he'd turn up for his first game at Kent and bowl 20 overs and take 5 for 30, coming straight from the classroom. It's quite a remarkable thing for a bowler of his type to have been able to do that so consistently.
And to be really clear, because you might think, well, it's old cricket and, you know, where did he stand really in the pantheon? We've got a perfect opportunity to compare him to the greats, because when he would go and play for Kent, and it was the 1920s and 30s, he was playing alongside the great Titch Freeman, the man with 3,500 first-class wickets, second behind the great Wilf Rhodes. And your book has got the stats in there. From what I can tell, he goes toe-to-toe. I mean, they are basically, they come out with very similar kind of numbers in the games that they're playing, don't they?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they were slightly different bowlers in that Freeman was a great believer in tossing it up and allowing the batsmen to make their own mistakes, whereas Marriott pushed it forward a bit more, pushed it through a bit flatter and faster.
More top spinners, you think?
He didn't bowl a wrong un. He couldn't bowl a wrong un because of his action.
And his action, to be clear, you've got some pictures in the book of him sort of in his gather.
Yeah.
And it is quite the most weird thing. It's like a man who's sort of leaning over a balcony looking to see what it is that's causing the drip from above, you know.
Everything about it is wrong. There's a great photograph of him bowling in his one test match, and it's a split second before he releases the ball, and he's leaning backwards almost on a 45-degree angle, and his right arm, which he's going to bowl with, is coiled so far behind his back that you can see it coming out of the left side of his body.
Right, yeah. It's almost like Jeff Thompson, but even more pronounced.
Yes.
It? Yeah.
And so it could only swing down and across his body, and you can't twist your wrist around enough to bowl a wrong un doing that. So he bowled a lot of top spinners and a lot of leg breaks. But the comparison with Titch Freeman holds. I think Freeman, and I'm making this number up, but I'm going to say 3,776 first-class wickets, something like that. But his figures matched Marriott's when they bowled together. They took roughly the same number of wickets. And often they'd turn up to the ground and the Kent captain would just toss them the ball and they'd bowl from either end through the innings, which is remarkable to think of two English leg spinners bowling together unchanged. But it happened quite a lot.
How did he not get slightly frustrated? Let me put this into context. So when playing for Kent, he and Freeman were so destructive, so good, that the results Kent were getting when they were playing together were consistently strong.
Yes.
And you mentioned in the book, there's a few times where Kent are genuinely pressing for the title, But because our hero, Father Marriott, we'll discuss why he's called that shortly, but because Father Marriott, I'm sorry, I've got to go back at the end of the half term. I've got to go and do some teaching. Yeah, no, I'll be there in July.
Yes.
And Titch Freeman's like holding an otherwise pretty toothless attack. Up turns Marriott. Win, and then, oh no, term starting again.
Yeah.
And you get these moments in the book that are so frustrating when you think, oh, if you could just have played, well, certainly a whole season, but if you just played another 4 games,
Yeah.
would have got Kent over the line.
Yeah.
And then it never happens for him, does it?
Doesn't
he
happen.
Never wins the championship.
Doesn't happen. So when he's at school, they've got there's a fellow called Bill Ashdown who no one remembers, but Ashdown scored 2 triple centuries for Kent, but never got picked for England. And when Marriott wasn't playing, he bowled this sort of fairly dull medium pace to keep one end going while Freeman was going. Frank Woolley was still around, but he wasn't bowling so much then. And then, they just hold it and let Freeman take wickets until Marriott came out. I think they finished second a couple of times, but you wonder how often they would have won if they'd had Marriott available regularly.
And there is one part of the book, and I know I'm sort of meandering around, but it's because there are so many themes, so many things, and let's concentrate on the cricket just for the time being. There is a moment when he gets to go to South Africa, and it doesn't go very well for him. He doesn't have a great relationship with the captain. He's playing on matting wickets that don't 100% suit him. But your suggestion in the book is that really it's the relationship with the captain as much as anything which is a problem. But that winter he gets to go away.
Yeah.
So do we know why there was this, how did he get the pass for that, but he doesn't get a pass for an extra few weeks in the summer?
Yeah, well, look, he must have negotiated it fairly hard. There's nothing in the Dulwich College records that shows anything about it. But he'd just got married, and he was able to take his wife with him, and it sort of doubled as his honeymoon.
She was quite a staunch advocate of him on that tour, wasn't she?
I think she took the captain, who was Lionel Tennyson, to task about him not being picked for the representative game. She was quite upset about that. So that didn't go very well. But I think he just negotiated leave. And of course, he'd do the same thing 9 years later when he was picked on the MCC tour to India. But it was one thing to let him have a term off for a South Africa tour, but having negotiated that, he was expected back at the desk when the next term began.
Quite bizarre. Now, look, we're going to approach his Test career and other parts of his cricketing time later on, but let's job back to the start. And one of the most wonderfully affecting parts of the book is you take us right at the beginning to his wartime experiences. So Marriott is schooled in Ireland, is he not?
He is.
He's then comes up into the war, 1914, he'd be 19 years old. And because of his, I suppose, social status, he has a rather unfortunate distinction of ending up being a second lieutenant, doesn't he? Which is
That's exactly
what you
right.
don't want to be.
That is the worst job in the world, is being a second lieutenant in 1916, because when you were recruited into the British Army, you were, and you weren't a regular soldier, your rank was determined by your social status, and if you were middle class, you were a second lieutenant. And that sounds nice, but the second lieutenants are the ones who lead the troops over the top in an attack.
Yeah, that's not suiting my temperament at all.
No, and they have statistically the highest casualty rates in the entire war. So the worst thing to be is a second lieutenant. And he was lucky. He was at the Somme on the first day of the Somme, and his regiment, which was the 16th Lancashire Fusiliers, was about to go over the top. And their job was to go in behind the first wave of troops and set up encampments that consolidated the position. And by the time they were just about to go over out of the trenches, someone in middle command, it's not quite clear who, but certainly not high command, recognised there was no point doing that job because no one had got anywhere. So their attack was called off. But there's this terrifying account given by Marriott himself of what he witnessed there and the absolute massacre of the troops who'd gone in the first wave. It's truly terrible. And you know, whoever made that decision to call off that attack by the Lancashire Fusiliers almost certainly saved Marriott's life and many others.
But he does nearly cop it at various points, and it's
does
very
not.
vividly told by you.
He does not get off lightly. He went on 2 raids into the German trenches, and the first one was absolutely terrifying. There was a trench jutting out into the middle of no man's land, and no one could work out why it was there, a German trench. And so they sent Marriott and another officer and 2 men out there to see what it was. And when they got there, they realised that it was a bulge in the front line. It wasn't a little reconnaissance trench or anything like that. It was actually where the German army was. And so they turned and ran, but they were identified and shot at. And the 2 enlisted men who were there were wounded badly, and the 2 officers had to carry and drag them away from the gunfire. Finally, they dropped down into the middle of no man's land, and Marriott spent 5 hours there being shot at until he was able to get out. The other officer who he was with decided to go and get help, but got disoriented.
So it was dark.
It was dark, completely dark. And he walked, it is all done under cover of night. He got completely disoriented and he walked into the German trenches. And the Germans were so shocked to see a British officer casually walking down into their trenches that they froze and gave him just enough time to get away.
Oh, I'm surrendering at that point.
I would be too, but this fellow, Captain Smith, I think, ran anyway. Marriott was lying in his little foxhole with 2 wounded men in no man's land, and he heard footsteps charging towards him. And so he picked up his gun and was about to shoot, and he realised just in time that it was his officer coming back to him. So the 4 of them made it back to the British trenches in the end. The 2 wounded men didn't survive, unfortunately. And Marriott was recommended for a military cross for that, but it was turned down because the 2 men he rescued died.
I mean, that is one of the more infuriating details within the book, because one of the things that you sort of feel the whole time about Marriott is that this guy is not only he's a hero and he's a potentially true cricketing great, but he's never acknowledged as either.
No, he doesn't get a lot of credit for anything. There's the second trench raid they make. He captures a couple of Germans, and one of them reaches into his jacket, presumably to get a weapon. So Marriott shoots him. And in fact, what he was doing was getting a flare gun to shit up a flare and alert the German army to the fact there were people in their trenches. And one of the other officers he was on the raid with got credit for doing that and was given the military cross. So he missed out again. So he was quite embittered by that. It rankled that he'd exposed himself to that level of risk, and the credit for it was going to other people.
Yeah, I mean, it's a recurring theme, but at the same time, I don't want the listener to get the idea that he's an embittered man generally.
Generally, he's not.
One of the things that comes across so beautifully in your book is that having experienced all these appalling things, he doesn't whine about it, he doesn't moan about it, but it takes its toll.
It does.
PTSD is a really important part of your book, and it hangs over the story, and sometimes it just finds itself creeping into the liminal spaces as unspoken explanations for why certain things happen later in his life. You don't necessarily say categorically that these are the reasons. But give us a flavour of this, because it's a recurring issue for him, both during the war itself and in the couple of decades that follow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. He finishes up in 1917 in a Belgian town called Newport, which was subjected to the most savage bombing for about 2 weeks. And there's a photo in the book of what Newport looked like after it had been bombed, and there's really nothing left. And that experience was, in a sense, the last straw, and he was evacuated out with what they used to call shell shock. And although they didn't call it shell shock, because if you look at his military record, the word they use is neurasthenia, which means nothing. Right, but shell shock carried a kind of stigma that somehow you couldn't hack it, you weren't quite up to it. So it was put down as that. But he has all the symptoms. He's trembling, he can't sleep, he starts at light and noise. And he's sent to Ireland to recuperate, and then allowed back into the army, but not back to the front line. So he serves in the RAF at a base in Sussex. And he never quite shakes it. It comes back at odd times. So there's strange accounts of him being startled by loud noises. And every now and then he'll miss some cricket for no obvious reason, or he'll be absent from school for a while for no obvious reason. And
the reasons that are sort of given are things, this recurring issue with like a throat operation, which may once have been tonsils removed, but kind of meant over and over again.
Yeah, he's said to twice have missed cricket because he had a throat operation, and really the only throat operation that was conducted back then was a tonsillectomy. But you can only have your tonsils out once. And so it seems unlikely that was the case both times. When he was picked to go to India, there was a journalist who dropped a comment that he was surprised that Marriott was picked because there was a doubt he could stand the racket, which is a bit of a telling giveaway. But because everyone was very polite about these things, you have to read between the lines.
And presumably there would have been other cricketers as well who were playing, but I guess they just didn't talk about it.
Well, they didn't. I mean, the most obvious one, I think, was Charlie McCartney, the Australian batsman, who came out of the war a terrible mess. And he didn't go on the AIF tour in 1919, immediately after the war, which many of the leading cricketers in the Australian forces did.
If you're familiar with the victory tests, a little bit like that, but after
very
the First
much
World
like
War,
that. So quite a lengthy tour of England, and then they went to South Africa. McCartney didn't go on that because he just wasn't in any shape. And then through his career, he would miss games and mysteriously go off to have his health treated in resorts in the Blue Mountains outside Sydney. So he's the one that obviously springs to mind. He was terribly affected by it.
But it's just not spoken about, not openly spoken about.
No.
I guess sort of semi-tolerated. But there's a couple of lovely little suggestions in the book as well, though, that he plays for Kent, right? And he doesn't like to play at Derby.
No.
He doesn't like to play in sort of brutalist surroundings. He doesn't like to play in inner city areas. He likes his cricket. And as luck would have it, he frequently finds himself half-term week is somewhere quite pleasant. I forget the venue.
Yeah.
You might be able to help me out. But also at the back end of the season, he's not playing in inner city games. He's frequently playing the Canterbury Festival or that sort of thing. And you link that very gently, suggestively, to his, I guess, underlying anxieties.
Yeah, I think for him, amongst other things, cricket was an escape from the unpleasant things in life. It was an environment where he felt protected and in control, and it relaxed him. And so he pictured cricket as, very Englishly, as a game played in green meadows and pastoral surroundings. So playing at Canterbury suited him down to the ground. He'd play in London because that's where he lived. But, he didn't like playing at Sheffield.
Right.
And so as much as possible, because amateurs could pick and choose their fixtures, as much as possible he avoided playing in locations that were grim and grey, because that wasn't what relaxed him. That wasn't what made him feel at ease. And he, in some ways, would rather play a club game on a village green than a county game in a drab stadium, because that was the kind of cricket that appealed to him.
Now, you also unearthed a lot of correspondence between Marriott and some really notable literary figures who become genuine friends, don't they? I mean, he is a man who has a very, how can I put it, not over the top, but unobtrusive relationships in the background with some very famous people.
Yeah, no, he does, and it's interesting because it's in one sense an asymmetrical relationship, but the asymmetries balance themselves out beautifully. So Marriott was a very good cricketer who was an ardent amateur lover of literature, and he became acquainted with two very good writers who were highly enthusiastic amateur cricketers. And so Marriott loved talking to Edmund Blunden and Siegfried Sassoon about literature, and they loved talking to him about cricket. So weirdly, it worked very well. What brought them together was that Blunden, who isn't terribly well remembered now, but was a very prominent writer in his day, wrote a book called Undertones of War about his wartime memories. And a colleague of Marriott's on the Dulwich staff gave him a copy. And Marriott started reading it and recognising odd little details in it, because it turned out that Blunden had been stationed on the sector adjacent to Marriott on the Somme. So they shared essentially the same experience. So Marriott wrote a rather tentative letter to Blunden, which developed into a very extensive correspondence and then a close friendship. And that brought him within Siegfried Sassoon's orbit, and Sassoon's better remembered as a wartime poet. And Sassoon was also a very enthusiastic cricketer. So the three of them would get together, and Marriott would talk about the latest novels, and Blunden and Sassoon would ask him who was batting well at Lord's, and they became very close. It was also for them part of the process, the long and difficult process of recovering from the war. In a lot of ways, writing about it was important to them because it enabled them to shape their experience and give meaning to it.
Because there are no support groups, are there?
There's
no
nothing.
talking therapy, so you've got to find your own talking therapy. In effect.
There's nothing, and in fact, in some ways, I think Marriott went into teaching because it's quite a protected environment. You aren't subjected to the same harshness that people are out in the commercial world or other spheres of life. It's quite cloistered and quiet once you get past a few rowdy schoolboys. And I think he went there because it was, well, firstly, with a degree in modern languages from Cambridge, what else do you do? But also he was, it was a protective environment.
Just a quick drive-by before we get to the moment, the big moment of his life, the one for which he's best remembered. As you mentioned, Cambridge there, of course, he played in the team with Arthur Gilligan. Was he?
He was there. He was there with Gilligan. He was there with Percy Chapman.
Former England captains, both.
Yeah, Percy Chapman was there, and another England. His first captain at Cambridge was another England player, a wicket-keeper called George Wood, who no one remembers.
No, I think I remember George Wood.
Played against South Africa in 1924.
So that was quite a decent side he's got there. And of course, there's a link there with Arthur Gilligan, who was a schoolboy at Dulwich College. He was also notorious fascist, but
and very public fascist.
very public. Yes, he was the secretary of the British fascists, not to be confused with the British Union of Fascists, bit Judean People's Front and all that.
Yes.
So he was playing at a high level then.
Yeah.
But then, because he goes and becomes a teacher, he's not as prominent. He's taking these wickets with Titch Freeman, so he's in the papers every now and then, but for the most part, people aren't noticing him. And he gets, finally, that moment for which he is best remembered, which is a test match. Tell us how that came about, because it doesn't happen early, does it?
No, it doesn't. He did get picked for England in 1921, and this is not well known, but he was sent to Old Trafford in a squad of 14. And he'd just bowled very well in the university match and very well for gentlemen and players. And so they sent him off to the Old Trafford test where it rained. And because there was rain about, they left him out and they played Charlie Parker in his only test match. So 12 years later, England are playing West Indies in 1933.
And Marriott's 37, 38.
Marriott is 37 here. And everyone's injured. Everyone is injured. And so Marriott comes into the side. He takes 11 wickets in the match for 96 runs. Gets a duck, of course, because he couldn't bat.
No.
And walks off the ground with what is still the lowest test average of any bowler to have taken more than 10 wickets.
Players are making their way out now. We're about to resume, so we need to cut this short. But just why didn't he get another go?
Well, they took him to India, and he was taken ill. And Douglas Jardine, who was the captain, didn't much fancy the way he bowled on the mats, so he was left out of the 3 tests. When he came back, he played for MCC against the touring Australians and didn't do too well, and dropped out of consideration.
That is the end of Father Marriott's career, with an average of under 9.
Yes.
11 wickets. A hero for Kent, a hero at Dulwich College, although I attended that school from 1978 and I had no idea about him. But a coach of Trevor Bailey, among other test players, and a truly remarkable and a truly brave man as well. And Max has written the definitive study. It's a quite fantastic book. I urge you to get it. It's only 150, 160 pages long. I demolished it in about 3 hours and I was utterly entranced by it. It's an incredible achievement, Max.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Cheers, Max.
Thank you.
Right, well, I'm afraid a slightly more prosaic matter of cricket, real cricket. County cricket is about to start. The first ball of every session, sponsored by Stadium Support Services, is on its way. Jordan Clark, and it's a no ball. So I don't know whether maybe we have to do that again, because it's not the first legitimate ball of the session. Ali Brown has joined us, and just to reiterate, if you're listening to that during the lunch interval, as people who know me know well, I could probably have gone on for another 3/4 of an hour about Father Marriott, but what an incredible story it is. And it's an unprepossessing looking book. It's a paperback, and it's short, it's easy to carry around, and it is a really beautifully constructed, magnificently researched piece of work. As Jordan Clark is in again, Weatherall just pulls this way around the corner. He's going to get 4 for that, just on the hip. Ali Brown has joined us, and well, Surrey had that mini session of 9 overs with his imposing total on the board, 520. They got close a couple of times to taking wickets, but it didn't quite happen. But what's your assessment both of the pitch and the bowling?
Well, I'll give you the umpires first. There's a couple of dicky birds, I think.
So they're not givers. They didn't give when Leicestershire were bowling.
No, I think it's very fair. I mean, they've been consistent throughout, haven't they? I think if there's any element of doubt, then they've definitely taken the batsman's side of things. Look, the wicket itself, I think, is a pretty good wicket, isn't it? It's an easy-paced wicket.
We're not seeing as much. Last year, and maybe it's because it's been quite dry lately, but on the first day you would see quite big dark patches where the footholes were, and then that would sort of disappear and burn off. But there's not too much, is there? Not too much to go.
Well,
at.
the concern, I think, because the wicket is staying quite low, and you've seen quite a few balls actually go through and land before Ben Folkes, it means that actually you've got to probably bowl straighter and hope that that lack of bounce is something that might pick up the LBWs. But when you've got a couple of dicky birds, that makes it's got to be hitting middle and off or middle of leg, isn't it? So yeah, that makes it tough. And I think when Surrey batted, at times it looked incredibly easy. There's a part of that is due to the nature of the, most of their seamers being between sort of 70 and 75, and a wicket that's you're able to really get forward on. And I felt for Josh Hull actually. Firstly, because I think he wasn't given much protection. He was bowling from the pavilion end with that short boundary, so he couldn't really bowl a short ball. But I think wickets will come. You just got to be patient, and they might come in clusters. I think that's how to look at it. But if you can get a couple of batsmen that get in, it's going to be. It might make it a bit tough. You've got to break those partnerships.
Yep. It's going to be a tall order for Surrey to take 20 wickets on this, but they've got 5 seamers, and they've got 3 slips in, so they are attacking. There's a short boundary away to the leg side as we're watching the bowling from the pavilion end to the right-hander. Another thing, though, I would say from watching a lot of county championship cricket here at the Oval is that in April especially, this little passage after lunch can sometimes be a bit perilous. It just slightly warming up, the sun, I mean, it's almost shining, the clouds have lifted. When we arrived this morning, it was perishingly cold. It was 8 degrees, felt like 4 according to the forecasters, and it felt all of that. And it's just got a little bit warm, but you see that ball again dying on Ben Folkes, end of the over.
You see, that's the worry for me, is that you've got the slips as well. When the nicks have come, a lot of them, especially when Surrey were batting, were short.
We missed one today, didn't we? There was one punched up the back foot.
Yeah, and that's was that Jordan Clark, I think. But so it's going to be tricky, and I think that's why they probably want to target the stumps more and probably mix it up a little bit. But it won't be easy. I was mentioning at lunch actually how I started my one-day career, and I actually kept in my first one-day game opening the batting. It was my second one-day game, and I was down at Western-super-Mare, and I had Wacker Yunus bowling, and I was keeping. And I describe it as a 2-pace wicket and a little bit slow. And so anyway, Wacker bowled this ball, and it little bit like Ben's just had. It landed before my feet, and I'm thinking, I've got this young. We're talking 1990 here, so we've got a young tearaway Wacker Yunus.
Oh, that is a beauty. That has flown through from Tom Laws, 83.5 miles an hour. And you can just see the extra pace there that some of these bowlers are getting as opposed to the
I think it's just
bowlers.
It's just about patience, isn't it? There is more pace for the Surrey bowlers, and if you stay in that length, you will get your chances.
That was an uncertain poke from Weatherall. Sorry, to go back to your story.
Yeah, so I turned to my cover point, who was Alex Stewart, and I said, what do I do? Arms out. He said,
flail and a miss again.
He said, just go up a bit.
Go up a bit to Wacker Yunus.
Just go a bit to Wacker Yunus.
That's all right, yeah.
So I sort of looked at him, and I was about a yard and a half further up, and I used to wear a necklace with a little cross on it. And the next ball, it didn't stay low.
Right, yes.
And I sort of trapped it somewhere between my glove and my necklace.
Oh, the crocodile.
Yes, a little bit like that. And I kind of looked to Stewie as if he sort of shook his head, I don't know, it's a 2-pace wicket. But it's difficult. Yeah. And I think that's, Ben's doing a great job there. The slips, it's kind of how brave can you be as well. Can you go a yard or 2 up? And then you might get the batsman flash at it, and suddenly it flies through quickly. So,
yeah, and so far, Weatherall, for the most part, when he's gone quite hard, hasn't he? That was quite a rare sort of tentative poke we got off the first ball of the over. Should point out, by the way, Tom Laws, change of bowler. change of bowlers this year. They're powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together. Now, I can also see a nice bit of fluttering wind. The flags above the pavilion. And it's coming from right to left, prevailing direction of travel here at the Oval for the most part, sort of southwesterlies, westerly winds. So, in theory, that will help Tom Laws with the away swinger, if he can get any swing, with 3 slips into the right-hander.
And I was listening to your selections for the Grand National later on the
Oh,
train
yeah, what do you reckon?
on the way in. I thought it was a scattergun approach.
Well, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Grand National, isn't it?
Yeah.
No one knows.
It's. I think I've actually had a look at it myself, and I think it's quite a tricky race this year.
Oh,
Sometimes,
really? Don't.
yeah. Sometimes I think it's more open because you've got a well-handicapped hole. I think this year it's it's open.
You got a tip?
I would go for, I think, Iron Maximus.
Oh, really? He's carrying a lot of weight, though.
He is, but he's finished first or second, and I believe in horses for courses.
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
I quite, was it, what's the other one you tipped up? Go something, I can't remember what that was. It's in red, I can't remember. It's one of the favourites, they're around about 10 to 1.
Jaguar?
Not Jaguar, no. Yeah, so I would probably go Iron Maximus. But in the past, we used to, back in the day, we used to have a bet, myself and David Ward. And Surrey Racing used to do this bet, not for winning. I couldn't pick the winner, but I used to go through the forms, try and find horses that would finish. And so I'd go for horses that had form around Aintree, and you try and pick 4 of those and put them in an accumulator. And we did it 2 years on the trot and won both times. So
Nice work.
we try and find something that would be...
Oh, beats the bat.
Trying to find a couple of even money shouts to finish, and a couple of 6 to 4 shouts. And
Okay.
we'll try and put them together, and we did it 2 years. I don't even know if Surrey Racing is still going, but yeah, that was easier, I think, than finding the winner. But obviously the fences have changed. It's become a lot easier to bring in the better horses, basically, because if you go back 20 or 30 years, it was you weren't sure that 3 or 4 of them were going to come home. So yeah, but Iron Maximus would be my tentative pick.
Oh, beats him again. This is a lovely length from Jordan Clark. A decent pace, up around 80 miles an hour. You think that Leicestershire's quickest bowler was Josh Hull, and he wasn't getting to 80 a lot of the time. That is the extra pace that Surrey's bowlers have got. And on that length, just goes to show there's still something in there. There's a bit of carry. As we can see, I say he's still wearing a poppy there. It's 5 months on. And his healthy remembrance, that is forward. Comes Patel, bat and pad nicely close together. Ball's beaten the bat the last 2 times. He can easily be a bit tentative with the next delivery, but he got a good stride in there.
It's just that one ball that goes through. I mean, Tom Law's first ball of the previous over, that brought the full shot, because you suddenly think, oh, actually the wicket is doing something, and there is something in there. Of course, these bowlers will hit the wicket harder than Leicester's.
What is that that's being? Is that a new? Is that fish and chips the modern way?
Probably.
I want to go back to that. That's nicely.
The way you were
tucked away.
pointing at it, I thought you wanted to try and pick one
Well,
out.
I
You
was
could actually.
I've already had my lunch curry, but I have to be quick. So what am I looking at there? What manner of... Right, it's stacked with... Is it potato... It's crinkly potatoes, but there were like pimento-y things on the other part of it. So is that a burger? Or is that a...
It's a chili.
It's a chili. A chili.
Chili.
Chili and deep fried potato.
Yeah.
Why not? Oh! Ben Folkes loves that. Umpire not so much. It didn't feel quite right in real time. I don't think Jordan Clark was quite as enthused.
Looked high. You can often tell from a Ben Folkes shout, can't you, how,
Yeah.
where he finishes.
He's got a bit leg-sided, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
he took one step to the right, to his right, and that's, for him,
Oh, if he hasn't got a bat on that.
he generally finishes at gully if he wants to make sure it doesn't look like it's going down. So I think he thinks that's going down. But I thought a touch high, live.
Close. And look, he's beaten the bat. But a nice elegant drive, not perfectly timed. He hasn't thrown the bat at it either, but he'll pick up a couple more.
I don't know why you're expecting the LBW. We haven't seen
No,
very
I'm
many.
not. No, I'm not expecting. But you know, I'm
Hoping.
Yeah, I got to be honest, and anybody watching this stream knows full well I am furiously partisan.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, for the rest of my so-called professional commentating career, I have to pretend to be on the fence the whole time, which I do a fairly good job of maintaining. But when I'm sat on this seat, in this box, watching those players, I make no bones about it. The umpire just give it out.
So you were saying no to petitions, weren't you, yesterday?
I wouldn't say no, I was just wondering whether they work. And I can't remember a successful petition.
So if I said we've got a petition to bring back Ray Julian,
Well, I'd
just
do
to
that.
speed the game up.
I would do that.
Yeah?
Any day of the week. Yeah, yeah. Big fan of Ray Julian.
Yeah.
For those of you wondering whom we're talking about, is it an umpire who's, I mean, he's probably been retired quite a while now, but it feels like only yesterday. He was a man who...
Sunbathe regularly?
Yes. Charles Dagnall, with whom I did a lot of commentary a few years back, tells many a story about Ray. That's really nicely tucked away. It's a short boundary out there, and there's a big square, as we all know, and there's nobody patrolling the boundary in front of square. So it's nicely worked away by Weatherald. Just a little too straight and nicely on the hip. We've seen quite a few shots of that sort in this match from both ends. Yes, daggers. And he doesn't say this with any degree of malice at all or resentment, but he did know that when he came out to bat, when Ray Julian, because daggers back down at number 10 or 11, he... Oh, now that's flown through the slips. That's a false shot. And Laws is causing a couple of botherments here, if you like, for Weatherald. He's absolutely flashed at that, and it's flown away, but wasn't far away from offering a chance to that slip cordon.
A botherment.
Botherment.
That's a bit more than a bother.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I did think last year, watching the stream last year and being at the ground last year, there were quite a few chances went to third slip.
Yeah. I mean, there is the third slip. I said we then. There isn't a third slip in there.
Yeah.
Especially the way Laws is bowling at the moment. He's bowling at a good, lively pace, and he's induced a couple of false shots here from Weatherald. Yes, daggers. As he would walk out, he would see Ray Julian, and he would know fairly certainly that the ball hit the pads, or even if it might have grazed a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad, he wouldn't be expecting to hang around for any length of time. So I think he probably batted slightly outside leg stump on those
Did he ever
occasions.
walk for an LBW?
I don't think so, but...
Because we had a player here who walked for LBWs on a couple of occasions, yeah.
Ed Giddins. He should have done.
He was a very good player. I'll give you 3 guesses. Played for England.
Who would walk for an LBW? A batter?
Yeah, did it on at least 2 occasions. Scored a treble 100.
What, Mark Ramprakash?
Yeah.
He would walk for an LBW?
He walked at Old Trafford. And I was disgusted. At first ball as well. He walked, and of course he had such a presence that you think, why are you walking? Because put the pressure on the umpire to actually give you. But he did on 2 occasions. He walked off before the finger was up.
Wow.
Yeah.
End of the over 49 without loss, but he was such a great player. He probably was absolutely certain that he knew he was out.
Well, that may have been the case, but I think sometimes the pressure of when you have a big player at the crease to actually, you're trying to find the element of doubt, and when he took out all the element of doubt, and especially, I mean, the game at Old Trafford, I think you're thinking, Ramps, you put him down for most times at least a 50, often 100, and if he got there, even more. So when you realise he'd sort of walked first ball, you kind of think, okay, well we'd better score the runs now. So
what I have seen increasingly these days is batters being given out LBW and starting to walk, and then being called back on a televised game by the non-striker. Hey mate, you got to review it. We've still got a review left. So they grudgingly raise the eyebrows. All right, I'll go up. And then they start walking as the process is taking place. So they're walking. They see the replay, and then they take the final step over the over the boundary. That's nicely guided away, actually. That's quite deliberately played by Patel with soft hands. A little bit of width from Clark. It was outside half of the bat, but it brings up the half-century partnership for the first wicket for Leicestershire, who are getting stuck in here in response to Surrey's 520. And the key to this shot was just there was a little bit of whip, but he's just opened the face nicely. Let the pace do the work.
I think if you play with soft hands on this wicket, you can be confident, unless you go through to the keeper, that it's not really going to carry through to the slips, as you can eliminate those fielders.
You got your third slip in, though?
Yes. I'm happy with that.
Oh, now then, that's a decent lead. A decent pace as well from Clark. He's such a crucial part of this Surrey team. We saw today with the bat what he can do. He balances things perfectly, doesn't he? When you've got a number 7 of his quality, regular wicket-taking ability, front-line bowler, who'd get in the side the way he bats and the way he bowls, really.
It's an impressive lineup, isn't it? I mean, there's no real tail.
Yeah. And what I love about Jordan Clark, apart from Jordan Clark, is that Surrey somehow managed to replace a linchpin bowler and number 7 batter called Clark with another one called Clark. Basically, the moment Ricky Clark retired, Jordan Clark came to the fore, didn't he?
Okay, so when I retired, they not immediately, but Michael Brown.
Michael Brown?
Yeah.
Michael Brown, I was looking at a funny thing that happened to Michael Brown. 2000 and... oh, I want to say 8, something of that sort. Because last week was first day of the County Championship season, and Cam Ponsonby had written a little tweet saying, you know, it's one of those things where he goes, a journalist is going to say, it is Good Friday, but it hasn't been a good Friday for X, who bagged, you know, a duck the first day. And I had a memory, which mercifully was borne out to be true, that Michael Brown, bless him, left alone, 4 off the over, 14 gone, Leicestershire 53 without loss. Resumes. You see there the fantastic hospitality on offer here at the Kia Oval. Oh, and that was a slightly hospitable delivery from Laws. Long half volley put away nicely by Australia's opener, Jake Weatherald. And yeah, the hospitality here is fantastic. What you saw there, that one of the rooms there, Cricket Writers Club's had their annual dinner there before. It's a massive, great space. You want to hire that out. Food was fantastic where we had it, our Cricket Rights Club lunch there before. There are many such opportunities for hospitality all over the Kia Oval, and I urge you to check them out. Now, I was saying something to you before the break then. I can't remember precisely what it was. You have to remind me, because it was vaguely salient.
Yes, I was lost in the sort of secret escapes there, and I think the half volley being the very full balls. Thinking was it buffet food that you were?
Oh, very nice. Oh,
yeah.
Getting better by the minute.
But I think
Michael Brown.
Yes,
Michael Brown, in whatever year it was, about 2008, was out to Chaminda Vas off the first ball of the season, but the clock had not even ticked over to 11 o'clock. Oh, swing. Lucky not to get an under edge on that. Could have come crashing back onto his stumps or through to the keeper. But he gets away with it. So they'd started the game about a minute early, and he was out first ball. So he was out even before the official start of the season.
Does that count on your first class average?
Well,
it should. Can you take that off?
I think it should go. But it should go to the last season, shouldn't it?
Okay.
Retrospectively.
But the who's already been done.
True.
Yeah.
But you feel for a guy, you know, in that situation. Oh, that's beautifully clipped away. Again, slightly too full from Laws. But the economy of effort from Weatherald there, just the timing, the placement to the left of mid-on, the right of that mid-wicket. And it's sped away to the short boundary for 4. Nicely put away. But, you know, the first game of the season, and you'll be able to explain this better than I. Amateur cricketers, we look forward to the first game of the season, but we don't really have quite as much invested in it, let's put it that way. But you must be sort of visualising and thinking, right, this season I'm going to get off to a good start. I'm going to try and get 1,500 runs and blah, blah, blah. You get out the first ball. It's like, oh, really? I've done all that pre-season, etc., etc.
Is that the target, 1,500?
Well, back in the day when you had enough games to do it.
You used to have 24, didn't you? You used to have 24 3-day games.
Exactly. So I'm from that vintage where I would think if you were a top-notch player, you might target something of that sort.
Well, David Ward got 2,000, didn't he, in 1990, in the year with no seam.
The year with no seam, yeah. That I didn't see a lot of that because I was at university that year, end of the over 61 without loss, but I think that must have been quite hard work as a watch, 1990.
I did watch one game. I think it was the game where Ian Gregg scored 293, I think.
Something like that, wasn't it?
And then Neil Fairbrother got 366. And I came in on one day and it was like, it was just silent, basically. It was just you didn't have as many, as big a crowd as we have today, but it was just you felt going through the motions. I remember David Ward hitting like 5 or 6 fours on the trot off good bowlers. And it was a tough watch. I think it made the Kookaburra ball look like it's doing everything.
Oh, so I still have slight PTSD. We were talking about that at the lunch break. Poor old Father Marriott, but I still have a little bit of that with the Kookaburra.
Yeah.
That 820 for 9 last season, although I rejoiced in being one of the few people who would have got to have seen the highest first-class score by Surrey in their history. Nonetheless, it was sort of unnecessary, wasn't it, that ball? You know, the thing that got to me about that ball was that it was supposed to be, as I understood it, so that England bowlers, or bowlers that might play for England, would get to grips with this ball that they're only going to use every 4 years when they go to Australia, right? But all the bowlers who might have used it weren't playing. You know, if you wanted Jofra Archer to get practice with it, then fair enough, make him play in a Kookaburra ball game, but he wasn't playing.
Yeah, I think it was also to find the players. So you might say Chris Wokes has a phenomenal record over here, but with a Kookaburra wouldn't be quite so, wouldn't be as strong in Australia. And so I think they're probably trying to find, how do you find in a competitive environment how you're going to fight those players. And I know there were some people involved around the counties that weren't quite so happy about that because, of course, a lot of those games you felt it was hard to win them.
The experiment is at their expense and all of the viewers' expense. And you know, I think that would be absolutely fine if county supporters and indeed players felt that their performances were being watched properly. But when you've got this, and hopefully this season it will have changed a bit and the words coming out from the England management are changing, but I think last year what made it so much more sour was that the idea is you impose this on the county scene, and if you're going to do that, make damn sure that you're then watching the county scene and making judgments about who should be in the England team on that basis. But instead, it was like, there you go, there's a bunch of balls, and yeah, well, we'll just have a look at the scores at some point. Well, thanks a lot. And yeah, I mean, the nadir of the relationship, perhaps, between the current England regime and the counties was probably reached in those kind of periods and towards the back end of the season. But as we've heard from Rob Key, it sounds like a reset is on the cards. And I guess the proof of the pudding will come in the selection for the first Test match. You know, if there are openers out there scoring a lot of runs, and Zach Crawley isn't scoring a lot of runs, but Zach Crawley is selected.
Well, at the moment, Zach Crawley might not get a bat in the if who they play Northants, aren't they?
Oh right.
I mean, last time we checked on Northants, I mean, my good friend Mark Elam is currently in Tenerife, and he's following that game because obviously Adam Hollyoak is head coach at Kent, and I think last time we checked it was about 420 for one. So you wonder when Zach might actually get a bat.
Yep, you do. And look, this isn't having a witch hunt against Zach Crawley, but it is kind of the point. It is that if they've made these overtures and these soundings, and so this is how it's going to be judged, you'd think. When that first Test match squad is selected, which will be, you'd imagine, after these first 6 games that have been played by each county, because first Test matches, I think, off the top of my head, somewhere like the 4th of June, something around there. And so there are all these rounds. There are 7 rounds, and each team plays 6 games, don't they, before back end of May. And you'll hope that the selectors will make their judgments on the basis of those performances.
I mean, there are big runs around at the moment, aren't they? Ben McKinney was 200 now earlier.
Odd,
yeah. So Emilio Gay, I thought, played very well last week. So there's lots of players, throwing their names in the hat, and if they keep backing those up with a couple more hundreds, they'll put themselves in the shop window.
I do appreciate that First Division runs are going to be given more credence perhaps in Second Division runs, but if you've got a player who plays in the Second Division, for example Zach Crawley, then you've got to go on the basis of where they're playing. You can't just discount them. You can't discount Ben McKinney's runs because they're being scored in the Second Division, can you?
Not at all. But I mean, obviously Ben McKinney is playing well now. But if you look at Zach, I mean, Zach, in effect, what he's getting in the Second Division, if we're seeing what we're seeing here from Leicester, who won the Second Division last year, if you're now seeing that is 3 or 4 70 to 75 mile an hour bowlers, I don't think that suits Zach Crawley. He's been LBW quite a few times, hasn't he, in the university game. Now that's less pace. If you gave him an extra 10 or 15 miles an hour, he'd probably welcome that, which is what you're likely to find in Test cricket. So it's
except that theory has been tested almost to destruction, because he's faced Test bowling and an average is 30. Yeah.
Look, I'm not defending that. I'm just saying right now he's being given in the second division with lesser pace. And so, of course, everything is tracked nowadays. There's a lot of LBWs. I think Fisher, head of LBW, the Seamer at the university, sort of nipped it back in LBW. And you're right, if you're a little bit out of nick or you're not scoring runs, you actually probably prefer a bit more pace coming onto you, especially if you are a player who can hit on the top of the bounce. So, I mean, if you said to me, I mean, nowadays, the lesser pace I receive in a game if I'm playing for the PCA is harder for me. I'd rather have more pace that comes on.
Oh, I know.
So,
I see this time and time again with good players. They get utterly bamboozled by the dobbers.
I know.
This has always been my excuse, of course. Nice shot, but it won't bring a run to finish the over. 17 gone, 6-2 without loss. Before I make way for Adam Collins, just an email that's come in. So it's interesting to listen to this conversation during lunch on the live YouTube feed, where PTSD is brought into the conversation. I was diagnosed with PTSD 4 years ago as a result of domestic abuse. We all deal with it differently, and for me, cricket and supporting Surrey has really proved to be a great source of relaxation. Certainly became the escape I never knew I needed. It's from Lady Chanel Wojcik. Well, the last 4 years of watching Surrey has been a beautifully relaxing experience. Can it continue to be so? Adam Collins is going to replace me alongside Ali Brown.
It's been a very serene start to the Leicestershire innings here. The wicket, as we see, is a little bit low.
Yeah, hasn't it just exactly what Leicestershire needed to do? Just take the sting out of things. Ignore the run rate and try and get these Surrey bowlers into their rotation, similar to what Warwickshire did last week quite successfully.
I think it's just a game of patience. The chances will come. You know, the odd ball does go through, but because it's low, it's allowing you to sort of get forward more.
Beauty from the end where Clark has done so many important things for Surrey across the last 5 seasons. Certainly in that three-peat. There were periods of seasons where he needed to open the bowling. There were times when he could be coming on first or second change. He's the ultimate utility piece for Rory Burns.
I think Surrey bowl well. You'd say 62 for Norton, you know, but actually they've bowled quite well. They've hit some good areas.
It's very rare they don't.
And they have to bowl full, because if they don't bowl full, if you play with soft hands, I don't think it'll carry through to the slips.
It's gone back the other way off the seam, just enough to make Weatherall thrust his bat down to be sure of it.
It's a good time to bat, isn't it? Sun's out. Day 2.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? That if one of these two can find a bit of rhythm.
I do feel that wickets could come in clusters. You could easily see 2 or 3 come at once, but I think once you're in.
Oh, that's a close leave. So this is a really well constructed over so far, isn't it? The one that angles in and slants away, and 2 that have come back off the seam, the first of which played out off an inside edge. The next one left, and it may have tampered with a 4th stump had there been one. Terrific.
Good leave. And I like the way that, you know, Surrey played, you know, really positive. I think they understand that the wicket is going to be something they're going to have to take time.
Oh, now he hits him with that same angle where Weatherall just got hurried up.
You know, they really hurried it up this morning, didn't they? Got to their target quickly so that they could actually be in a good position to bowl plenty of overs at Leicester.
So can he finish off here? He's given himself every opportunity through the over, Clark. This is high quality bowling. Well negotiated by Weatherall so far. Off the hip. That's good batting. Retains the strike. He's 35, 63 without loss. Still a long way behind, 457 behind, but laying a bit of a foundation for the visitors. I remember when Jason Holder was captain of the West Indies, when they were in a really tough spot when he took over as a test team. And his view was that in order to have any chance of going up the test rankings, they needed to learn how to not lose. And I wonder whether there's something in that. Knowing that in Division 2, drawing games is super important. Fewer results in the second division than the top flight. Seeing there how closely people are following what's going on in the football at the same time.
Yaz won't be very happy about that.
Yes, it's significant seeing that scoreline. But no, that I wonder the extent to which that'll not inform everything Leicester do in the early part of the season, but trying to make sure that when they bat, they are difficult to dismiss. Now, it was a funny game last week against Sussex where they lost by a couple hundred runs, but they got 250 odd in both innings. It was just that both innings, Sussex got 350 odd. And what I mean by that is that if a team's done by 200, they're normally been rolled for 150 at some point in the match. But they did get to a half-decent score both times. Well, they're going to have to do a lot more than that here, given what Surrey posted. However, in Weatherall, they've got someone who has, over a long professional career, shown that he has got that ability. He can bat for time. And a lot of battle-hardened players that have performed similar types of roles for Leicestershire to get them promoted to this division.
I mean, Leicester would admirably take a draw now, wouldn't they?
Oh,
And I think it's very important that they do that.
Well, it's going to run away through the Pigeons. And
You wonder if that's a chance.
Tom Law throws his head back, which suggests that it was closer to hand than it looked from our vantage point. We'll see it a second time. So that fielder at cover point, you can see he didn't get it on the part of the bat that he was hoping. It was a bit lower on. The reverse angle, that might give us a better idea. Just flashed past Dan Lawrence there. So 4 runs for Weatherald. That fielder, yeah, not quite at point, more a cover point, not too far back either. So it is a catching spot in theory. Fully doesn't make the most of it.
I mean, he is close. So you're there thinking, you know, for the one that comes, and he obviously hit it pretty well. So it was in the vicinity, but can't tell from
Would have
here.
taken something special.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of big on that. If Leicester want to do what, I remember a couple of seasons ago, Worcestershire did a similar thing when they stayed up. It was like just making sure they were tough to beat. That doesn't quite get up. And it won't happen every week, of course, but if you're giving yourself a sort of a 2 or 3 year run up, the most important thing early on is to compete and to be a batting group who don't get turned over.
But Surrey have sort of maintained this year, they're trying to put the pressure on Notts, aren't they? They say that they're the hunters rather than the hunted, which they have been the previous 3 years. But I don't actually believe that. I think they're the tournament favourites as we start. I think they're the strongest squad in the country. I think Notts played really well last year and will go well again this year. But I think Surrey actually believe, you know, having won 3 out of the last 4, that that's where they want to be, and they obviously want to win games. And I think last year sides played them on generally flat wickets because they wanted to get the most that they could out of it because of the strength in depth that Surrey have. And I think on the team sheet, man for man, you'd put this down as a more than a potential Surrey win, but the wicket is negating that a little bit. It doesn't mean that Surrey won't win, and I think they're in a great position to do so, but you do feel if there was a wicket that Leicester could have chosen, with the fact that it is staying down a little bit, this would be it.
Clark continues. Yeah, it's a good point about how surfaces last year informed the type of cricket we saw in the top division. A lot of the time, Surrey away was a neutralising factor, which made sense. When they came here, the expectation was shifted to, okay, make the most of the situation. And they gave themselves the chance to win it in the penultimate week, and it was a thrilling game of cricket.
And the difference is when a wicket goes through more, those edges carry, and that's the difference.
Finds the gap, didn't have a lot of room to work with, Patel, but does get a boundary. Throwing his hands hard at it. Advancing to 19, fighting hard here. Yeah, I don't think it can be underestimated just what a thrilling, brilliant, pulsating game of cricket it was last year with Surrey and Notts. They both had a chance to win it all the way down the straight. I think a sign of a great first-class match, or a test indeed, is that you don't know who's winning, air quotes, who's winning hour to hour. That was like over to over. It was hard. If you were wind-visiting it, you wouldn't have barely known who was ahead. Every 10 minutes, it felt like there was some sort of shift in that match, and yeah, Notts had their nose ahead at the right time. It was a cracking game of cricket.
But it's almost like that started the week before, because Notts played Worcester, didn't they? And they almost made it a little, you know, they got over the line, but it wasn't as comfortable as it could have been, and then they gave themselves the opportunity to come here, and I thought Notts played very well here. They came without fear, and they took it to Surrey and came away with the points.
And the trophy, in effect. There's that shape. So wide on the crease. This is Clark 101. He doesn't he just changes where he lands. He's a battle-hardened veteran, wide of the crease, still able to get the angle in and the shape away. At different points through and over, he'll get closer to the stumps and bring the pegs into play. With the one that's brought back towards the right-hander, he's a master craftsman.
And he's bowling beautifully here without luck.
Sun poking through as well. 80 mile an hour. Lively, pace-wise. Always felt, perhaps more a couple of years ago, when Ben Stokes was out of the team through injury, I always sort of felt that if England wanted someone to perform a Ben Stokes type role, an all-rounder who can genuinely bowl, that Clark would have been a decent shout, but it just never quite broke his way.
But that is Surrey's gain, isn't it? Because that's totally what you want for a championship winning county.
Again, high quality bowling from Clark. 71 without loss. Patel 19, Weatherall 13. I think Ali Brown's jumping out, is that right? Phil Walker's cruising around the back of the box. We'll say goodbye to you.
He's just parking his light aircraft and he'll be with us in a minute.
We'll catch you later on, Ali. Here's Danny Wyatt. So the Surrey women are playing at the moment. Let's take a look. Well, the graphic says what we need to know, isn't it? 124 from 80 against Warwickshire in the One Day Cup. First game of the season. And they've made a formidable 381 for 8. White Hodge, as you see, top scoring. Brilliant from the England veteran, we could call her now, Danny White Hodge. And what's coming up? Surrey got games all the way through the season across multiple competitions in Tier 1. And they'll be hunting silverware as I welcome Phil Walker, who's covered a lot of the Surrey women's team and their predecessor in the structure that formerly was, and now Surrey have had into the second season of having their own top flight team and doing a great job of it.
They certainly are. I'll be here on Wednesday as well for that one, kicking off at 10:30. Do come along if you possibly can.
Yep.
Danny Wyatt Hodge at number 6. You don't mind that, do you?
That's depth. Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking like a very, very strong side now. Not too many weak points in it when you run through that batting card in particular. Dunkley, Schofield, Capsey, ADR, the skipper, of course, Kira Chathley, and then, yeah, Danny Wyatt Hodge, who I've interviewed a few times, one of the great characters in the English game.
Yep. So Matt Fisher, second spell by 1 before lunch. Giving Weatherall a chance to cut, which is comfortably the shot that he plays the most convincingly. Weatherall, when he's on song, it's the way he's able to manipulate the ball either side of point.
Yeah, it's one of those shots where you get a sense of where a batsman is in their own game. And initially before lunch, he was trying to get that shot away, but getting cramped up a bit, trying to create an angle that wasn't necessarily there. But as he settled into his work post-lunch, it's been a fruitful area for him. He's looked every inch a top-class red ball opener since lunch.
Yeah, I think he's one of those players, Weatherall, that people want to see him make it. Unconventional career, had to bide his time, had to take time away from the game. He's been incredibly forthright about his mental health challenges. And I mean, I know that's more common in the modern game, but he elected to do it right in the middle of the Ashes series. You know, like his first international series, he did a big sit down on Channel 7, and I mean, to be quite blunt to the point, like he spoke about suicidal thoughts that he had at different points. It's like intense stuff, right?
Yeah.
And he was out there, and the reason he did it was because, he said this when I interviewed him the other day, he goes, he wanted to provide younger people out there an example that, look, I've come out the other side of it. I'm out in the batting for Australia. If you're watching this or if you're listening to this, as he was saying at the time, and you feel like that you're really struggling through life, there is light on the other side of it. It was so well put.
Yeah, he came across really well, generally, I thought. Very grounded.
Yep.
But a cricketer who's been round the traps for a while, you tend to find that. Cricketers for whom the future is handed to them at a young age, they can sometimes come across as perhaps a little bit cosseted.
Yeah.
You know, perhaps lacking a little bit in a feel for the hinterland away from the game, but with somebody like him who, as you say, has encountered some tough times on and off the pitch, 30 years old when he came into that side, you can see that there's a man there who's lived a life, and that can often help, I think, put this game into perspective. You can ride with the punches.
He's big on that as well. He's big on sitting with failure. Driving on the up there, doing it so well. So a couple of boundaries in 2 overs. He's crunched that.
Yeah.
That's comfortably the most convincing shot he's played, and it takes some doing against Matt Fisher. Waited for the right moment.
Yeah, we'll come back to this, Adam, but just briefly on Rishi Patel. He's a Loughton boy, East London Essex boy, and I actually put him on the front cover of a magazine that I used to edit a few years ago, and it was a sort of celebration of club cricket. He was about 17, 18, and he was already breaking records in the Essex Premier League. And I remember speaking to some people around the game in Essex as he was breaking through into the Essex twos and sniffing around the ones.
End of the over, 76 for none.
And they said this boy is special. And he broke into the Essex team a year or two later, and he seemed to adorn the odd game here and there, make a runnable 30, look great, and then find a way to get out. I remember he actually played here in a very early game for Essex, and he did essentially that. And he never quite cracked it at Essex, but as a stroke maker, easy on the eye, you can see why he's the kind of cricketer that county cricketers like. Cricket people like him because he's very side on, he's very still. He has an old world technique, but there is a dash of flair in there. You see when he lets the shoulders loose and through the offside, you can see why he's such a popular player and a good player to watch. He's had 3 good years at Leicestershire. Correction, I always get told off for that. Gloucester and Leicester, I do apologise. And he's had 3 good years at Leicestershire. 2013 in particular, he made 400s that term in his first full season really in county cricket. This is a huge test for him, massive step up. But he's one of those players that you...
Abbott, new spell starts down the leg side. New spell for Surrey, new bowler for Surrey. For SSE Energy Solutions, they're powered by. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together.
Hear, hear. Yeah, so he's a kind of player that you instinctively root for. You know, he's not a bad white ball player, but he's primarily a red ball player. I was saying to Yaz just before lunch, echoes of Haseeb Hameed in the way that he sets up. Very, very side on, very still at the crease. No extravagant movements pre-delivery. No back and across, just plays the line. Bat almost hidden behind that front pad at times. Plays it very, very late, as God intended, you know. And he's that kind of style of player. And yet, just like Hameed, when he allows himself to express himself through the offside, it's lovely to watch.
So pushed out to mid-wicket. Yeah, see the ball that Hameed got first of the match yesterday? Absolute screamer, stumps out of the ground. It was always going to happen, right?
Of course.
Won the comp player of the year last year, wasn't he, Haseeb Hameed? Player of the division as well in the end of season awards.
Yeah, it was a stunner. Just wanted to touch on what you were talking about before with Jake Weatherall, and how candid and open he's been about his struggles at times. I saw Sarah Taylor, ex-England keeper, and had a chat with her for an upcoming podcast and wrote it up as a piece. But she has a fascinating story, and again, very similar to Weatherall, ultimately an inspiring tale, really. And she signs off the interview by saying, for anyone else who's struggled with the kinds of things that she's gone through, acute anxiety, agoraphobia in particular, a sense of sinking, as she put it to me, at times, and it affected the final years of her career immensely, and she had retired from all cricket by the age of 30. And a player as natural as that, she just couldn't get on top of it. She felt like she was suffocating under the weight of her own mental health struggles. But she said at the end of this interview, for anyone reading or listening to this, my God, it does get better. And it's a very simple statement, but quite a profound one, really. And her story now is genuinely inspiring. She works for 4 or 5 different teams as a coach, has rediscovered her love for the game and for life, and now, as she says, she's able to get on that bus, literally. She's able to get on that plane, literally. She's able to reacquaint herself with life. And it was really lovely to talk to her. She's a very engaging person anyway, and doing really good stuff now in the coaching world. For men's cricket as well as women's cricket, incidentally.
Yeah, she's been a pioneer in that space,
very much so.
Being able to get hired for these gigs around the world in the men's game.
Yeah.
Until very recently, that would be virtually unheard of, but got an email in on surreybroadcast@gmail.com from Zach Zorn.
From the suburbs of Melbourne.
From not least the southeast suburbs where I'm from too. The southeast suburbs. Hello, Zach. Grew up in Darwin, following the career of a local lad, Jake Weatherall.
Lovely.
So we'll go through that as Fisher bowls the Territorian here, pushing into the onside no run. Terrific for the Northern Territory. They've got another international rep and an upcoming test match to grow the game there, where they do indeed, in August against Bangladesh. Thanks for the broadcast and audio coverage. My first year tuning into the YouTube stream of county cricket, and I think it's a terrific offering. Well, it's a privilege to be here. Thank you, Zach, for your company as well, and anyone who's listening around the world. Late into the night, not late into the night in Australia, I guess it's on the eastern seaboard coming up towards midnight. So
it's just every viewer is a joy, of course, to have them alongside us, but
deflection through the cordon. Didn't get there, it was on the way down, but in the end pretty well stopped.
That might have stung a bit.
Yeah.
I think he got enough hand on it. I thought it was into the shin initially. It made that awful sort of deadened, thudding noise.
Well, it is chilly
Jamie
as well.
Smith in there.
Yeah, it's not a nice, I mean, you can see it's a double jumper kind of day, isn't it? Literally in the case of Smith.
But yeah, when you get a message from Melbourne, midnight-ish down there, really does hammer home how lovely these streams are, and how far-reaching they are, how connecting the game across all corners.
I think it's the low barrier for entry in terms of people watching it. You jump
exactly.
on, everyone's got access to YouTube, virtually everyone's got access to YouTube. Most people now have it on their television as well, which makes it even easier than it was when we first started making this 4 or 5 years ago, and earlier at other counties, in my case, that wasn't as straightforward. It was more a phone or an iPad thing or a tablet thing. Whereas there are alternative ways of doing it. If you want to watch the Sheffield Shield, it's a little bit trickier. You need to register to accounts and logins and certain platforms. It isn't just a case of pumping into Google the game you want to watch and be there 1 minute later. That's Weatherall doing as he does so well. Ball under the eye, didn't overhit it, didn't need to. Times it away for 4.
Yeah, slightly floaty from Matthew Fisher. Hold an excellent spell before lunch. Luckless, really.
Couldn't have been far away from a test match at Sydney, Matt Fisher. The very end of the Ashes series, if they wanted to make a change, which they didn't, but he was brought up into the senior squad having bowled well for the Lions, and that was a function of bowling the house down in that aforementioned, I was going to say decider against Notts last year. It was effectively a decider, where Fisher was the standout bowler along with Josh Tongue. To that point, though, he used the word luckless. He was luckless throughout 2025, it felt, whenever we watched him play. Can he find something here? Can he get Surrey going? Good contest with Weatherall.
Yeah, of course. He's not lightning quick through the air, and so falls into a certain bracket in English cricket, but there are few better, if any, at doing what he does, and he has one of these natural bowling actions. Everything makes sense. Everything falls in the right place. And so you feel like, and I know he's had his injury issues, but injury permitting, he can go on a long, long time and be a great servant to this club.
When he bends the knees, Weatherald, and gets into position like that. That innings at Brisbane, which should have been his first test ton, 82 for none. He got a good one on 77, I think, from memory. But that was, he hit a dozen boundaries, and I reckon 10 of them would have been knees bent, crunching. Sometimes to balls that didn't look like they were short enough for that treatment. But yeah, that kind of afternoon where he was timing everything right out the middle. He just felt it. You weren't. It was a day-night test, so you would have been well asleep by then, even if you were dead keen to stay up.
It was more a case of the writing was already on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you stay? I did wonder how many people woke up early to see Joe Root post 3 figures the previous day. So I sense quite a few did.
So I was on a gig, if you like. Really, a few lads from Wisdom and myself, we were paid to watch it in a private cinema in Fulham.
A watch along?
Yeah.
How did that work?
We weren't, thankfully, commentating over it as such, but we were paid to go there and then to do a post-day podcast in this very opulent place.
Well, then you had, I assume, a cinema full of people?
No. Our own private cinema.
Ah.
I probably can't say what the place was called, but essentially it was like a gated community for people of 60 years and older, and they have their own mod cons in this whole gated community in Fulham, one of which is their own cinema. So they popped the cricket on. They popped it on. We had to be there for the final 2 sessions, so that would have been from about 6 o'clock UK time onwards with the day-night game. And
oh, right. So, I wasn't considering that it was a later wake up and all that.
We had to do a show from one of the penthouse suites.
How did you go?
So we watched it just on the Joe thing. Just on the Joe thing. There are moments in cricket where you can feel history at play, and that was one of them. And his reaction, the shrug, with a capital S, the shrug, one of the most iconic 100 celebrations I've ever seen. And it was captured very well, actually, by the snappers, because it was only quite brief, but it was just so perfectly pitched. And I saw Joe up in Sheffield a couple of weeks ago and interviewed him and asked him about that. And I said, was it spontaneous? Was it pre-planned? He said it was broadly spontaneous. So he clearly had an idea how he was going to play it if he got there. And he did. And it was as if to say, come on now, can we just all move on? Can we put this circus away now and let's focus on the cricket? But yeah, we were running around the cinema, Adam, at that point. It felt like a huge moment, really, for him, but for the English game as well. And in amongst the miseries of that series from an English point of view, there were some touching moments when Stokes and Root turned to each other at the end of Melbourne, that peculiar test match, which has almost been discredited in certain quarters. I can't help thinking that you hold on to whatever you can if you're an English fan. But anyway, when Stokes and Root turn to one another and say, we've won one. We've won one in Australia. They've been trying for 12 years, not won a game. It's easy to put the boot in, and understandably so, but there were still these little moments within the debris, within the chaos, within the mess of that series.
Yeah, that was one of them. When they won at Melbourne, I was positioned behind Michael Vaughan in the dugout where you walk out to do the interviews after play. And he was like, you could tell the England former players who were there. I know in Vaughan's case he'd been out to Australia in 02-03, sort of before that run, and wasn't there for 10-11, but almost to a former player. They were definitely caught up in the emotion of Melbourne at the end. How could you not be? It was a ridiculous test match. It wasn't a good match. It was a poor test match, objectively. Played on a poor surface, which didn't help the cricketers. But still, like you say, you've got to take your wins in this business. But the Root moment in Brisbane, that was very moving. I felt to come out the other side of it, a deflection for 4 from Rishi Patel.
There's Hasib Hamid.
Yes,
right
plays
there,
it so late,
right under the eyes, half a bat deliberately, runs it straight off the face. Beautifully done. 6
runs from the over. It completes at 89 for none. It was that knowing that he was getting nearer and nearer. He spent a fair bit of time in the 90s, if I recall correctly, as well. He went from 90 to 98 across about 20 minutes. And there was a moment, was there not? Was there a ball that didn't quite make it to the corner, or a leg before that could have gone either way? There was a moment in the high 90s.
There was a nick, yeah.
There was a nick, yeah. So when he did get there, yeah, it was hard not to get caught up in it. I definitely got caught up in it, calling it on radio. It was, and I think that anyone who loves the game, there was such regard for it in Australia as well.
Yeah, no, I
there was
sensed
such
that.
respect for it.
I sense that.
People don't disrespect Joe Root. I think that was misunderstood about all the pre-series hullabaloo, which you always get in an Ashes. Weatherald, who's nearing a milestone of his own, he's on 47. It wasn't about, is Root a decent cricketer? It was more like, how quirky and weird is this particular part of his statistical profile that he's not made 100 in Oz? So when he finally did it, it was the chance to thoroughly and fully celebrate who he has been across a long stretch of time.
Indeed. It also, from a certain point of view, it settled the future. When the dust settles on his career and you try and position him in the pantheon, and of course he may end up top of the tree in terms of runs. But
should do.
Probably will. We were trying to work that out. If he averages what he currently averages across, he scores something like 85 runs per test match. If you work that out, then it could be in India just before, in 2.5, 3 years' time, which would be a laugh.
Could be in Mumbai. I think that there was speculation.
I think Mumbai was the game.
The way the tests are likely to sequence. I know they've not been announced, but there's some intel on that anyway.
But anyway, whether he does or he doesn't, the conversation, there's more clarity to the conversation now because he's got runs absolutely everywhere. Even, undisputed greats such as Punter himself has an ordinary record in India.
Yep.
And I guess the corollary to that is, does that chip away at the legacy at all? Well, you'd be hard-pressed to make that case against Ricky Ponting. And Joe didn't need that 100 in Brisbane, and he didn't need that 100 in Sydney. But now he's got it. Then it clears away any last ambiguity around him, I feel. And it settles a lot of future pub debates.
Catches the call, but too fine for that, runs away. So a half century for Jake Weatherald. Making the most of his opportunity. Didn't expect to be playing county cricket this season. Late call up to Grace Road. 83 last week, 51 not here. Laying a foundation for his new county. That's his 10th boundary as well.
Yep, played well. Taking his chances when they presented themselves. He's been lethal through the offside, really, in that arc from deep third round to extra cover. That is his area. He's good to watch.
It'll be appreciated by a correspondent we've got in on the screen here. I think I know who this is, actually.
Do you?
No, I read the name at the bottom. G'day, Adam. Just back from Adelaide Oval. Great win. It sure was, Loz. Hawthorn getting the job done by 40 points. I know who Loz is, a fellow Hawthorn supporter. It's Laurie Colliver, who's the statistician for Fox Cricket. G'day, Loz. Just tuning in to see how Jake Weatherald goes before bed. Up the Sackers, back to back. Love it, Loz. Big weekend in Adelaide. All 9 AFL games are played in Adelaide this round. It's called Gather Round.
Okay.
They use Adelaide Oval, they use Norwood, and they use a ground in the wine region to spread the round out across 4 or 5 days. And yeah, we got up against the Dogs today. And as Loz says, he'll be watching Jake very closely. He doesn't live in Hobart. He lives in Adelaide and plays for Tasmania, Jake Weatherald. And he spends all his free time, his downtime, up where he's originally from in Darwin. He was on a boat fishing when he realised that he might have to get on a plane to Heathrow. Went from Darwin to SA to get his clothes, to Tassie to get his cricket kit, and then rerouted back up to London to get here in time for round 1. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com.
That's glorious stuff. Well, he's earning every penny of his fee so far.
Yeah.
170 odd runs already for just 2 outs across the 3 knocks.
They've got a funny setup this year, Leicestershire, where they haven't... So Pete Hanscom was going to play the whole season. He was going to dip in and out around some commitments, family commitments in Australia. So we've got Weatherald here. Then they have a second 4-day overseas come in from the end of May.
I ask.
New Zealand player.
Oh,
It's wide of the off stump.
I need to worry about that. Rishi
No,
Patel just
Picking
keep
out shot.
playing within yourself here. He's got to start. 2 single-figure scores last week. Just keep plugging away here.
And then pending where they are in September, they can essentially go shopping again. So if, anything could be by that stage of the season. Way too early to speculate, but they could complement what they've got with what they need.
Now I'm going to ask this question with a bit of trepidation, Adam. Why were Hawthorn's opponents today nicknamed the Dogs?
Oh, the Bulldogs, the Western Bulldogs.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
Formerly the Footscray Bulldogs, which they should still be.
Okay, fine. All above board then.
No, all good there. No animosity between us and them.
Good.
We won our first grand final against them in 1961. It's all pretty good with the Dogs. But yeah, they're top of the ladder, and I suppose we probably are now after tonight. The lid is off. It'd be the only thing that would deny me seeing the end of the county championship this season, Phil.
Right.
If we make the grand final, I will be at the MCG. I will not be here. You're pretty sure of that. Bowled again.
Yeah, this pitch is playing very placid at the moment. Surrey had their glimmers with the new ball either side of lunch. But now the odd one's keeping low, but very little lateral movement at all. Quick skirt around the grounds. Adam and Somerset doing it well again down at Chelmsford. Bundled Essex out yesterday. No Essex player broke 50, 149 all out. Glorious.
Shots. Yeah, Rishi Patel is driven well. That's as good as the drive he played a couple of overs ago to the other side of the ground. Runs into the rope in front of the Bedser stand where the away dressing room is. So a partnership now up to 97. Nice.
Yeah, very, very easy on the eye. Transference of weight. It's all about that shot.
That's the kind of shot you play looking into the mirror. That's that stroke. Being able to implement it in real life against a bowler of Abbott's calibre, that's a different thing.
Yeah, so Somerset, with 1 wicket left in their first innings, they have a lead now of 199. Craig Overton strummed 141 from 180 balls.
Did he now?
Yes, he did. From number 8 in the order. No, number 7, correction.
So important, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a fabulous cricketer, really.
Just because I haven't looked at it in a couple of hours, can you give me a Lord's score? That looked like the tastiest game a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, so Worcestershire are going well in their second innings, 70 for no.
What did Middlesex get rolled for?
So it's essentially a 1 innings game here. 8-run deficit for Middlesex in the first innings. And as I say, Worcestershire now 70 for no loss. And so a lead by 78 with all 10 in hand. Keep an eye on that one. Less tense, admittedly, at Canterbury, where Northants are 582 for 2.
Oh, hello. What's living the Vida Loca there? What's Proctor up to?
Well, Luke Proctor's broken 200, 210 not out from 484 minutes. Yes, please. Calvin Harrison has stepped up with 153, having been written off by Lawrence Booth, Northants fan and Wisdom Almanac editor on last week's podcast. Shouldn't be batting anywhere near the top 4. 153.
Doing it with ball, doing it with bat. Hey, Phil, just hold that thought. I'm going to jump out, bring Daniel in.
Yeah. Pray for the social media team at Kent on that one. 583 for 2.
There's a lot of it about. There's a lot of very good pitches. I mean, let's be completely frank though, Phil.
Yeah.
Pitches ought to be very good at the start of the season because no one's played on them or walked around on them or scuffed them up or the ground doesn't have the sun and this, that and the other. Ground staff are allowed to make good pitches, but there are a lot of them. There's a lot of runs out there.
Again, easy on the eye, isn't he?
Tell. Oh, he is.
He's lovely to watch.
Dare I say languid?
Can do.
Can I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Occasionally.
Very side on, notably side on, and
Slightly sensuous.
Gets me going from time to time.
Yeah, I can see. I'm keeping my distance.
98 for no loss. 244 for Ben McKinney.
Yes. He left a triple out there.
He did, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. But, you know, I do wonder, with the amount of games there are coming thick and fast, and there are some very good batters in Division 2. And I've already mentioned the 1,000 runs before the end of May. I was looking in the direction of Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope, for example, on decks like this. But Ben McKinney, if he's, I don't know if he gets the chance to play at Bristol or Canterbury. Do you know what I mean?
Yep, I hear you.
There could be some big scores for some players in that div. Oh, that's flicked away, but he's got it very fine. He's going to pick up 4 for it. It wasn't exactly where he intended, let us say, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it was perilously close to leg stump either. Full from Fisher. And it's brought up the 100 partnership for the first wicket. Not quite in the style of the rest of the partnership, which has been, for the most part, safe. There have been a couple of very tight LBW decisions. Balls beaten bat a little bit just before and just after lunch. They've settled in nicely now. Nice bit of fielding at short extra there. That confused our cameraman. He thought it must have got past him, but it hasn't.
We were just doing a bit of round the grounds chat.
Oh, please.
As befits a
I love going
Saturday
round the
afternoon.
grounds, you know.
Yeah,
That's
so
what-
back into Division 1 now. Nottinghamshire are bossing it against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge. Glamorgan bundled out for 113.
I think bundled is correct there. I don't think
Yeah.
that's a skittle, is it? That's a
It's
bundle.
a bundle.
Yeah. There is a distinction to be
Yeah,
made.
for sure. Fergus O'Neill for Brett Hutton as well.
He's a good old signing, isn't he?
Useful.
Fergus O'Neill.
Useful. Very, very good bowler indeed.
Mm.
Hasib Hamid completed a
pair.
No, managed 2 before getting trapped LB. But then Ben Duckett was run out for 1, so a quiet return for Ben Duckett.
Do you, as you know, you are a vaunted thinker and regular on Sky's
Steady.
Cricket Breakfast. Yeah.
Go on.
All the eyes are on Zach Crawley because it's fashionable to go after Zach Crawley. And also I have to say, it's not the hardest of targets. End of the over 102 without a loss. Bless him.
Yeah.
But Ben Duckett has had an interesting career arc, hasn't he? From being asked to open the batting against off-spin against Bangladesh, which was a thoroughly unfair ask on turning pitches. And then getting his game right back together. And then, the end of last season, he's the best all-format opening batter England have had. Since then, form dipped. Should we be looking, or are the England hierarchy, do you think, looking at both openers, or do you think it's just, you know, Duckett's going to be there, they want him to play himself into some form, but he's going to be there come what may, and it's the Crawley position that's up for grabs, with Crawley himself allowed to go for that position, I should point out.
Well, firstly, I think on Crawley, they've shaken hands on that for now.
Do you?
Yeah, I think in a funny kind of way, I was saying this yesterday, just as it didn't matter, is it MS Dhoni?
No.
Got a Dhoni air to him with those glasses. Cool dude. Zach Crawley, didn't matter whether he scored a run or not in county cricket for 3 years because he was England's opener. Now, I don't think it matters whether he scores a run or not in county cricket
because he's not
he's no longer England's opener.
Oh, yeah, the binary nature.
A couple of hundreds for in Div 2 for Kent. I think at the moment, neither here nor there. They needed a sacrificial lamb. They needed some. They needed.
Well, because there's no McCullum's not gone.
Exactly.
Stokes hasn't
normally,
gone, and Key hasn't
normally
gone.
it's the top brass, but they've all hung around. And on Key, of course, he said, notoriously now, really, we can't keep picking players to get pretty 70s and then not go on. And he said that, I think, after the 4th Test match. And it's a pretty clear not especially veiled message, really, to a player who is notorious for doing exactly that.
Yes, it's not, not at all veiled.
No,
most notably at Brisbane as well. Where,
yes. Yeah, indeed.
What an inflection point that was in the series.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think the Zach Crawley culture war has been put to bed for now, is my guess.
The sad thing about it, though, is that I think it's going to bring to a sudden juddering halt a lot of very amusing gallows humour.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we'll look back on that as a golden age of gallows humour. Oh,
another
flail and a miss.
How many more? How many more, Dan? Yeah. And, you know, with the passage of time, if my suspicion's right, and this isn't obviously nailed on by any means, but if it is the end, certainly for now, for Zach Crawley, then with time we'll remember the beautiful moments, perhaps. Yeah. You'll remember the
first ball of the Ashes.
The first baller. You'll remember that mad 189 at Old Trafford. You'll remember an almost celestially good 80-odd at Adelaide that broke one's heart because it was so good.
Yeah.
Like a mini masterpiece.
It was almost like Ted Dexter's 70 at Lord's,
wasn't it? Against Wes Hall.
Hey.
I wasn't going to be an Aunt Sally. That's what Ted Dexter said to me once. I had no idea who Aunt Sally was, but it was.
Did you never watch Wurzel Gummidge?
I didn't really, and I was caught on the hop by that statement.
Well, Ted Dexter caught a lot of people on the hop, including Malcolm Devon.
Yeah, indeed. Put that 4-0 defeat down the juxtaposition of Jupiter to Uranus.
That's right.
Yeah, bless him. One of the greats.
End of the over, finished with an 80-mile-per-hour ball from Abbott, 103 without loss.
But yeah, anyway, just going back to it, I think Duckett's he's in a strange place, because if you look at his returns post that extraordinary innings at Leeds, that we watched that together. I was up there with you, and 149, I think it was, day 5. Reverse sweeping against the spin, took Bumrah down, all the rest of it. He got into the top 10 of the Test match rankings. Better judges than I. Michael Atherton saying best all-round England all-format player.
Just a change of bowler. And it's not the lesser-spotted Rhys Topley. No, it's the man who has become the first spinner since Titch Freeman in 1933 to 35 to take the first wicket for his county in a season, 3 seasons running. It's none other than Daniel Lawrence, and our change of bowlers are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. By the way, do you know that I had no idea about this? The United Kingdom's got 5 of the 10 most productive offshore wind farms, and the other day, only 2.5% of our electricity in this country was generated by gas at a time of a global economic crisis. I'd say that's a win. Call me woke, as that's driven nicely through the covers.
Yeah, bit you on the nose, that one, Dan. Yeah, God, are we going to go there?
No, I'm not anti-gas.
No, for sure.
Quite like a bit of wind.
I'll give you a copy of the New Statesman from 3 weeks ago with an interview with Ed Miliband in there where he talks specifically about that. It's very interesting stuff, how he's running the Labour Party from the shadows.
So I've heard.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
Citizen Norcross.
You're making it sound quite sinister, but it is one of the not caught. Burst through his hands. Caught and bowled chance, but it was an incredibly tough one. Nicely fielded down there on the boundary. That's really good work from the fish. And get through for a couple. I was about to say one of the great pleasures of summer is to watch Daniel Lawrence's action. Daniel Lawrence, the only England player with the first name Daniel. Oh my word, it was a tough chance. It came at him hard, but it was a chance. Just that slightly awkward height, getting hands round in the right fashion. He couldn't quite manage it.
Twice now, Weatherald's played uppishly and burst through the hands of the fielders. He's offered a couple of clear chances now.
He has, but he's still twiddling that bat. Slip still in place. There's a deep square leg and quite a straight long on, if you're wondering. That's hammered away. Pigeons will scatter again. Ball very full here. It's tough for the spinners in these conditions because it is extremely cold, and that's just slipped out a little bit too full. 111 now.
Yeah, it's well played though. Sense that it's going to just drop onto that lowish full toss length. If he just shuffled out a bit and deliberately went up and through the offside.
Yeah, take it on the full.
Yeah, it's looking good now.
Now, where's that gone? It's gone all the way. Out to the short leg side boundary. Slog swept through mid-wicket for 4. Weatherald, he sees an opportunity here with the spinners on. Surrey did much the same to Leicestershire's spinners. I'm intrigued by the lack of Topley still.
Not bowled at all.
Not bowled at all.
Yeah.
He'll be the 6th bowler used if stroke when he comes on. And to be clear, end of the over, 12 from it, we must assume that there is no problem with him bowling, because there was, then with the new regulations,
Yeah.
Taylor would come in, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's on the pitch.
He's out there.
Yep. Very strange. Anyway, briefly just back to Ben Duckett.
Yes, Ben Duckett. Yes, Ben Duckett.
So he swaggers out of Leeds with 149 in his back pocket in the top 10 of the Test match rankings, and played nicely at Manchester for 90 odd and 54 and a 43 at the Oval, and
he was the best all-format opener.
That India series was a personal triumph for him, no doubt about it. And then he went into the 100 and he was knackered. He went into the 100. And of course, he'd played in the Champions Trophy beforehand, and so he'd hardly really had a break. Goes into the 100 and his form deserts him. But you just put it away. You just assume, well, you don't think anything of it, really. And then that poor form stretched into September a bit, and then it stretched into the warm-up games,
one-day series,
the one-dayers in New Zealand, and then obviously the Ashes as well. And it was a miserable experience for him. Highest of 34.
And within that, there were some pretty ugly dismissals.
Indeed.
It was an absolute horror at Adelaide in the second innings, for example, just before the lunch break.
Yeah. Correction, by the way, high score of 42, but he didn't make 50 at all across the whole series.
It was irksome because there were moments when he looked. He played lovely shots.
Yeah, he felt like Mitchell Starc had his number. That left arm angle against the lefty.
Oh, so that's been flailed away. Rather nicely through deep backward point.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
It's going to be 4 more. And now Patel's starting to look more fluent here.
Yeah, he's very much an offside player, Patel. Not especially loose through the onside, but very strong off the back foot through the offside, and punches tidily as well through extra cover. Good player to watch. Yeah, and unfortunately the fallow period has just extended through. He didn't get a look in the T20 World Cup, carried the drinks, probably on reflection should have rested.
Yes, that was an odd decision, isn't it, at that point, when you sort of think he's a precious asset here, and you're not really going to use him.
Indeed.
So go, chill. I mean, it's worked for Jamie Smith, hasn't it? Very clearly, that 3 months off, recalibrate, actually decide not to play the IPL when the opportunity arose. Whereas for Duckett, that was just, I mean, I know I had a long winter, and it doesn't feel very long since I got back from Sri Lanka. It'll be much the same as for Duckett, the difference being that I wasn't charging around or indeed being put under any scrutiny whatsoever by a malicious press. I was largely waiting for the happy hour in my hotel.
Straddling both worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, gets given an IPL contract and turns it down. to focus on getting back into rhythm in the Red Bull stuff. And I interviewed him last week, a week and a half ago, and he was very clear that
End of the over, sorry, 119 with that loss.
his priority remains entirely Test match cricket, and he recognises how fragile it is and how he's going to do everything he possibly can to get back into the state that he was at before. But he was telling me, he just said, get myself back into English conditions. And so I think he recognised there was an honesty to the interview. There's a lot of candour in there, and he recognised that Australian conditions, if he's going to be, if that technique with lowish hands, playing from the crease, quite diminutive as well, if you're going to get found out, or if you're going to struggle anywhere, it's going to perhaps be the bouncy Australian tracks.
Umpires just have a look at the ball here. They've been asked to, I think, but they've rejected any overtures in that direction. So. I mean, the wonderful thing about being found out in Australia is that it's only going to happen every 4 years. And given Duckett's age, there might be the only time he's got to be found out in Australia. So I do think, as England fans, we do fixate a lot about Australia. And we might be wiser to fixate about England, since we play half our Test matches in England. It's one of those reasons why, as that's been pushed away very nicely, should pick up a couple out of the very long boundary out there, Harleyford roadside. Someone like Sam Cook, you know, you're picking him because of what he can do in England, and England play half their games in England. It's not a bad idea to have players who can win you Test matches at home.
Yeah, so he's desperate to get back into the swing of things in English conditions.
Well, I wish him luck, because when he's on song, he's a beautiful player to watch.
Yep.
I've got an email, by the way, from Jonathan Dealey, which has a stat in it that we'll need to qualify for our listeners. It concerns 1,000 runs before the end of May that we've been talking about. It's my little obsession at the start of this season. He says, Alan Butcher, I loved Alan Butcher, is my all-time favourite Surrey opener. I loved watching him during the 80s at the Oval, especially batting in tandem with Graham Clinton, man who holds the record for being in more A&E departments than any other opener. On the subject of 1,000 runs before the end of May. Alan Butcher scored 1,000 runs before the end of May in both the 89 and 90 seasons. Well, Jonathan, he may have done, but it won't have been 1,000 first-class runs, because only 9 players have done that, and we know them well. And those runs have been counted and verified by the independent judges. But it's a fair point, because there was a lot of one-day cricket played in those days, in those seasons. You'd have had the Benson Hedges Cup, you'd have played at least 3 of those. The zonal matches, as they were called. And you'd probably got a couple of Sunday League games in there, as well as a fair few 3-day county fixtures. Butch should have played more than one Test.
I agree there.
Absolutely should. And do you know what did for him? Because I was at that Test, his one Test. Single to finish, 122 for none. And I can tell you exactly what he scored in that Test. 1979 at the Oval against India. Classic game when Sunil Gavaskar and Chetan Chauhan nearly chased down 415, 420 odd. Nearly got there. Do you want to have a guess?
Did he make 25 and 0?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
That was part of his problem. Unfortunately, he batted for quite a long time, and indeed a very long time, for 14 and 21.
Okay.
And it was felt, I say, here we go. It was felt that he actually batted himself sort of out of contention, because he batted so long that.
Interesting.
And I think, you know, I
he was a bit more of a dasher as well.
He was a dasher.
Yeah.
Well, I say dasher. He was a very fluent player.
Yeah, fluent.
And I imagine that, you know, just the pressure of being on Test debut. I haven't spoken to him about it, but it felt like it. Now we have a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions, here, and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. It's Rhys Topley who's going to bowl his first ball in red ball cricket for, was it 4 years? 2022, I think.
Yep.
Here he is. Let's have a look. And he's greeted with a wonderful straight drive from Jake Weatherald, all the build-up. But these things can happen. Lovely shot from Weatherald, who's looking like a very good signing for Leicestershire. Little full. Quite unusual to find a ball taken from outside off and just timed so beautifully straight back past the
I think
bowl.
it was slightly early on it, and hence why I think it went a wee bit straighter than he was planning, but he's seeing it so well that it's mostly coming out the middle now. I do like the way he drives, where he snaps the wrist through it on connection. Just like that.
Oh, he's absolutely walloped that. It's gone through the field for it cover. And he's coming after Topley here. The tall left armour to the short left-hander. That's a fine, flaying, eviscerating wallop through the offside. A bit of width. Full again. What a follow-through. The bat nearly hit him on the bum on the way.
Just going back to that Alan Butcher email from John
Trying to change the ball again. Yep.
Yeah, they are looking again at this ball. You feel like the dance is afoot between fieldsmen and umpires.
You do, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, I say. Third boundary in succession, dropped short. Slightly overcompensated the first two balls, a little full. That one's a drag down and a lovely swivel pull that many a left-hander would be delighted with. There's a touch of Roy Fredericks to that shot.
Yeah, it was a real long hop by Reece Topley. Nonetheless, put away beautifully. Shots all over the place now.
There's not a lot of pace in this wicket, and we've seen when Josh Hull was bowling from that end, another tall left armour, didn't actually get it up to sort of shoulder height. It's gone again. And wow, it's been brilliantly stopped out there on the boundary. That is fantastic work. It stops a fourth consecutive four.
Yeah, it's Matt Fisher down there. He's done really well. He was there to hit again. It's actually on the bounce as well. If you'd hit that even cleaner, it may have even been a chance.
A couple of really good efforts by Matt Fisher in the field in this innings. It's starting to be a bit of a cliche to marvel at, and it always has to be said, the big fast bowler, even though they aren't always big. A dot ball, that will ease Topley's woes. Sorry, Alan Butcher.
Yeah, just Alan Butcher, just going through his fabulous first class.
There's no just about it.
Record. And as John points out on the email, he was prolific in 89 and 90, the year of the bat, of course, 1990.
The year of the bat.
And he was coming to the end of his first class career. He only played another full year after that.
Went to Glamorgan, didn't he?
Went to Glamorgan and made those runs at Glamorgan in 89 and 90. And
135 with that last end of the over.
yeah, and across those 2 years, Dan, 89 and 90, he made 900s and 26 50s across two.
In first class?
In first class across, yeah, first class batting across 2 seasons. 26 50s and 900s.
35 scores of 50 plus.
Yeah, and right at the end point, really, of his career, certainly backs up your point to have only played the one Test match.
Yeah,
One of those many England players in the 80s.
Paul Parker.
Another one.
Yes, that sort of era. Played the last Test match, played at the Oval. Many a one Test wonder played at the Oval.
I'm off.
Phil's off. Ponsonby is back. Now that was in the air slightly. Didn't quite get that. Hasn't timed it and won't get 4 for it as it runs down towards deep third. They'll get back for a couple. As this partnership continues to frustrate Surrey. If you're just joining us, they piled on the runs this morning, 108 of them in double quick time, ended up 520 all out, but they haven't been able to make a breakthrough on a blameless surface. They come close a few times, but a really good opening partnership from Weatherald and Patel has defied them. Now then, that's been whacked straight back over the bowler's head onto the sight screen. 6. A very fine shot. And now one of the most charming sights in professional sport is going to ensue. That's not as much fun as I hoped it was going to be. The ball has manifested itself too soon. Matt Fisher has found the ball very quickly, but lovely use of the feet from Weatherall. He's taken a liking to Dan Lawrence, but that's partly, I think, why Rory Burns has got him on, in the hope that he's going to kind of buy a wicket. But Weatherall danced down, got to the pitch of the ball, and hit a rare 6. I tell you, he's speeding towards a maiden 100 for Leicestershire in county cricket. Cameron Ponsonby has joined me. Hello, Cam.
Hello, Daniel.
You all right?
Very well. That shot was not without risk from Weatherall. Long on in position, long off lurking, 10 yards off the rope.
He backed himself, didn't he? You'll find that. Aussies forever backing themselves as he moves into the 90s. And that little push down the ground.
I found these two batters incredibly watchable. I found it very entertaining 144 run partnership. I know with your Surrey hat on and Surrey heart in.
Heart in
Heart
and
in.
hat
Well,
on.
I thought I went
yes,
hat
I'd like
on,
to,
heart in.
May it remain in.
It's better the other way round, isn't it?
Yes. I think we got some worker from homers there. I'm loving the look of that. They got the laptops. I mean, they're a bit young for them. I think they're probably revising from home, unless the workforce has massively changed its age profile since I was in it. Returning to 19th century values.
Rishi Patel's been elegant for his 39. Trying to build an innings here. We know Rishi Patel can do this bit.
Yes.
So we're trying to see if he can kick on now
And
really
do that
make a
bit.
score that will punish Surrey.
Yes, he's definitely been the junior partner in this partnership, but he's played very, very well, very circumspectly. 33 gone, 145 without loss. Leicestershire are really motoring, actually, despite the fact that Rishi Patel's 40 off 91. Jonathan Dealey's been back in touch. He says, "Dear Daniel," I thank you for that formality, Jonathan. "I have it on fairly good authority." So there's a bit of a caveat there. And this is just reported speech. This is Jonathan Dealey. Fairly good authority. The butcher froze during his one and only test due to a pre-match chat he had with Boycott, who put the fear of God into him about the step up from county to test cricket. Well, it's not a story that would surprise me. And yeah, I never know. There are so many stories about dear Jeffrey that you just don't know how many of them are true. Like the one about the leg spin. I think it was Derek Randall at the other end, wasn't it? He says, "Oh, I think I know how he's when he's bowling his googly. I know what he's doing." And Boyk said, "They might be about to change the ball here. They've got the calipers out. Oh, it's not gone through that one. No, they're changing. They're changing the ball." Well, that might change Surrey's fortunes, or it might not. But they've been trying to change that ball a few times in the last couple of overs. It suggests that they had a reason before, that it was gradually getting out of shape.
On its way.
It's on its way.
It's
On its
being
way.
officially misshapen.
I mean, it's a different season from the one, was it 2 or 3 years ago, when regular as clockwork, you go, oh, right, we're 19 overs in, that'll be flat on one side. We're not in that state now. So which one's it going to be? Should we go for that one? Should we go for the other one?
Am I correct in remembering that part of the previous controversies and part of the previous reasons you wanted to change the ball as often as possible was because what you were changing the ball to, all these balls that are in the box here are from previous seasons?
Right, yeah.
Is that correct?
Well, it's got to be, haven't they?
Yeah, I guess so.
To start the season.
And there was a hypothesis that the previous batch of Duke's ball was better for bowling with.
Yes.
And so if you got
one of the older ones,
newer era ball,
yep,
got that one misshapen straight, went brilliant. Let's try and get this changed and go back.
A bit like Broady against Australia.
True. I think that's true.
Yes. Well, it might be.
I have it on fairly good authority.
Do you have fairly good authority?
Fairly good authority.
So big caveat. True. So back to the leg spin thing. He says, he said to him, I think I've worked out he does this when he's going to bowl a googly. And apparently, and I don't have this on any good authority. It's just been said through like oral poetry down the ages.
Wonderful.
That Boyks is supposed to have said, "Yes, I worked that out 3 years ago. Don't tell the others." Which I don't know whether that is truly what Jeffrey said or whether it's supposed to sort of be indicative. Topley resuming. Nicely worked away, but now he's going to have to face his left-handed nemesis from the last over, Jake Weatherald. And if he goes on a 3-boundary spree in this over, that will take him to 3 figures.
Well, he started life as the senior international overseas pro. Well, Jake Weatherald, he got 80 last week against Sussex.
And a 30-odd. Undone by Ollie Robinson.
No shame in that.
Slips quite wide now. He can't do much with that. Full in the block hole. Dug out. This is really shaping up to be a 4-day game. And a full 4-day game, isn't it, this one?
Well, if Leicester keep batting this well, shaping up to be a 3.75 day game.
3.8.
Oh, goodness
3,
me.
I think you'll find.
That was pedantry of the highest order. An unnecessary addition.
You can't be wandering around giving us decimal points unless you've actually worked out. You're talking about losing an hour.
Yes.
So 1/6, which is 0.166. So take that off 4, and then you get 3.8.
I hope people can forgive me for my.
I'm sure they can forgive you. I'm not sure they can forgive me. For the last minute they're never getting back in their lives. Cracked away, but there is a deep backward point down there. There are a couple of fielders out on the offside boundary, protecting that short side.
Has had a very good record of late, Jake Weatherald, hence his call up to the Australian team.
Good news, by the way, for Grand National watchers who are also wanting to watch Surrey v Leicestershire. That's a nice shot. Won't quite thread it through the field. But that is that with another 10 overs to go until tea, and the Grand National due to go off at about 4 o'clock, isn't it? 4:05?
It was 4:15.
Is it 4:15?
I think so.
Oh, could you double check?
I'll do my best.
It might fall in the tea break, if you're lucky.
It will start at 4 p.m.
Right, start at 4 p.m. Right. So you might not have to miss too much cricket if you wanted to watch that and get back again. End of the over, 148 without loss. Leicestershire continue on their merry way. It's been a very fine effort from them this session, and it's just what they need, Leicestershire, in their return to the First Division. I talked to Richard Ray, their BBC commentator for BBC Leicester, and he was saying, you know, you don't come to the Oval with the expectation of winning, you come with the hope of winning, but especially early on in the season when you're playing your first season in the First Division, what you want to be able to do when you've been walloped around for 520 is to then come back with the bat and show something, and they've done more than show something. We've got a change of bowler, another change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. It's Tom Laws who's back in the attack, who beat the bat of Jake Weatherald a couple of times. But yes, what Leicestershire, he felt they really needed to do was get in there and put the fight to Surrey, and they've done that, 148 without loss. Meanwhile, Kent are piling on the agony for Northants, 6-6-6.
Other way round.
But Northants piling on the agony again, yeah, 6-6-6 for 2. Who's got what? Scores on the doors, please, after this ball.
Luke Proctor.
Yes.
Opened the batting. He's still going. He's on 252 not out.
Woof.
And Nathan McSweeney at number 4, another Australian.
Yep.
He's on 92 not out. So with 8 more runs, I imagine they might be.
So would it be all 4?
Be the top 4 all reaching their centuries. It's an incredibly disheartening scorecard.
2 wickets by 3:30 on day 2. Who's got the most unimpressive bowling figures? I always like unimpressive bowling figures. Who's the one that makes your heart break?
I think that award goes to, well, Jazz Singh has one of the 2 wickets.
So no, I'm not having that. I want a none for lots.
I'll let you have the reference point. So Jazz Singh's 22 overs, 1 for 135. So he's going at 6.14.
Yes.
Joey Everson's playing the sole hand. He's bowled 25 overs, 1 for 68.
Oh no, that's good. That's very good. Cracked away. Fine fielding on the boundary.
But of the
6-1. Good work by Topley out there.
Beg your pardon. Of the 6 bowlers, 5 have conceded 100 runs or more.
Oh, has that? How many's the 6th conceded? Because I can't think of a scorecard with 6 bowlers with 100 to the name.
So, Joey Everson's conceded 68. So
right.
He's 32 short. But you've got Tawanda Muyeye, who's bowled 20 overs, 0 for 101, almost very satisfyingly complete figures if he'd gone for just 1 run fewer. Jaden Denley, he's 16 overs, 0 for 107.
Ooh.
So
Any maidens in there?
7 maidens across their 132 overs.
Right. Yes.
And of their 2 wickets, Calvin Harrison batting at number 3 got 153. He was caught at deep square leg.
Right.
So it's been a tough day, and I know this is a kind of a bit of I heard you and Phil talking about it.
150
earlier.
partnership up, by the way, with that inside edge onto the pad. A really, really good effort from Weatherald and Patel.
But it is, my heart goes out to Zach Crawley to an extent, because he's had 2 of the opener's worst nightmares in the opening 2 rounds. He's had the tricky 10 minutes.
Yeah.
In round 1,
Yeah.
didn't quite managed to see through the day's play, and now he's going to walk out to bat, replying to what's likely going to be 680 for 2, where all 4 batters before him have made a century, and he's going to have Ben Sanderson trying to hit him on the shin.
Yeah.
Well,
she's a cruel mistress, cricket. She brings tears to your eyes and blood to your shoulders. Nice, elegant shot to complete the over. 3 singles off that. Laws over his first ball of his second spell. But Leicestershire continue on their merry way. They're 151 without loss. Cam, tell us more tales from around the country, and then it will be to take you through to tea with 9 overs to go until we reach that landmark. Adam Collins.
I think we'll check in with women's team. Surrey women posted the 4th highest list A score ever in the women's game earlier today. 389 for 9.
Makes me want to find out what the highest is. 389 for 9. 3 more than that.
You'd think I'd be able to do you the top 3, but I just saw the stat that it was the 4th one, so I don't actually know what the podium is. But we can
Probably
do the
work it
research.
out. Bit of Cricket Archive will get us there. So he's 3rd over Topley. First 2 were expensive. Inside part of the bat to start. No, leg by so signalled.
We had Danny White-Hodge. She made 124 off 80 deliveries.
We had some highlights of that before. 8 sixes, and all of them went the distance. She's in great nick starting the new summer.
And then I think probably of more excitement for Surrey is Jemima Spence, the young keeper batter, making 79 off 48 from number 7. False start from Reece Topley.
Yeah, Emily Arlett. Em Arlett, I should say. It's Em Arlett rebranded, isn't it? Opening the bowling in that game. So, a couple of England players in the mix there, actually. Good stuff, Danny White-Hodge. Weatherald 8 away from a big milestone. Squared up by Topley. So we've got 8.5 overs till tea, which, by the way, I've gone early on. Daniel, who's still in the box with us, I can reliably inform that if you really want it, Daniel, the banana cake is already down there. So I couldn't help myself. I took it out of the wrapping and said, I'm in before I go on comms. I've got it. It's good. Yeah, thumbs up, no doubt, Daniel. Get down there. Fill your boots. or your tummy. Short side of the ground. Oh, he's timed that superbly, Weatherald. He only had one man to beat, but where he was positioned, what, 6-7 metres at best? And that wasn't a full flourish or anything. That was all timing. That is where he is a machine.
Really making use of that short side is. Quite often, you don't really see a short boundary acknowledged that much by the fielding side. You kind of almost try to imagine it's not there.
Oh, he's found the edge. Beautiful bowling, great response. So Reece Topley, expensive so far. Helped away for 4 previous ball and responds with one that reinforces why he's played so much for England across the last decade. Finds the edge of Weatherald, an important moment just when that Leicestershire base was growing and becoming the defining number on the board for the day. Weatherald falls for 96. Well made 96 at that.
It's all clicked for Topley there. It's been a loose start. His first 3 balls back in red ball cricket all went to the boundary. But he's found his rhythm, he's found his length. And that's a beautiful delivery. Not much Jake Weatherald will be able to do about that. It's angled in at the left-hander, seamed away, and Surrey have their breakthrough.
So 2 scores now for Weatherald, both that have had him close to 100, but not quite for Leicestershire. And it does mean, in the lead up to tea, Surrey get a good look at the captain, number 3, Ian Holland. Hasn't got great numbers at 3, needs to do a job here. Opened the bowling yesterday as well. Plenty of experience, the 35-year-old from Melbourne.
I should add, Daniel Norcross was kind of whacking me on the shoulder. That was talking all about the Surrey women's fixture and didn't actually give a live update of the actual score. I was just talking about previous runs. Well, it's a rain interval at the moment. Warwickshire are 58 for 1 in reply. He's got the 1 wicket. Run out. Alice Monaghan with a run out. She's run out to Davina Perrin. But back to the Kia Oval. I always really enjoy when a captain opens the bowling and bats 3. It's a very my bat, my ball mindset from Ian Holland. Rayan Ahmed was at number 3 last year.
Yeah, he opened the batting quite a bit, didn't he, Rayan Ahmed?
He did, when I believe it was Rishi Patel might have broken a finger early on in the season. And it was a really beneficial move for Ahmed. You have someone who's not working from home on the oval. Right, the oval at the screen. Having a good day out at the cricket.
Yeah. Tried to convince my girls to come today, but didn't quite get them in the cart for that, crossing the river. First ball here for Captain Holland, in behind it defensively, while bowled Reece Topley. I like the fact that Topley came back to the club through the winter and said, I want to play championship cricket. I want to be part of this team. Of course, he's been part of the white ball setup. He played red ball cricket in 2021 and 2022, but now back after a 4-year absence. So by dint of that, his first class wicket for a very long time. In that over, the successful one picking up Weatherald for 96. The stand 156 for the first wicket. Still 40 overs left on this second day.
I've read a fair bit from Reece Topley about kind of coming back and being exciting to be back. I've kind of missed the part where kind of what led him to making that decision. Was it an absence of IPL or PSL deals? Was it a case he's now got a gap in the calendar and wants to play cricket? Or is it a case of his body's just feeling right and ready to go again?
Yeah, I think the latter was what was explained to me, that he can do it again. Well, folks thinks it's a strangle, but Laws doesn't give much of an indication, so it's turned down. 100th ball that Patel's faced. Seeing it a second time here. Can see the deviation, but feels like pad from front on. Yeah, if body was right to go. I'm not sure what, I must admit, I'm not sure what Topley's franchise arrangements are at the moment in different comps around the world. Spot on there from Laws. Always keen to know what Laws is bowling at pace-wise. We saw last year a spell when he was up at 90 mile an hour. Devastating spell, which saw him net 3 wickets in a hurry. If he can do that consistently. It won't be long before he's going to the next level, because we know he's got plenty going on, swinging the ball, especially away from right-handers. Looking here at the most recent cricket that Topley played was in the Big Bash, so it's been a few months. Playing for the Sydney Thunder.
Worth noting as well that the ball change worked for Surrey.
It did, yes.
They got it swapped over.
Wonder it's what one of those. Is this the bit when I'm duty bound to say? Is it one of those 2018 Dukes they got in the ball?
So I was
the box
trying
of balls
to remember
here
that with Daniel Norcross. I was like, why was there that period of time where it felt like people wanted to change the ball so much?
I can give you chapter and verse on that. Quick single, but that's okay. All good. Committed running from both Leicestershire players. This was the conspiracy theory advanced around the 2023 Ashes when the ball came out of the box, and the Aussies, not unreasonably, were like, hang on a minute, this looks vastly different to the ball that's been used for the last 60, 70 overs, whatever it was. And it did go round corners, and England never took the second new ball, and they won that test match, and whatever, all fine. The problem was, what gave fuel to the conspiracy theory was there was an interview a couple of days later, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting him here, but the boss of Dukes, who is pretty lively in the media, he's pretty helpful on a quote, Dilip, and he speculated that, well, that ball's done, maybe it's one of the older ones. Now, the older ones being the 2018 summer, the box of Dukes were so good and the bowlers loved them so much that they kept some back for the 2019 Ashes. The Broad Anderson box of balls, this was joked at the time, and we know in 19 it was a nightmare for opening bats in that series. So in turn, it led us collectively to speculate maybe it was one of the balls from 2018 in hushed tones that had been, and I kind of understood the inherent logic of that. If you have a ball that's put into the box, it's not just one box of balls, right? There are several groupings of balls based on how many overs they've been used for in gameplay. If a ball goes in there one season, there's no real reason to take it out for the next. Like, it's within the realms of possibility that ball had been in there for 5 years, right?
I love it. It's one of the things I'm actually quite Team Australia on, or even Australian sympathetic.
Yep. You spent too long in Melbourne.
I think I remember Usman Khawaja talking about it. As soon as he faced the first ball, he went, hang on, what's this?
One hand off the bat, but it works well enough.
I wonder if we'll see a change of tempo at all from Rishi Patel here. Something Jake Weatherall's innings was allowing him to do was to cruise along at a strike rate just under 50 without really feeling the need to push on at all. I imagine he'll be keen to sit tight at least until the tea break.
It's left him. That's class from Topley. We've seen their work counter-cyclically. His natural arc is back towards the right-hander, but that just, wouldn't say gently drifted across, but held its line in a way that Patel wouldn't have necessarily expected.
I think Topley's figures are a bit deceiving at the moment. You might be tuning in now and seeing 1 for 21 off 3.2. His first 3 balls all went to the fence. So, we're doing a bit of creative mathematics, but he's 1 for 9 off the last 3.
No ball. Hit pretty well too by Patel.
1 for 15 off the last 3.
Yep, out for 4 as well. Long side of the ground. It was a nice early call on the no ball. It's a bit of a throwback that. Of course, we don't have the central umpire calling no balls at test level. We're so conditioned to it happening retrospectively. Disproportionately on the 6th ball of the over.
Is that so?
Yep. Why do I know that? Test cricket, commercial radio, we go to an ad after the 6th ball into the over. How many times we're in an ad, or we're about to go to an ad when the arm gets unfurled as the third umpire? Don't know why. Must be to do with overstretching, trying to get every last ounce out of yourself to finish the over strongly. Must be why.
So is that confirmation bias in that it's just happening a lot? Well, that's when you notice it.
It is,
or is it a fact?
I would say it's both confirmation bias, and I'd be staggered if I'm wrong. I'm sure there'll be someone out there who can work it out.
Do that for you.
Yep. At least in the Ashes past just gone, there were so many 6 balls to the over.
I for a while had a very unexciting theory, which I was quite passionate about.
Best kind. Oh, that's, again, terrific bowling from Topley to a man who's well set, Patel. He's 49 from 107 balls. It takes a bit to go past the edge so extravagantly, but that's the skill that Topley possesses. Working balls back towards him and then having one that can do more than straighten. That's wobble seam. That's high quality.
Well, compare and contrast that to the ball that dismissed Jake Weatherald, which then stood up and left the left-hander. This one, similar-ish line, then leaving the right-hander, going the other way.
Finding some rhythm here, Topley. What's this strongly held opinion?
So I thought surely there must be more dismissals on average. The ball after a 3 has been run.
Yep.
Because fatigue would be higher.
Makes sense.
And I remember asking a friend who is an analyst to run the numbers, and he came back with there being absolutely no correlation whatsoever. And I was deeply disappointed, and I still think the numbers might be wrong.
You know, I've got, you know what I would do if I were you? Easy single. Patel to 50 with it as well. He's looked composed. He's looked organised. When he's decided to attack, he's done so with class. 9 boundaries in his half-century. A stand of 156 with Weatherall broken now. The responsibility shifts onto the right-hander's shoulders. 166 for 1.
Well batted, Rishi Patel. He's such an elegant cricketer. It's a big season in the context of his career. His first time at the top level of the domestic game. There's kind of a mysterious question mark next to him as a player. One that certain people in the game think he could really be the real deal, as it were. And a big score against this Surrey attack, well, that'll be a tick in that box.
New over with Laws. Playing on the up, out to point. I've been saying, I made up a little factoid, and I use it when I'm captaining teams all the time in limited overs cricket. I just assert it, especially when captaining younger cricketers. So now listen here, lads. The team that bowls more maidens, wins 9 out of 10 limited overs games. The team that bowls more maidens, and I just assert it. It's almost certainly not true, but people believe it. And half the battle with this stuff is getting everyone else committed to the cause.
It probably is true.
Well, it'd be near enough to true, but you know, that's not based on anything. That's just me saying it, right? So you can continue saying that after a 3's been run, you're more likely to be dismissed. Who's going to hold you to account for that? Apart from the five or so thousand people listening right now.
But in what context am I going to use this? Kind of like getting the minds of someone after they've run a 3.
On comms, in the field.
Nice.
In the field, absolutely. When talking to batters, getting their heads that way. I want to hear you do it on commentary. Next time you're doing an ICC event, I want you to send me a clip of you stating it.
We all know. So it was Shane Warne's 3 maidens lead to a wicket. I'm saying run a 3.
Run a 3.
Lead to a wicket.
There you go. Now we're up and about. It's that Breaking Bad quote from Saul Goodman, the lawyer. Said he once convinced a woman he was Kevin Costner, and she believed it because he believed it. If you can make yourself believe it. This is the moral to the story.
There's going to be a very specific set of circumstances in the next 6 months where this opportunity will arise.
It's going to happen. You'll convince someone you're Kevin Costner. Shot. That's perfect. Ian Holland, loads of experience. He's played everywhere. And he knows how to put away a ball that's full and straight, smack it past the stumps for a boundary.
It's a beautiful shot from Ian Holland. First class average in the mid-20s. But he's trusted himself with the responsibility of leading this Leicestershire side from number 3. Appreciated by Rishi Patel as well.
Keeps the strike as well. 6 runs from the over, 172 for 1. So you can say when you're next looking after a team, now more maidens wins, 9 times out of 10.
I think that has to be true, because that just means you've bowled more dot balls. If you bowled more dot balls, the other team scored fewer runs.
It's kind of my point, right? It sounds about right, so good enough. It'll do. When's your first, have you got a fixture in the sort of mid-April part of the calendar?
I do have a couple. First, Spencer for league cricket.
Yep.
I think it's 9th of May, actually. It feels a bit later. But the first friendly is 2nd of May.
Why does club cricket in London start so late compared to the north? There must be a reason.
I think it's a quirk in that you normally start the first weekend of May, but it's now somehow shifted as late as it can be.
New bowler. Jordan Clark returns to his favoured pavilion end. That's powered by SSE Energy Solutions. More on them in a moment. That's slightly awkwardly by Holland. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. SSE Energy Solutions.
But you are correct, there are other parts of the country where they play a 22-game league season.
Sort of feel like most teams I've played up there, or most cricketers I've played with up there, they're into their work by, last weekend of April.
Well, you'll be starting, you have to. You start 2 weeks earlier and 2 weeks later than
right,
we do.
Yeah, sure, right, logically. But I mean, that they are, we're pre-season friendly this weekend, into it weekend after next, something like that. We've got this much longer wait in London. Good diving stop there to the left. And Lawrence. So 9th of May club cricket and other games you'll sort of patch your way through between now and then.
We'll work it out. There'll be I remember a friend of mine a few years ago was playing in a 9-team league. There'd been a team that had to fold or couldn't compete. And he said it was absolutely wonderful, because when you're 2 bye weeks in the middle of the season, so everyone just arranged their holidays to go away with their partner, and every weekend they were looking forward to cricket more as a result.
I like people who are so committed to club cricket that they annually go on holiday from Saturday night after cricket, last flight out of Luton or whatever it is, and they get back last flight on a Friday night ready to play on the Saturday morning. They're my kind of cricketers.
Sunday to Friday, that's the key.
Yep.
If you're missing 3 Saturdays on a 2-week holiday, that's the cardinal sin.
Any big signings in the Surrey, given we're commentating on Surrey and you play in the Surrey League, in the Surrey comp? Have those very efficient Crick-X
Good question.
been signing up players left, right? Because we had a KS Barrett playing for Dulwich last year, didn't we?
We did. KS Barrett was in town. There was a rumour. God, I love talking about rumours that I can't confirm on national radio.
Do it.
There was a rumour, and there must be someone associated with Dulwich Cricket Club listening to this, that they had Yuvraj Singh lined up to come and play.
What?
Now I'll throw that out there. Someone can come and tell me if that's true or false.
How
But that
old
was the
was
rumour
he?
going round.
I'm not sure whether he'd wide of the crease this. That variation from Clark that he enjoys. I'm not sure whether he'd be. I mean, he doesn't play cricket anymore, does he? Yuvraj. He might play the legend stuff.
The honour of playing for Dulwich Cricket Club trumps all. You'd come on down.
I guess my point is, typically they're signing an up-and-coming, go-getting 23-year-old, aren't they? Or a 19-year-old who wants to play Shield cricket, not someone who's 42 and finished a decade ago.
You're getting a bit more money in behind the bar if you've got Yuvraj Singh, though, aren't you?
You're selling a few shirts, a few Dulwich shirts. Great club over there. They had David Hooks as a young pro there many years ago. Hit 6 sixes in and over onto the train tracks. Shout! Height might be a concern. Turn down. Completes the over. We'll get a replay in a moment. First of all, though, we're going to talk T20. We're going to see a promo between overs. 174 for 1. Patel 52. Holland on 8.
The runs just keep flowing.
What a performance it's been!
Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out and he's off in celebration.
There you go. Vitality Blast. Cricket's biggest party. There you go, 27 quid. Get involved. We best get a replay of the last ball of the previous over. Communicating to our director next door. Clark there, he's done that so often, but yeah, just my gut feel was over the top of leg stump. Share that, Cam?
There's doubt involved. Couldn't tell you for sure.
You can hear around the crowd, chant from the Leicestershire fans who are enjoying the work of Rishi Patel. Why wouldn't they? That's the third time that in my commentary stint where he's driven persuasively through the offside. Sorry, back to signings in the comp. Who you got? Who's playing?
So I think Isha, the cricket club, rumoured to have been attracting some players this year. They've got Laurie Evans and Nikhil Grantler, both on the Surrey staff here, kind of registered. I don't really know what that means. It means they're going to play 3 or 4 games a season. My club have signed a young Kiwi called Jamal Todd from Otago at Spencer Cricket Club.
Yep.
But you're right in that I want to know who are the East Moleseys and who are the Wimbledons signing. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Get in touch and tell us who you guys have got.
Now let me get this right before I start spouting it out. Haven't Sunbury got their gun back from Australia? Hugh Wiebgen? 4 more. Now that's unfortunate bounce. It's bobbled over the top. Fully committed effort on the dive there from Clark, who'll pick himself up. But it wasn't for a lack of trying. You'll see, if we get the reverse angle here, you'll see that he got to the contest all right. And he did what you meant to do, which is to get down nice and low. But it sort of bounced over him entirely, so there was no chance for collecting a limb on the way through. A couple of boundaries in the over. Patel through the 50s very quickly. Up-ish. 4 more. Now, in the lead into tea, Rishi Patel is trying to transfer pressure back onto Surrey. They're still a long way behind in the game, 3:34 behind to be precise. He's trying to make a mark here. He wants to see the Surrey bowlers through the rotations, miles in the legs. Bowled an awful lot last week at Edgbaston in the first innings. Good batting, even if that was on the riskier side.
Well, it's early in the season to be worrying too much, but Tom Law's been expensive against Warwickshire and here against Leicestershire.
13 from it, and Patel keeps the strike to 65. 188 for 1. Yes, the Aussie under-19 gun who was at Sunbury, wasn't it, last year?
It was. I'm surprised to see you are correct. Hugh Wiebgen has come back, and everyone who, unfortunately, I did not play against him, but everyone, friends and kind of other people from other clubs, they all played against him and were just amazed by how good he was.
Yeah.
And I think their feeling is that the feeling was last year that the next time he came to England was going to be 2027 in the Ashes, 11 for Australia. Yeah. That's a very good signing for Sunbury.
Love that. The assumption. Oh well, next time we see him, we'll have a baggy green.
But I think it does mean that if you're playing kind of Premier League cricket, you play against a lot of professionals.
Great take from folks on the dive. Didn't clip anything on the way through. Because Gus Atkinson came through and played that Sunbury fixture last year.
He did indeed.
Against, I can never get the pronunciation right. Do you say Wiebgen or Wiebgen? What do we go with?
I believe it to be Wiebgen, but I am not confident.
The truth is, you spend more time in Australia now than I do, so you'd have a better handle on it than I would.
Wiebgen. Either way, he averaged 70 last year, 3 centuries, 450s in his 14 league games. He was a very popular addition down, is it Kenton Park?
So he's got that fine work to do for the long leg. From Tom Laws down there, keeps it to 1.
Kenton Court Meadow, beg your pardon. It's beautiful ground down at Sunbury. But yeah, if you're a top-level club cricketer, you're playing against a lot of professionals, and when the unanimous review of one was, that was actually pretty special and quite an occasion to have been here and seen someone play this and know that this is an anecdote you might be able to tell for the next decade or so.
You're going to end up in a Scott Oliver book kind of thing, you know? 20 years' time. That's the movement. It's a no ball, but that'll encourage Clark. That was closer to the stumps, and in terms of where he delivered it from, trying to give the new man Holland something to think about in the channel, just outside the channel.
I remember my friend talking about, he was keeping wicket in the game that Atkinson played. He was talking about kind of watching Atkinson run in. He goes, I recognise that from the telly. And then you're taking the ball and Fivegin's batting, and you think that's a pretty cool Saturday to have experienced.
Of course, that's the story of Ian Holland in many respects. The fact that he's done it in club cricket. Former Ryder medalist.
Ringwood Cricket Club?
Yep, that's it. He won the Ryder a couple of times, I think. Played a Shield game. As I explained yesterday, he won that reality TV cricket superstar comp. I got a text in from a teammate who was watching yesterday saying, I remember Ian Holland when he won the Foxtel comp. Got a Shield game out the back of that. It's a long time ago. He's 35 now. That was probably when he was 20 or something like that, if not earlier. The Vicks were so strong then. Terrific bowling. Don't know how it's missed the edge.
Well, I've hallucinated a dismissal there. I thought I heard a little nick through the headset and saw Ben Folkes falling away to his right. Just 2.2 overs to go until tea.
He's part of that subset of cricketers who are entitled to play here, despite being quite Australian. Stevie Eskenazi was another who had that access to a passport. He's played here for a long time now, but we'll see him later in the match. That's through the cordon, through about fifth slip, down for another boundary. So they're accelerating on the way to tea here. Indeed, the second hour of this session, they must have gone it close to a run a ball, I'd suggest. Holland's now 12.
Oh, you're correct. The run rate of the innings is on 4.6, which the reason it doesn't feel like they've been motoring along as such, is it's been that really big uptick recently. Dan Lawrence's 3 overs went for 25. Reece Topley's 4 overs have gone for 28.
Yeah.
That flurry of runs, 50 runs from 7 overs, really does make an impact on the overall innings. Tom Law's going at more than 5 and over as well.
Yeah. Did you reflect on, were you on comms when Lawrence first came into the attack, into the over here, 194 for 1? There were 6 runs from the over, still 2 until tea. He had the chance to become the first bowler since like the 30s as a spinner to take the first wicket of a season for a county in, was it 4 consecutive seasons? It was a proper Samson special.
I did indeed see that. He didn't do it, but
he could have. He could have joined Titch Freeman, who was the other, or the most recent. Again, it was a beautifully caveated Samson stat, which I've butchered there, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I felt very guilty yesterday. Phil told me off on comms because Andrew gave us an amazing statistic about the second hour of the morning versus the first hour of the morning and how many wickets fall. And I thought I'd quite innocently ask, like, how do you do that? Turns out he was using overs rather than the time, and so I'd kind of peeled back the curtain a bit too much.
The magic trick. Our very own David Copperfield.
We've got news from around the grounds. Northamptonshire have declared 684 for 2. That's enough for them. Nathan McSweeney brought up a century, so all 4 of Northamptonshire's batters reached 3 figures, and Luke Proctor finished 261 not out.
That doesn't happen often. First 4 in a first-class lineup getting to 3 figures. It's very unusual. Great stuff.
Now it's up to Ben Compton and Zach Crawley to return the favour.
It's a long day and a half in the dirt for Zach Crawley, walking out after a double fail last week, needing runs. I think we're past the point of that being a debating point, right? Crawley needs runs to play Test cricket at the start of the summer.
I think that was the same situation for Jamie Smith and the seaming spot and the spinner's spot.
Yeah. And that's not to give Crawley a whack or to overstate. I mean, he had some important contributions in Australia. But nevertheless, we're at the stage of the cycle where there's a little bit of a chance to renew, and if he doesn't make runs in the first 6-7 weeks of the season, he'll be as vulnerable as anyone, where it didn't feel that way in previous lead-ins. I think, would that be fair? It felt like he's been set and forget, and whatever he did in the championship was a bonus. Now that is a shot. That is sat up to an extent, but not a lot of footwork. He just trusted his eye, trusted his timing, and clouts it through cover. That's his 5th boundary in the last quarter of an hour, up to 66 and taking Leicestershire.
I think
a couple short of 200.
A point of not complaint, or just a thing for Surrey and Leicester to be aware of. Patel's now on 70 when that ticks over.
Right, yep.
52 of which have come in boundaries. So he's really not even had to rotate the strike, really, because through the Laws, Dan Lawrence, Reece Topley trifecta, there's been enough loose balls for him to capitalise on. On the flip side, Surrey will feel like if they can just hold a length to Patel, he hasn't shown necessarily much of a desire or willing to potentially rotate the strike. So there is the chance to build pressure there.
So that's Law's last ball of the session, and as you say, he's got it 5.1 and over, a boundary from that. 198 for 1. Patel up to 70. His opening partner, Jake Weatherall's the 1 wicket to fall in the session. He made 96 from 120. We'll take a look here. The way that Weatherall was so happy through the offside. You'll see a couple of cut shots in this package, I'm fairly sure, where he bends the knees. Good example there. That's a bit more uppish, but as he built into it, catching Lawrence on the full, putting pressure on Topley right away. Great footwork there before eventually falling to a really high quality delivery from Reece Topley. Watching the horses there in the stands, I'm tipping. Clark will be the last over before the tea interval in from that pavilion end. Wonder who they're on. We did some best bets earlier. Are they on Jaguar or Panic Attack or Grange Clare West? They were in Daniel's multiples this morning.
You a horseman?
At different points in my life I have been. I've owned horses that have not excelled. I think you were with me one night, weren't you? When one of the horses was going around, and when I was in the States a couple of years ago, it didn't end very well.
I feel like I should remember this.
Yeah. No, I tend to find myself in WhatsApp groups that inevitably end up in buying shares of horses. Very Australian thing, isn't it? Panic Attack might have got up based on my existing punting group. It's flashed up on the screen. I think we backed it. Oh, what a ball that is. How's it missed? Has that gone over middle stump? It must have been over the top. It's gone between bat and pad. It was starting on the 4th stump line. Oh,
Goodness me.
Clark is so good. Something about that end. Super consistent. If we have a side on, we'll be able to find out how far it's cleared the bails by. That angle right there, if we've got it. We'll see. 3 balls for Holland to get through, to get a cup of tea. Not out. Happy leaving that alone.
That's 2 balls in a row. That's just nipped off the... Something's happened to Ollie Pope at second slip there. I don't know if we've had a camera trained on him. I think Ben Folkes flicked him the ball. He took a dramatic tumble. More Grand National watches around the stands. I don't know how I feel about it not being the live stream on those phones. I'll get over it at some point.
Got a tea time interview coming up as well. I should plug before we get to it. So we've got Phil Walker talking to Claire Skinner and Patrick Egar about this year's collection of the best cricket photos of the year, according to the judges in the Wisden Cricketers Almanac, which is out this week. We must be up to the 164th edition of the Good Book. 5 cricketers of the year, the leading cricketers of the year, all of the different prizes and awards that are given out through that tome. One of them is the photo of the year, which I think's already been announced, but you get to hear the rationale for the judges' decisions at sea. It's my goal to one day get on the long list. I submit a photo every single year, always get overlooked one day. Last over before tea. Dealt with by Holland, who reaches the short break on 12. Rishi Patel, terrific work, up to 70. They've already put on 42, and that's all been done in the space of 8.5 overs. The 1 wicket to fall. Jake Weatherald, who was 4 short of what would have been a maiden 100 for Leicestershire. 83 last week, 96 this week. Caught behind from the bowling of Topley on that score, 156 for 1. Excellent partnership after Surrey were all out for 520 earlier today. So trailing by 322. Tea on day 2 here at the Kia Oval. As I turn myself off and give the headphones back to Phil for that interview that'll take you through the tea break about the photograph of the year in the Wisden Cricketers Almanac.
Thank you to Adam Collins and Cameron Ponsonby. Up to tea, 198 for 1 there. Leicestershire doing it well here. We may yet have a game on here, 3-2-2 still in arrears. Okay, so what an honour to have Claire Skinner and Patrick Eager with us here. Claire worked for the MCC for many, many years and has been involved in judging the Wisden Photo of the Year competition for many years too. And Patrick Eager, of course, anyone who knows cricket knows Patrick Eager. I've probably spent as much of my time as any other human being scrolling through photo libraries looking for photographs from your good hand. The word that is often used to describe you is the doyen, and I know that embarrasses you a little bit, but there are great cricket photographers, and then there is that man at the end of our table. Now, the reason why we're here is because the good book is out on Tuesday, the Wisden book, and featured now in its pages, and has been for the last few years, are the best of the year's photography from a collection of professional snappers and recreational snappers, amateur snappers. They send their submissions in, and these two are part of a panel of 4 or 5, Claire?
6 of us now.
6 of you now.
Yeah.
6 of you now, judging the best of the best. And we have a winner in the overall category, I believe, and a winner in the recreational category as well. I think there's a men's and women's section as well. So do you have 3 winners, is that right, from the short list of 10?
3 winners. It's the first time we've done it that way. We used to have a winner and 2 runners-up, and this year we changed the format slightly. And so now there is an overall winner, which is chosen from the top 3 in the 3 categories: men's professional, women's professional, and recreational, which means that covers cricket in any other format from anywhere in the world.
Okay. So, as we're showing on the screen, we've got a rolling list of the 10 that made the short list. Patrick, I want to come to you first. First of all, how tricky a task is it to pick out the best of the best?
It is a tricky one because things have changed so much. When we first started, it was an achievement to get the picture in focus. Now, I'm not joking. I mean, you're looking at someone like John T. Rhodes, who is a great fielder. He jumped around. But there's no way you could get him in focus unless you'd focused up on him before the bowler had bowled the ball. Now, the technology is just so fantastic. You can even tell, I want to focus on the left eye or the right eye. and the cameras get it right. Now, I think this makes quite a difference from the judging point of view because, we used to be so impressed if the fielder was sharp. Mm-hmm. Now, they're all sharp, or the ones that get through, shall I say, and you're looking for something else. I think that's it.
And when you say looking for something else, Claire, a great photograph tells a number of stories within that image. And the image is almost the starting point of the narratives that flow from it. So is this what you get with the best kinds of cricket photography?
I think it is. The whole theme of the Wisden competition was that it's open to everybody. You can be a professional cricketer sitting on the sidelines with your enormous expensive lens, or you could be in your local village and capture a moment on your phone, and we judge them all equally. So it's really about capturing the moment and seeing something unique, and that's why this year's winner is such a great photo, because it's like the old-fashioned spot the ball competitions, where all of the lights in the background, beautifully lit player in the foreground, and over the years we've had a real selection. If you were to put all of the 10 or 11 shortlisted up against each other since 2010, there would be such a variation in what comes through. And we always like to look at the 10 images when we finish the judging and really hope that it reflects cricket in all its formats, all the joy, all the agony, the celebration, the disappointment.
And the humour as well.
And
there's a couple of photographs from the 10. I was looking through them this afternoon. They just make me smile, having played cricket myself at a relatively iffy level, and there's that beautiful photograph. My personal favourite actually is one of the recreational shots where a bowler is just about to run in and deliver, and you have his idiosyncratic technique. There you go.
That's it, yes.
And the look on the non-striking batter is absolutely magical. We've all been there. We've all been there in that, if you like, that kind of low-level anxiety of playing on a Saturday and hoping that you just get through it unscathed. That to me is a perfect evocation of club cricket. I love that
Club
photograph.
cricket.
Anyway, just going back to the Harmanpreet core photo, which one? So Matthew Lewis, the snapper, is that correct?
Yes, Matthew Lewis, the photographer, is third-time winner of this competition.
Okay, right.
So he has a great eye for capturing a moment that's often quite different. If you look on the back pages of the newspapers, the sports pages, what you'll usually see is often a moment of celebration. You know it's coming, the photographer captures it, whether it's football, rugby, cricket. But where Matthew has a great eye, sometimes he catches different moments and a quirkiness and beautifully composed, and he's very good at that, and I think that's why he's been the winner 3 times.
Patrick, what is it about this particular image of Harmanpreet Kaur in the final of the recent Women's World Cup, and of course a landmark moment for Indian women's cricket as well, first time they've won the World Cup. What is it then about this picture that is so magical?
Look at it from our point of view, just for a moment. We've got 100, 150 photographs have come in, and probably they're divided into Indian villages. That's a very strong one. And lovely, lovely action pictures. And you get to the stage where you go, yeah, but I've seen that before. And suddenly this one popped up, and you thought, well, hang on, where's the ball?
Yeah, it took me 5 minutes to find it.
Exactly.
You're following her eye, but you're following the hands as well. And
what I would say that he has a stroke of luck. Apparently the announcement came out over the loudspeaker that would the crowd please turn their mobile phone lights on.
Right.
It was in between an innings or some such, and his stroke of luck is how an out of focus image appears in your camera. Those dots could have been a lot bigger.
Yeah.
They could have been a lot smaller.
Yeah, or more oval-like. And
Well, the ones at the edge go oval. Depends on the value of the lens, but on the very expensive lenses, they tend to stay round.
Yeah.
But that was exactly the right size, wasn't it?
It's beautiful. And again, if you're talking narrative in that photograph, the fact that she is the Indian women's captain in the third decade of the 21st century. It's India's century, as we know. India now is the epicenter of the game, and it almost kind of evokes that idea that all the lenses in the world are now focused on that part of the cricketing world. They're right in the eye of that storm, and so to me it speaks to their daily realities when you are right at the apex of Indian cricket. It's a glorious photograph.
And women's cricket as well. One thing I've been involved since, Patrick and I have both been involved since it started in 2010, and I see every single entry that comes in. I get to see.
How
it's a
many
real
do you
privilege. Sometimes over 500.
Whoa!
So I will go through every single one to make sure they're put forward.
And then Patrick comes in at the later stages.
Not that much later. He does get to see a lot of them. But what I've noticed is women's cricket and girls' cricket, how that's changed in that the first few years you hardly saw much women's cricket. The media maybe weren't covering it very much. Photographers weren't going along to it. And this year, I think it's fair to say that we had almost as many of women's cricket as we did of village cricket, Indian village cricket.
Well, here is one, Claire. This is taken by Jed Leicester, I believe.
It is Jed, yes.
Who I've seen a lot of his work actually over the years. He often sends stuff through to the magazine that I work for. Patrick, what's so joyous? I mean, it's self-evident, I suppose, but what's specifically so joyous about this photograph?
It really works, doesn't it? I also think that you do notice there's a composition.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the Warner stand in the back; it's almost perfectly fanned out. I mean, that's a small detail, but really, it's the joy. I've got a granddaughter who plays cricket almost at that level for Cambridgeshire, and I've occasionally go along and have to photograph it too.
And also that this team was the losing team. That's
Right.
the thing. This is not the winning team.
Interesting.
They are actually the losing team, but they'd had such a great day at Lord's that they were celebrating the fact that they had made it to Lord's
That's even better.
to the game. So I think that was what was wonderful about it, was that pure joy. And that wouldn't have been something you would have seen at Lord's 20, 25 years ago.
So those two images of Harmanpreet and the girls' team there speaks of a narrative outside of the image itself. The other winner of the three in the men's professional category is Pat Cummins, who's taking a return catch in the WTC final, the Test Championship final back in June against South Africa. Now, what does that say to you? What does that speak to you?
It's a makes you look photo. It's also cleverly cropped from a much wider image, isn't it?
It's so different from when I was really working. We did not have lenses that would take a sharp enough photograph. I mean, that is, as Claire says, it's a cropped photo. It was probably full length and quite a lot of width.
You had a lot of the pavilion in that picture.
And you can still
get that kind of detail.
It's
that sharpness.
You could argue it's not perfect, but my goodness, what fun it is, and good for him to do the enlargement. I think.
I love it, because even a cricketer as champion as Pat Cummins, Australian skipper, there's a moment of fear just before you take that catch. Are you going to grass it? Is it going to hit the drumstick? Is it going to blast through and knock you on the nose? And in that eye, there's concentration, but there's a bit of anxiety there.
But it would fit in any coaching book. My goodness,
Oh, for
how to take a catch.
The Australian way.
Australian, yeah, I was going to say.
Exactly. Fabulous stuff. Patrick, I've spoken to you a few times over the years about your art and your craft. Firstly, you say about the differences between, if you like, your day and now, and obviously the technological advances speak for themselves. How did you have to go about your day at the cricket with your cameras? What did you have to be mindful of when you were taking photographs now that, if you like, modern day photographers don't have to worry about?
I would contradict you slightly on the question.
Okay,
there.
sorry.
I think the modern ones do have to worry just as much, because you have to watch every ball.
Right.
You have to put in the work that first slip does.
Okay.
And if you miss one ball, if first slip wasn't looking one ball, and it's the same for the photographers. If it's the one ball you're not looking at, which is the picture of the day, so that's remained the same. What's different? Probably the sensitivity of the film or the digital camera. When it got at all dark in the old days, you had to stop using the long lens. It just couldn't do it. Or if the sun never came out and you wanted to shoot colour, that was really difficult. Now the cameras are fantastic. I mean, the one that's just gone to the moon and back, they used a 10-year-old Nikon because it was the most sensitive camera on the market. And it was something like 3 million ISO, which is we were dealing with 64.
Yeah, wow. Here's another beauty, actually. You say about this thread of evocative photographs from that part of the world, from South Asia, and in particular, young people playing as dusk settles, and they're always beautiful, these photographs. just again going back to your time working, I remember you said to me once, you have to limit the numbers of photographs you take for obvious reasons, right? You know, because you've only got a finite number of lenses and films and whatnot, and so you have to be more discerning. I guess now you can take thousands a day and then sift through them, but back then you had to pick your moments.
Well, I mean, of course, this was an issue. It was just cost. I mean, you know, if you say it was 50p every time you press the button. I mean, I did once. It was when Tony Greig was bowled here at the Oval by Mike Holding.
Yeah, 76.
I had 3 cameras working, and I think I took about 10 pictures on each camera, which is, by today's standards, it's pathetic. But actually, it was 30 pictures, which was a whole roll of film. What I don't know, the problem, if you do take thousands, is finding the right one.
Yes, of course. The ordeal of choice.
True.
Yes, of course.
And also getting the pictures back to your office or your publication. I know that once you could get the Wi-Fi where the camera will then beam the picture back to the office and someone there will edit and caption. Patrick, I remember you telling me about basically relying on pilots taking them back to London for you on flights and
well,
things.
that was. I mean, it was very efficient. When our first trip to Australia was fine. You went down to Sydney Airport and you popped it in as air freight, and 24 hours later it arrived in London. If you were in Pakistan, it wasn't quite the same system, and you really relied on tourists, on cricket fans, people you knew who were going back to London. And then if that didn't work, well, certainly the one Claire was referring to, there was a pilot of a crew who came to watch the cricket. They were really keen, and I sort of saw them. I said, when you go back to London? Oh, tomorrow, they said. I said, oh, well, look. And I gave them a little packet of film. As you showed them what the film looked like.
Of course, yeah.
Unfortunately, the pilot got taken off the flight in Dubai.
Oh, no.
And left the packet on the dashboard.
Uh-huh.
Which in those days is something you'd do, a little note, please deliver this in London.
Rather different now.
You wouldn't you wouldn't get to do that, no.
You once described your job to me as, or perhaps someone else described your job as, yet they understood how you did it, that you were a cricket lover who took your camera to the game, rather than a working snapper who happened to follow cricket. I guess the question, and I'm paraphrasing, and I'm not putting words in your mouth there, but I guess the question is, you have to love the game to do the job, right? Or it's going to help. Because you're here a lot, you have to focus in, and you need to have an appreciation for the sensibilities of the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's you certainly have to concentrate, and I think I've been blessed with the gift of long-term concentration. I never really found a day's 8 hours, whatever it was at the cricket, a problem. And you kind of learn about cricket. I mean, I was never that good, but you can watch, say, an LBW appeal, and you know almost straight away whether it's out or not.
Yeah.
And I watch it on telly now. I've stopped. And I think 99 times out of 100 I get it right.
You've seen enough. Do you miss it?
Yes and no. It has changed rather a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm suitable diet for too much T20.
Have you taken a photograph today here at the Oval?
I have. I've been photographing the bees in our garden.
Beautiful.
But nothing of the cricket.
It's a bit like cricket. You need a long lens. You've got to be patient. And,
is there, Claire, I have to ask, is there one of Patrick's photos that, when you think of him and his work, always sticks in your mind?
I think there was one, the first year before you were a judge, there was a beautiful one from, was it Sydney Cricket Ground?
Right.
That I really just liked. To me, that was just test match cricket in a lovely setting, and I just really liked that. It was one of the ones, it was before I was a judge as well. And it just summed up kind of Ashes cricket for me. It was what it was all about, packed
Because you were one of the first to take colour photos, Patrick, in the 70s of cricket matches, and the 74-5 Ashes tour.
Yes.
That notorious tour from an English perspective. You were able to capture that light, that Australian light for the first time, really, and really does bring it home to an English audience who's not been able to see it before.
Well, I think it's true in the sense that most of the market was for black and white pictures in those days. I mean, we're talking mainly newspapers, but obviously magazines were all black and white, books were all black and white. So why would you take colour pictures? And there's something about it. I just said, look, this has got to be done.
Right.
Nobody's done it before. And yeah, that was it.
There you go. Fabulous.
Players are coming back out. Phil, I have to say, look,
Oh, have you baked a cake?
I've baked some
Oh,
salted caramel
Claire.
chocolate brownies because I felt like I can't turn up for tea interval without bringing some cake.
Well, one of my best Essex friends you are, Claire. We go way back.
We do.
Thank you ever so much. Well, I'll share those away. You have to take one yourself.
No,
Yeah,
because
you do.
I'm
just
trying.
just before we go, and just to say as well that these photos will be up in the pavilion here at the Kia Oval. If they're not already up, then they'll be up very soon, so you can check them out for yourself. My own personal favourite of yours, Patrick, by the way, and I wrote about it this month in Wisden Cricket Monthly magazine, is your photo of Steve Waugh, the Steve Waugh forward block, 1989 at Lord's, with Jack Russell behind the stumps and Dickie Bird playing the shot in his head from the square leg position, and you set up on the side, a kind of a unique position to photograph from anyway, but you knew your stuff. And that, to me, that's cricket. That's a real cricket lover's cricket photo. I love that photo. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. As I say, check out those photos here at the ground over by the pavilion. We have play. So without further
let you
ado,
go on.
I shall have
Thank
to
you very
vacate.
much.
Daniel Norcross will step in. Thanks again, Patrick and Claire. Fabulous stuff.
Yes, as we prepare for the first ball of the session. Every first ball of every session sponsored by Stadium Support Services from the Pavilion end. It's a Vauxhall end. It's going to be a thumping drive through extra cover for 4. Greets Sean Abbott, who's into the attack. It's that change of bowler. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. And that's exactly what Rishi Patel has done here to the first ball. Smacking it through the offside. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me is Yaz Rana. We've been watching the 200 come up, but also a really good display of batting from Leicestershire here today. Surrey struggling to take wickets. Just the one has fallen so far, that of Jake Weatherall, who nibbled a beauty from Reece Topley. Through to Ben Folkes to depart for 96 very well made runs. Rishi Patel started slowly, but he's really found his groove on a blameless pitch that has confounded bowlers from both sides. Surrey have beaten the bat on a number of occasions. Have had a couple of very good shouts for LBW, turned down by the umpires, who have been equal opportunities not givers out. I think, if you take the eye patch off the other eye, you'd have to acknowledge there were a couple of very good shouts for Leicestershire yesterday that were turned down. There have been a couple of very good shouts for Surrey turned down today. And on a blameless pitch, if you've got cautious umpires as well, you've got a situation that's set up for batters.
I think our expectations of umpiring standards are too high. We've been influenced by DRS, expecting that everything should be correct. I was talking to someone downstairs, and we concluded our conversation by saying that it is just part of cricket, and it evens itself out over the course of a season. Maybe not within specific games, but it is just part of it.
It is. It's the game, isn't it?
It is the game.
Just the game, yeah.
It is the game. I've been really impressed by Patel because he was very much batting in Weatherall's slipstream, but since Weatherall departed, he's gone up a gear. He's been 27 off 29 deliveries since that wicket. And that partnership's worth 46. Holland's just scored 12 of them.
So the final session of the second day, and conditions remain very good for batting. You might need one of these. Yes, we've got a yes. Thank you. End of the over, first over after tea, producing that sumptuous drive, but nothing more than that. 202 for 1. The sun is sort of out. The clouds are, such as they are, very high. And we're in. The lights are on. The lights are on, look. There is the Squirrel Roadkill light. It's a surprise to me when I woke up this morning. Cold, wet.
It was really cold.
Really cold. But so far, we've had no interruptions. We may get all the way through today. 2 full days would be a bonus. Something of a surprise.
It was actually so cold that it was the first time I've ever, for a county championship game, took the bus in rather than walked. Got outside the front door and just thought immediately, this is too cold for a half an hour walk.
Another no ball from Jordan Clark. Yes, it was so cold. I regretted the fact I had only 4 layers and not my winter coat on. But one mustn't go on about the cold too much. It's a great story Mark Nicholas tells about the time he first started commentating for Channel 9, Kerry Packer. And he was at a game. He was saying it's fiercely cold. Hardy supporters here. Oh, it's so cold. And then the bat phone rang. Nibbled away nicely. Good fielding on the boundary. Fisher again. He's been very good out there all day. It's had a lot to do, it's got to be said. Keeps it down to 1. And apparently there was a phone, like a proper old phone, that was a direct hotline when Kerry Packer wanted to talk to the commentators. And if it rang, it meant bad news. So Bill Lorry went to answer the phone. Hello there, yeah. Oh yes, Mr. Packer, yeah. Who do you want to speak to? Yeah, the Nico, okay. And Nico was summoned. And then followed a deep-throated, I'll try and avoid the expletives. Now look here, you pommy. No one about how cold it is. Supposed to be an entertainment. You don't like it, you can off. So yes, he was told in no uncertain terms that that's not what we're expecting. My goodness me, it's like being on TMS. Who's brought these? Oh, it's a good job. Excellent. Oh, I think a half-hearted appeal to one going down leg. So our guest, Claire Skinner, has brought us 9 chocolate brownies with gold stars on them. I'll have this one, but I'm going to give it a poke first in order to establish its density and spongeability.
Gooiness.
Yep. Oh, that feels pretty good, actually. Now I'm going to do the weight test. It has a certain density, but it's got great softness to it.
Can we get this on the screen?
We might be able to get it on the screen. I'm pointing it at the camera, at the com-cam, who's not picking up on my ideas. Maybe he's gone to get the banana bread. Which is perfectly splendid, but not as soft and gooey and oozy as this, I tell you. The only thing is, it's quite tricky to eat on air, isn't it? Unless you're Ebony Rainford Brent, she doesn't mind. She polished off an entire cake and a packet of biscuits once when I was on air with her.
Biscuits feels like that shouldn't work with radio.
It doesn't. As she did, because I was ruthless.
Is there a TMS equivalent of the Packer hotline?
No, well, you got the producer sitting right behind us normally. Yes. Once I saw her go in for the 3rd biscuit, I thought that's it. So I directed questions to her remorselessly. I'll come back for that brownie. It's lovely. So a single to finish the over. 207 for 1 as Yaz Rana talks to you about something and I have a bite of brownie.
Dan's having a great time. I think he's enjoying himself more in the last 10 seconds than he possibly has all day all week, perhaps. It's a good spell, this, from Jordan Clark. I couldn't believe how he didn't manage to get a breakthrough before the tea interval. There's one delivery to Ian Holland that just missed off stump. Abbott to continue.
I'm back on stream. Oh, wide. He's given wide for height.
What's the verdict?
Soft, oozy, gooey, a touch of salted caramel. What I really like about it is that it could just have been a soft, gooey, oozy brownie, but by using these kind of slightly crunchy gold star embellishments, you get contrasting textures, which I think is very important. I don't want to just sit there with the same textured cake the whole time. I want complexity. So I'm a big fan of the double-decker. Other bars are available. It's crunchy and chewy, as Willie Rushton famously said back in the early 80s.
I think that's the next step for the broadcast, to bring in an official chocolate bar sponsor.
I'd be quite keen on an official dry white wine sponsor, but yeah. I'd take an official malt whiskey sponsor as well, if there's anybody else. So this is a come and get me plea. Edged and dropped by Burns at first slip. Yes, Burns, who's at first slip this season, ahead of Dom Sibley, and that's a regulation chance gone through to the skipper. Maybe it dipped on him slightly at the last moment, but a life for Ian Holland. A really good ball right where he wanted it. It's come at a good catchable height, and he spilled it. Perhaps wasn't expecting it. Cold hands go in pockets. You can tell it is a cold day, and they say no catch at slip is easy, but of all the catches you get at slip, those are the sort of ones you want, as Holland has been crunched amidships. So disappointment for Abbott, disappointment for Surrey. Could have got a breakthrough soon after tea, and there don't come very often chances on this surface. Certainly not today.
It's the third chance that they've dropped in this innings alone, and actually, whisper it, catching has been a weakness for Surrey going back to the start of last season. They were not as crisp in the cordon in 2025 as the 3 previous seasons. And actually, prior to the start of the season, they brought in Nick Pothas to be the fielding coach.
Former Hampshire keeper.
And as you say, there's been a change to the personnel in the slip cordon.
Normally we'd see the skipper at gully and then out at sort of mid-on, mid-off, wouldn't we? Talking to his bowlers. When gully was deemed surplus to requirements, or third or fourth slip. Oh, a little nibble and a miss. It's a very fine over this from Abbott. I feel he should already have his man.
Oh, yeah.
At least it's the captain who's dropped it. The captain's got no one to blame but the captain. I mean, there may be festering resentment from the bowler, but bowlers got to get used to these things. They never do. They remember dropped catches until, you know, they have reunions 40 years later, and they remind players of dropped catches and memories of elephants. Oh, and again one that jags back. That was a very, very fine over from Abbott. Just the wide of the first ball. Only run scored in that over. Leicestershire 208 for 1. They could so easily be 208 for 2.
Surrey might have scored 520 and Leicestershire might be 208 for 1, but I will stick by that. I don't think this pitch is particularly benign. There's been something in it all game. It's not been a quick pitch. It's early April. It's never going to be. But there has been movement throughout. Surrey have created at least 3 chances that haven't been taken. There have been a few close LBW shouts as well.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't say it's too pace. I mean, it's on the slow side, which, as you say, is not unexpected this time of year. So you've been counting these drops. Talk me through the other couple. I may have been between coffees.
There was one that was dropped at cover. Rishi Patel fairly early on.
Yes, that was quite a tough one.
Dan Lawrence, I think, off his own bowling, again, a very difficult chance of Jake Weatherald.
Oh, yes.
Both very difficult
Yes,
chances.
yes, those are very, very sharp.
Less than 50%ers, I'd say.
Yeah, you'd say that the Burns drop's more a 4 out of 5 you get, you'd think. Really.
Yeah.
It's a sort of first slip catch, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one you're hoping for, expecting almost. But it is a fiercely chilly day.
I also wonder as well how much personnel changes, consistent personnel changes in the cordon affects your overall numbers as a slip cordon. If you go back over the last 4 years, it has changed quite a lot. Jamie Overton, when he was playing more Championship cricket, he was a permanent fixture
Bucket
in the
hands.
cordon. He was brilliant. His twin brother Craig is also excellent in the cordon. But also with the England availability, meaning that the top 7 isn't necessarily that consistent.
No, I think that's a fair point. I think we've had an email in from Saifi Zayadume. Don't know if I pronounced that right. Hi guys, I'm tuning in from South Africa. Oh, hello South Africa. I caught some of the Essex-Somerset game yesterday and I'm watching today's stream while listening to your commentary. One thing I've noticed is that Championship bowlers struggle to string together consistent dot balls over after over, spell after spell. Compared to test bowlers who seem frustrated even when conceding a single, let alone a boundary. Is this down to the overall standard and depth of batting in county cricket? Well, it's partly down, I think, to the consistency of the bowlers, the ease of the wicket to a degree, the field settings, which can be quite defensive quite quickly. It's a fair few factors. But yes, the sort of metronomic accuracy of a Scott Boland is a rare thing to find. That's played away beautifully. That's going to be 4. Down through backward point. Holland cashing in on the life.
It's a really good question. I remember there was a brilliant article on ESPN Cricinfo during an Australia-India series in India talking about how you can measure the accuracy of spin bowlers in terms of where they pitch the ball lengthwise based on how often they are hit down the ground for a single. And the margins are so fine and it's quite hard to notice when you're watching it live, and it's just maybe 1 ball in every 5 that goes for a single that is slightly fuller than is ideal. That accumulates over a day, and that sometimes is the difference between someone who is a good county championship bowler and a very good county championship bowler.
Well, that was the criticism often leveled at Jack Leach, wasn't it? That in his case it would be more that he'd drag it down a touch and there'd be that push through the offside off the back foot that would get the single. That meant he was sort of going at 3.5 and over rather than 2.5 and over.
The other thing I'd say that's specific to county championship games at test match venues in particular is that partially because of the volume of cricket that we have over the summer at particular venues, the pitch that we play on is not really that close to the very middle of the playing area. So on one side of the ground we have a particularly short boundary that needs to be defended throughout.
And of course the result of that is that it tends to leave a gap somewhere.
Exactly.
Because you've got a fielder sweeping perhaps earlier and more consistently than you might want.
I think it's a big part of why the run rates in this game have been so high. Surrey scored at 4.5 runs and over. Leicestershire going at 4.41 runs and over. That fielder, it just means it's very, very difficult to stop singles because there is just an extra gap that doesn't ordinarily exist.
Fair point.
And it works both ways. It's either the extra gap at point that goes for a single, or it's having 1 fewer catcher in. we spent a lot of yesterday talking about Leicester's defensiveness in setting a field. They often had just one slip in when the ball was doing a bit. But it's because you almost have one fewer fielder.
Yeah.
When the boundary is so short on one side of the ground. And that is a common feature, not just here at the Kier Oval, but actually at most Test match venues that host so much cricket over a summer.
Saw it at Edgbaston last week, didn't we? It was a short side on one side. It goes on to ask, any insight into why Dan Worrell isn't currently featuring for Surrey? Minor niggle calf, is it?
Yeah, correct.
Yes. I don't think it's a long-term issue, but it is a long season, so no point in aggravating that. And playing with a niggle in 8 degrees, I mean, just to let you know, 8 degrees Celsius, feeling like 4 with the wind this morning. Those are cruel conditions for anybody to be playing in, let alone a fast bowler.
Do you want to see a miserable looking scorecard?
I love a miserable looking scorecard.
Kent are 20 for 2.
Oh!
In response to Northampton's 684 for 2.
So tell me who the unfortunate people were who were standing around in a field watching 684 runs being scored while only 2 wickets fell and are now out.
Ben Compton caught McManus, bowled Conway 6.
Yes.
And Sam Northeast caught McManus, bowled Sanderson for a 14-ball, 19-minute duck.
So Zach Crawley's still there, 213 for 1 after 49 overs.
14 not out, survived a very close LBW shout very early on when he was on 4. But he's still there. 153 from Calvin Harrison, who, I'll be honest, I was surprised to see him at 3 at the start of the season for Northampton. Very exciting.
4
leg
places
spinner.
higher than you were expecting?
5, I think.
5
Maybe even 6.
Well, what do we know? Yes, he's proved the Boo Boys wrong.
I was speaking to Cricinfo's Vitushan and Hantaraja downstairs earlier, and he interviewed Harrison before the start of the season. And Harrison was really keen for an opportunity in the top order as a kid, teenager, late teens. He was a batter who bowled a bit of leg spin. Ben Redwood, who's on the Surrey staff here, played club cricket with Harrison in Taunton as teenagers, and Harrison was more of a batter back then. So I guess it's partly an identity thing.
Another no ball from Clark. 2 runs, if you're wondering, our viewers from South Africa. 2 runs for a no ball in first class cricket in England, not 1.
And Luke Proctor, 261 not out.
I mean, there's a few, aren't there? There's a few guys who's. When I first came across Steve Waugh, he was an all-rounder, a definite number 7, and his what came to be seen as rather medium-paced filth. Oh, he's gone after that. He's edged it and gone. Holland hasn't made the best of his reprieve. Clark has got the breakthrough. Surrey have got their second. And Holland goes fishing, gets an edge and a good catch from folks diving away to his right. Breaks this partnership just before it made it to 50. 49 Patel and Holland to put on, but the Leicester skipper has got to go.
Yeah, it felt like that wicket was coming. Clark bowled a really threatening spell just before the interval. There was a catch shelled by Rory Burns off the bowling of Sean Abbott. But yeah, Clark deservedly gets the wicket of Ian Holland. Bit of away movement, just full of a good length. Drawing Holland into the drive, and a good catch by Ben Folkes behind the stumps.
Well, I'd like to see that the umpire there decided he was going to exercise that finger, because he's seldom going to get the opportunity otherwise. Got it out of his pocket and stuck it up to the heavens. There's a good thick edge on that, and Holland was walking anyway. It does bring Rayan Ahmed to the crease, and this is always fun because we're all romantics at heart, and Rayan Ahmed, the youngest man to play Test cricket for England, hasn't had a lot of opportunities since that series in Pakistan, but he got 5 for on debut, and he went out to bat, sacrificed himself on the 3rd evening when skipper Ben Stokes, or 4th evening, no, it'd be the 3rd evening, wasn't it, was trying to win the game supremely early in the early days of baseball. It couldn't be done because of the movement of the earth round the sun, but he went out there, had a bash, got out, but he showed what he's willing to do. And just seen there, cameramen have shown us a cloud high. I think it's high in the sky. I don't think we need worry too much about that one. Light's still on, but the sun is providing more illumination than those lights possibly could. So Rana is not going to come out to particularly gloomy conditions, as we saw around about this time yesterday, when I was quite surprised they hadn't come off the bad light. Actually, I'm delighted that they didn't, but I'm surprised they hadn't. But he's got Clark with his tail up, deserved wicket to his name. And what you'll see with Rayan Ahmed, who had you'd say a breakthrough season with the bat last year, didn't he? Was it
500s in Division 2, averaged 50 with the bat, predominantly batting at number 3.
Because he's another one who's started life, like Steve Smith, a leggy who can bat a bit. Steve Waugh, a medium pacer who can bat a bit. And look, he's bowled pretty well in this game in cold and miserable conditions that don't suit him. Do sense that batting might be the thing that's really going to take off. I mean, I saw him in the World T20 produce a fantastic miniature cameo. It's not even a cameo. So it wasn't actually important because England had already qualified, but what it did was it kept Pakistan's hopes alive by beating New Zealand from an almost impossible position in Colombo. And the fearlessness with which he takes on the bowling is a delight to watch. He's a very fun cricketer. Everyone loves a leggy, everyone loves a fearless batter, and he's both.
Well, Phil interviewed James Taylor, who's on the staff at Leicestershire, last season whilst Rahan was having a brilliant season with the bat, and he asked Taylor about Ahmed, and he asked him, is he more of a bowler or a batter? Yeah. And Taylor said, his bowling's great, but he's a batter. In red ball cricket, he's a batter. And, well, which is interesting because he was an 18-year-old and took a test match fifer.
And he was brought in to be that.
Exactly.
Well, look, he's got a very high ceiling, I think we can agree. And he's also got an aggressive intent, and he's gone after that last ball of the over and lucky to miss it. Goes through to the keeper. End of a successful over from Jordan Clark. He's deserved that wicket. Such a reliable, dependable player for Surrey. Never talked about in England terms, which may not be fun for him, but for Surrey members and Surrey fans, it's a very handy cricketer to have, someone who's as good as he is, that you kind of think, well, it's England's loss and very much Surrey's gain.
There's a lot of speculation around a couple of spots in particular in the England side, and I guess one of the ones that is least certain is the identity of the spin bowler.
Oh, sharp, hostile bouncer that has Rishi Patel just anxiously ducking and evading. Yep.
And if there is no standout candidate in 6 weeks' time when they come to select that first test squad of the summer, I do think that if Ahmed can put together a good run with the bat, that could change the nature of that conversation.
I mean, I would love to think that. The idea, though, that your spinner is a leggy, another bouncer, evaded more comfortably this time by Rishi Patel, is a romantic notion in a country that has been so suspicious of leg spinners, even to the point that we were talking earlier about Father Marriott, and it's a man who played one test match, took 11 wickets. He played in tandem with Titch Freeman, who took 3,700 wickets. He got hardly any goes for England, really. This suspicion has been going on for over 100 years. I'd love to think that you're right. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Driven back past the bowler, full face of the bat. That's the best of Rishi Patel. 4 more.
Yeah, we saw some delightful on drives yesterday from Jamie Smith, but that one there from Rishi Patel is as good as anything that we've seen over the first 2 days. Now, I'm putting forward that argument for Rohan Ahmed. I'm not sure I entirely agree with it myself. I think from a boring analytical point of view, if you look back at the last 3 summers in particular in England, the test matches have been played on some pretty flat surfaces.
They really have, yeah. Oh, it's a little fence there. Did he maybe just take the bat inside the line? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Which means that the spinner has had to bowl loads of overs. And this might be a defensive way of looking at it, but I think whoever is the lead spin bowler for England this summer has to be someone who you can be quite confident is likely to go around about 3 runs and over when the conditions are
Jack
difficult.
Leach for me. Oh, now that has climbed a bit on Patel, who's had to take his bottom hand off the bat. It might have got a little bit of glove. And it's inconvenienced Rishi Patel there.
The other thing
Lets it down well.
The other thing I'd throw in, Dan, is that actually in Ahmed's defence, his economy rate last year in the county championship was 2.66 runs per over. So the notion that all leg spinners go at 4s isn't quite true.
No,
Ahmed is someone who bowls with pretty good control.
Test match cricket though. Up at his toes, beautifully played, guided away through backward points up to a very productive area here at the Oval, especially when the pitch is on this side. And it speeds away. A second boundary in the over for Rishi Patel, who moves into the 80s, 223 for 2. Does really well there, because he had one that climbed on it a little bit, but kept his shape and guided away nicely. These are hardy souls. That lady there, I'm surprised she's not wearing more, but because it's still brisk.
And windy. Look at
And
that.
windy, yes.
That's not pleasant.
No, it really isn't. We spend 7 months craving the start of the county championship season and then complaining that it's windy and cold. We can't have it both ways. Cracked away, but there is cover out there in more ways than one.
I've liked the tempo that Patel's batted with. When Weatherald fell for 96, he was only on about 50, 55. But since they've lost those 2 wickets, he has scored at a good rate. And that first big marker for Leicester will be avoiding that follow-on, which is 146 runs away.
It's not going to be enforced, I don't think. I think there'll be some bowlers there who want a hot bath, but go, no, thank you, skip. Oh, goes after that. Very nearly gets an edge through, or an edge over. He'd got a bit more in it. A tempter. Wide of the off stump. He was not far away from that at all. It's a good spell this from Clark. Well, we shall see about the spin bowler.
Would Leach be your man?
Well, on the basis of what you want the spinner to do, yes, because I think he's the person with the best control. I come back to something that I had a conversation with Phil Tufnell on air during the Ashes at Brisbane when Will Jacks was being suddenly parachuted in to be the main spinner. And let me give you a couple of numbers. And he could not believe this, but it was true. I had a suspicion of it, but I didn't know until Andy Zoltzman was alongside me. And I said, Will Jackson bowled about 19 overs at this point, and Joe Root hadn't bowled 1. And said, how many overs has Will Jacks bowled with a red ball since he last played for England in 2022 against Pakistan? He took 6 on debut, but because I reckon it's fewer than 250 overs in 3 years. And sure enough, it had been 239 overs in 3 years. Phil Tufnell, in 3 seasons, 3 consecutive seasons, bowled 1,000 overs in a summer. And Joe Root, in that time, between Will Jacks' last test match and that test match, had bowled 299 overs in test cricket alone. And we were asking somebody who's bowled plenty of white ball overs, but totally different, where, you know, if you go at 6 or 7 or 8 as the offie in T20, you're happy.
But it's also your job is completely different. You're factoring
it's totally different. Yeah,
short boundaries and
everything's completely different. And expecting him to do that job, the job that you're sort of describing, to go at under 3s in a Test match, it's impossible, because to be a spinner you have to have bowled overs, over after over. And I look around the country, and the bowler who's done that is Jack Leach, and I don't see another bowler who's got anything like that experience. The groove. Tuffers was just dismayed, shocked, horrified. But, you know, what do we know? We're all long in the tooth and wish it was like it was in our day. I'm getting out of the way. A man who's much more down with the youth and is really, really is a byword for contemporariness, if that's a word. Phil Walker back in a chair.
I think I'm going to have to object to the idea that mine and Dan's day were the same.
I thought he was talking about him and Tufnell, but perhaps he was talking about it.
Good.
You do have a kind of old bearing, though, Yaz. It does. The way you walk. Got that kind of old, like, yeoman's walk. Weight of the world on your shoulders, especially today. Tough afternoon for Yaz.
Not even one delivery together.
225 for 2. Rishi Patel played beautifully this afternoon. So, Yaz, talk me through the permutations of this cricket match here. From Leicestershire's point of view, so say we get a full game in from here on in. Say that the weather stays fair, that we don't have any bad light issues. At the moment it's looking pretty fine. I don't think we're expecting too much cloud cover, running hard, but just a single. So say we have a full quota from between now and Monday night. Talk me through the permutations at play here.
Well, the closer that Leicestershire get to the Surrey first innings total, the less likely we are to have a result. I think Surrey are going to have to need to have a fairly healthy and significant first innings lead to manufacture enough time in this game to take 18 more wickets that they need to get the win.
Gone up for that. Nothing doing. Umpire walking away. No real support from behind the stumps. Have another look at that. Rana getting across his stumps, but comfortably leg side.
And we've got 23.2 overs remaining today. Let's say Leicester put on, 80, 90 runs in that time. We're looking at a Surrey lead of around about 210, 220 at the close. If Leicester can get that under 100, so put on 200 or so runs from here, I think they're in a pretty good position to save the game.
Very short.
Because the closer that Leicester get to that Surrey total, then Surrey have to bat longer in their second innings to leave a target that they're comfortable leaving Leicestershire.
So if Leicestershire get to within double figures of Surrey's score, at this current rate, they're going at 4 and a bit. They've got some stroke makers in the middle order. They've got 2 at the crease as well. If Rana gets a few, then he'll get it briskly. So if they can, as you say, put on, say, 200 and a bit from here on in for their last 8 wickets, which seems reasonable, then that will probably happen around about lunchtime tomorrow. So that then leaves us 5 sessions with a deficit of less than 100. So we could yet have a game on here.
Yeah, I mean, we'd probably see Surrey scored at a quick rate anyway, but look to extend that lead as much as possible in what, 1.5, 2 sessions, giving themselves about a day to bowl Leicester out.
Yeah, and the mind goes back to that game against Hampshire. Last year, start of last year, around this time, in fact, might have even been this fixture, the second of the year. And the game played out to the point where Hampshire had to basically negotiate a day and a bit from memory. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they finished up with something like 30 for 3. Beautifully played. That's a glorious shot. He's expanded his onside game as the day has gone on. A real touch of panache to that from Rishi Patel, and he moves into the 90s. My, did he need this score. A couple of binary scores last week. He's really stamping his class now in Division 1.
So that game was exactly a year ago. It started on this day last year.
And again, 4 more. There to hit. Slightly tired delivery from Reece Topley. Middle and leg, fullish. But again, whippage from the former Essex man.
Yeah, there to hit from Reece Topley, but real class and style in that leg side flick from Rishi Patel. It prompts a change in the field. Looks like Dan Lawrence will go back to the leg side boundary.
And then punch through the covers, just for one though. He's looked very fluent all afternoon. He looked slightly nervy, I thought, before lunch, did Rishi Patel. Just trying to blow away the cobwebs of last week. But yeah, this afternoon, he's unfurled all of that class that we know he has. It's really good to see. So runs coming at a decent lick now. Rana just getting into his work, but you can sense that he's in the scrap, that he's ready to get going here. He's a bundle of energy. You can see he's constantly fiddling and gardening and dabbing and shadow batting. Stickerless bat, waiting for one of the big beasts to come knocking. So we didn't see Reece Topley, did we, for the first 30 odd overs today, which was curious. He was then pumped for 3-4s in a row immediately from Jake Weatherall, and then came back to nick him off. Only into his 5th over. He's gone for 38 here, so just, I guess, finding his way back into red ball cricket. But it's good to see him in the whites. A surprise to me. Did you know this was on the cards?
I saw that he was playing in the warm-up fixtures before the start of the season. And he was in the squad, I believe, for the Warwickshire game.
239 for 2, then 54 gone. Rishi Patel now 4 away from a precious 100, and he has retained the strike as well.
Clearly working his way back into red ball form, his first-class game in 4 years. He's got a really good first-class record, 163 first-class wickets at 26 before this game. He'd taken a lot of wickets for Essex in his early days.
Yeah, he was a real star at Essex initially. He got a lot going for him as a fast bowler. I remember interviewing him and Tamal Mills when they were both at Essex, these two young southpaws, neither of whom hung around for that long at that club. So content to pick up a single into the onside, moves on to 97.
Really important passage of play. The day could look very, very different depending on how the last hour and a half or so goes. Leicestershire have the potential to make it feel quite flat in a good way for them if these two stick together for a while.
Yeah, there's an early evening lull about proceedings here, but that can change around. Bowled a spirited spell here is Sean Abbott.
Still 2 slips in for the new man, Rahan Ahmed.
little inside edge onto the pad. No, just the leg by. So, brings Rishi Patel back onto strike. What a moment this could be for him. So 3 men out. Deep cover. Deep mid-wicket. Conventional long leg. Solidly in behind it. I think his defensive play's been excellent all day long. Plays it really late.
He's quite an uncomplicated player, technically, isn't he?
He's got an old-fashioned technique as well.
It's a big statement performance for him. He's done really well for Leicestershire since making that move 5 or so years ago now. Having been let go by Essex. He's done a lot of very good work in Division 2. First real opportunity to show his worth in the top tier.
Yeah, he made a handful of championship appearances in the year that they won it in 2019 for Essex. He never really cracked it. They let him go. But I remember at the time, I think, as you know, a soft spot for Essex as another one ticks by. 55 now down for 2, 4-1 for 2. I remember thinking that Essex may have been letting a very good young player go, and it has been borne out. 7 first-class hundreds to his name, 13 50s, averaging 33 and a bit from 60 first-class matches before this one. 27 years old. Should be coming into his prime, really. Played with great class today. Deserves those extra 3 runs. Have to wait, though. Topley to continue. It's Rana this time to face up. Rana slips away. Alistair Brown, how you doing? Good, yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I had a lovely day. Been absorbing cricket. And a gorgeous evening here in South London. Bit of breeze, crispness to it. Certainly is. And there's evidence of it. He has that touch of real class. Does Rayan Ahmed, just picks up a couple. Natural timer of the ball. I'm speaking to James Taylor, who obviously is a coach here with Leicestershire. This was maybe a year ago, year and a half. No, in fact, it was halfway through last year when they were going so well, and I asked him about Rayan Ahmed, and he said he's one of the top 2 talented batsmen he's ever seen. He said, in his experience as a county player, he says there's Ravi Bopara for talent, just for talent, for ball striking talent. There's Ravi Bopara and there's Rayan, and he puts those 2 together as the most naturally talented ball strikers he's played with or seen in his era. So he rates him that highly. And I remember asking him as well about the bowling, and he's saying he's a batter. He's a batter who bowls. He's very clear about that. Runs off the pad, I fancy. Thigh pad, but that will run away. It's all good stuff for Leicestershire. They've been doing this very well all day long. They are not going down without a fight. They may yet turn this into an interesting game down the pipe. Now, almost halfway to that total of Surrey's. 2-4-7 for 2 now. That was off the thigh pad. Yeah. Loose shot this time. So no sign of Dan Worrell just yet. in this season. He'll be lurking, waiting to get going. Yep. Beautifully played again. So Ahmed will retain the strike. 2 for 8 for 2. Still 20 overs to go this evening, and at this rate they'll be, if things go well for Leicestershire, they'll be adding another 100 or so, 90 odd from here on in. Get that deficit down maybe by the close to 160, 170. You never know, if it goes well with good wickets in hand, may yet open up. Change of bowler then. Fisher back into the attack. Going up for it. Ben Folkes likes it a lot. Leg side. Umpire not interested. Stifled appeal from the new bowler. Matt Fisher into the attack. Powered, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together.
Do you think he's got glue in those pockets?
He's had a very quiet game, the umps. From both ends here. Let's have another look at this. So hard to see on replay in real time.
I do think, to be fair, I do think an umpire should be, you should think not out first, unless you can't give it out, or can't not give it out.
Yeah, you would have been guessing with that. Let's have a look again. I often find these slightly illusory because to me sometimes looks like there is a bit of daylight between the ball and the pad, and yet when you look at it in real slow-mo there's just a little flick of the pad or the thigh pad. You tend to go with the reaction from the fieldsman. He's thrown his hands at that one into the gap. That will be 4. Short boundary. First boundary for Rain Ahmed into double figures.
How many jumps do you think Ben Folkes should have to be really confident? Like, would he jump 4 or 5 times in the air? What would you describe as a that's out? I can't believe it hasn't been given out, as compared to a hopeful shout.
Well, you're right. He bounded down towards the stumps as if to say, we're sure of this one. But he didn't get that much support from the slips. So Folkes would have been in the best position.
How was Yaz? Was he
Oh, he's
good the last time?
okay.
Is he all right?
He's okay. He's holding it together. They've still got 9 points. But it's nervy times for him. Yeah, he's not his normal chirpy self, you know.
No, I know.
No. But look, I'm in no position to discuss such matters. One of you or I, Alistair, are going to be staring at the championship next year, I fear.
Are you ruling out Forest and Leeds?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
I think so. I think it's fated that it will be one of you or I, and I rather fear it might be me. Look, we live in very divided times in this country, and if Spurs go down, it'll bring everyone together. There'll be street parties, it'll be like the Jubilee all over again. Our producer, another poor, benighted Spurs fan, is now whispering sweet nothings into my ear. Not this year, please. We shall see. Nicked him. Gone. Rayan Ahmed has to go for a flighty chancey 10. And Matthew Fisher, in his 10th over, picks up a key wicket. It was an ambitious shot on the move from just the 21st delivery that he's faced. And he has to peel himself off the Kia over. He cannot believe he's played that shot. No real feet movement, all hands. And it's not paid off for him. Rayan Ahmed has to go, and so suddenly 3 down, 2-5-2 now. And with 19 overs to go, Surrey have kicked the door open. Alistair.
It's almost like that previous 4 lured him in to think this is a really flat wicket, I can do the same again. And Yeah, I think it's the players that have just those chances will come, but that's a loose dismissal and a bonus for Surrey.
Yeah, it's one of those shots where there's not much value in it, really. Playing outside the eye line, throwing a lot at it. You're inviting the edge. But a bit of nip and zip from Matt Fisher, who's been the pick of Surrey's bowlers this year so far. And a huge wicket in the context of this game. So, with Rishi Patel ensconced as it stands at the other end, Lewis Hill joins the fray. Stevie Eskenazi bats 6 in this side. Another free-flowing stroke maker. Good signing for Leicestershire, you fancy. And Ben Cox and then the bowlers. So very important passage, as Alistair Brown says. Wickets have tended to fall in clusters.
I think Surrey will be thinking if they can get 6 down tonight, I think it's a realistic target. If they could get one more quick one, I think you can have a little crack at 6 would be good. I think they've still got 2 days to get another 14, but it's a wicket that needs patience, isn't it? And they've created chances, but haven't quite taken them. But I think they're putting the ball in good areas.
Topley round the wicket to Patel, throws his hands at it, beats the man at short extra, and that will run away for 4 and bring him a statement 100, his first in the top tier of English cricket. It's been a scintillating knock, all style and class. Rishi Patel has arrived at the top table here. Chanceless. 166 deliveries, everything along the floor, 19 boundary 4s in that knock. There's been a few questions regarding how Leicestershire's players are going to react to this step up in standard. Well, Rishi Patel has answered a few and then some.
He knew as soon as it came off the bat, didn't he? An early punch of the air followed by a little mini KP celebration, reminiscent of the 355 from the Surrey Leicester. Didn't quite get off the ground as high, but
he's got to get back in now.
Were you a big celebrator of hundreds, or were you calm?
Let's put it this way: the first 50 I ever made was when I was 9, and I changed my gloves because I'd seen it done on the telly. So I changed my gloves halfway towards my first 50 as a 9-year-old.
So some poor parent took over,
I just took a random pair of gloves from one of my teammates. I can't remember who. It's not like I had 2 pairs myself. The point is that whatever I saw on the telly, I did myself.
I'm impressed you got more than 1 pair of gloves. I think in that year, I only had 1 pair of gloves.
Yeah, great stuff. Anyway, to more important matters. So, Alistair, talk me through this shot from Rayan Ahmed. Not much going for it.
No, loose. I think the coach would be pretty disappointed with that. I mean, look, they're in a position where you'd say Leicester aren't going to win this game, but they can realistically, if they can just hold in for strong periods, if they can get to past the follow-on, they've got a good chance of probably saving it. But if you just let someone in, and I would say he'd be pretty disappointed with himself in the dressing room. We've all done it, so I'm not sitting here going I've never done that. But yeah, in the circumstances, I think that was a bonus for Surrey.
So Lewis Hill, new batter. Yet to face a delivery, facing up to Reece Topley round the wicket. Oh, almost played onto his leg stump. Slightly beaten for pace. Twitchy. Out on a hot tin roof there. And as well he might. Bagged a pair last week, did Lewis Hill. against Sussex.
I think pairs are overrated. I mean, Norton 5 or Norton 1, they're not much better, are they?
Leg slip in now. Playing a miss. But it must play on the mind, no? You've never had one, have you?
No, I never had one, but I didn't get. There were times I didn't get a lot better than that. But it's, everyone goes, "Oh, you're on a pair." But I understand. And if you just come off a pair, if you don't get runs in this game, suddenly you're probably opening up your position to someone else. If you get a few low ones, I mean, there have been players in the past who've got 4 or 5 ducks on the trot. It doesn't make you a bad player. You lose confidence.
Yeah, 257 for 3, 58 gone. Just to say, 18 overs still remaining here. We should get pretty much all of them, I expect. Weather seems to be set fair now. I guess there's a part of you that is you're desperate not to become the story. And so if Lewis Hill had made 8 and 0 last week and he makes another 0 here, heaven forbid that it happens to him, but if it were to, then it's a bad trot. But if you make 3 0s in a row, then people start to talk and you end up becoming a bit of a story, and no one wants to be that.
I don't think it is a story. You don't look back at someone's career and go, where is there a point where it says, it'll say hundreds and 50s and catches and average and all this sort of stuff, but it doesn't say pair. You don't go on the who's who and go, how many pairs has this bloke got?
What was Mark Wall's nickname? Audi? When he made 4 noughts in a row? Marvin Atapatu made 1 run in 6 innings in Test cricket at one stage. Gooch kicks off with a pair, and it's iconic. It's iconic. There's something about it. But perhaps more so for nerds than proper players.
So, I'm obviously wearing my claret and blue after West Ham's 4-0 win, but how many, if you assume, took Spurs' form, how many pairs would they have had in their last 6 games?
That's a low blow.
Are you mildly confident or hopeful?
Oh, entirely fatalistic. Entirely. Anyway, Lewis Hill, he's still on the blob. Good stuff. Arrowing in on those pads. Middle and off.
Do you think he could run out his partner? A nervy, get off the mark,
Well, you have to have your wits about you at the non-strikers when you know that your mate is struggling a little. Nicely done. Again by Fisher. He's very accurate. He's had such a repeatable action. Bowls very few hit-me deliveries. I think he's going to become a real mainstay for Surrey over the next few years. He's going to take over that new ball role. And yet another fresh air shot.
Just watching his footwork there, he's got a second, his front foot, he's going back and across in a little shuffle. There's an extra push, but the foot isn't actually on the floor, if that makes sense. So you feel that caught behind an LBW are potentially in play here. It's like a lunge, it's not a solid movement.
Yeah, he's a very fine player, Lewis Hill. Made good runs across a number of years. Tentatively in behind that, taking the bottom hand off the bat, but survives. Made an over. So Rishi Patel, 103 not out. Just sit back and enjoy some of the highlights. His first maiden 100 in Division 1. Been lethal through the covers. Opened up his play through the onside as the day went on. Shots down the ground. There's a crispness to his play. And he careened really from 80 to 100 without a care in the world. And suitably enough brings it up with that drive through the covers, which has been the shot that's marked out this innings. He faces up here again to Reece Topley. He's into his 8th over. Pick up a single into the offside. So,
I don't think Surrey will mind that.
no, they will not. Lewis Hill still on 0. Yeah, Lewis Hill, his 106th first-class game. Opened the batting, of course, for Leicestershire for a time. Made 9 first-class hundreds, so he can play, no doubt about that. And the third nibble outside his off peg in just 7 deliveries. So there's a bit more chirp out there. In the office, Surrey will know that he's on one here. Is Lewis Hill.
I
So
like
they're
that.
bringing another one up.
I like that field change. I was just thinking second slip. He's just pushing very tentatively.
It's a battle of mental fortitude here for Lewis Hill.
I think it's difficult when you're in a position and you've. We played a game against Essex once where we're supposed to. We're trying to negotiate a chase, and Essex wouldn't give us anything. And Graham Clinton was coach at the time, and he said, "Right, we're not going to give them anything." And there were no points for a draw in those days. And he said, the information he gave us was,
He's away. He is away. So he has marked his card now for the year. He has a run in the top tier.
but he said, "Look, you can't. We're not going to give anything away. We're not going to give them anything." And we all went out there and played with complete negativity. I scored 4 in an hour, and even Mark Eilert was saying, "Why aren't you driving that? You know, you always drive that." And I couldn't get out of that negative mindset, and I think I got 4 in the end, and I just couldn't break it. And funny enough, for a game where we couldn't actually have points for a draw, no points for a draw in those days, we're going back 20 odd, more than that, years, we lost. We played so negatively, and you just can't do that. You've got to go out and be positive, even if you're in a bit of a rut. And you know, if he can just get a couple of boundaries, he might start to feel a bit more confident.
Through the gap again, off the back foot this time, and timed sufficiently well to pick up his 20th 4 of the innings for Rishi Patel. Moves on serenely to 108, Leicestershire to 264 for 3. There are 16 overs still to bowl this evening. Daniel Norcross will take you through the first half of those before I finish off. A few more thoughts from Alistair Brown, and then it'll be the big man.
Yeah, very impressive boundary to end the over, but Surrey in a fair place here.
Well, they got that bonus point.
Yep.
And 16 overs left in the day. That would take them to 76 in the innings. 4 overs to the new ball first thing tomorrow. Love to pick up a couple with the older ball tonight. Nicely worked away off the pads. Lewis Hill might bring him his first boundary. It's slowing up, but I think it's just going to plop onto the rope. It does. And he's off the mark already, but he's underway properly with that boundary, just straying onto the pads.
He's had a couple of gifts, hasn't he? Really, it's what, you know. I think if you could have a ball to get you off the mark, you'd want a sort of a waist-high leg side single. Thank you.
Yep.
He does look a little bit vulnerable just outside off stump, that sort of 4th, 5th stump.
He's also a little jumpy as well, as you see there. He's been rushed a touch in his innings so far. In contrast to Patel at the other end, who has been just 100% oozing natural grace. Our producer George behind us was saying how he was having a bit of an attack of the vapours, actually, watching all of those glorious cover drives. As we see a very arty shot from our cameraman, I think, on this occasion. Very beautiful it is too. If we look away to our right, where we're sitting at the Vauxhall end, there is proper blue sky. The shadows are lengthening, but I would say we're going to get through, I think, 20 to 7. The only danger is here, and I've seen this happen at the Oval before this time of year, and to great frustration of mine, on the SSE Energy Solutions stand, the sun shining and hitting the top deck, but the whole of the ground being in shadow and the umpires going off for bad light. And you think, well, what can we do? Tear down the roof?
A design flaw.
Potentially, a little bit, but not as much of a design flaw as you were telling me about at Old Trafford when I mean, these grounds that had east-west configurations back in the day. That's why they turned the square, of course. When the sun goes down, you were telling me about how you went off for good light for half an hour.
Yeah.
Again, slightly jumpy in the defensive shot. And what worries me about Lewis Hill here is that because he's not getting a stride in, if that ball were to nip, now it's a 61 overall ball, so seam's not going to be high and proud. But if it just does tail back in, maybe a bit of reverse, he's going to get stuck there, isn't he?
He looks like a LBW and caught behind are the two options, I think, for me. He kind of moves and then takes another move forward, but it's edgy.
Edged and dropped again. Another drop. And well, Matt Fisher is expressing his frustration. I think this time it's Ollie Pope at second slip. It's come at a good height. It's gone quickly, but again it should have been taken. Now, Holland got away with one, but he didn't make Surrey pay. We're just talking about how a catch behind looks, the obvious one, and that is for Ollie Pope. As straightforward as they come. It has flown because it's come not so much off the edge, almost off a slightly angled bat, hasn't it? So it's gone quickly to him, but Ollie Pope has got very good hands and he's kept wicket for England apart from anything else. He would expect to take that, and another one goes down.
I mean, they've dropped 2 in that area. I mean, in their defence, they could be further up than normal on a wicket that has died, and so sometimes they come quicker than you think. But for both of them, both he and Rory Burns, you'd feel that they were, if they could pick a height for a ball to come at, that would be the one.
We've got to change a bowler. Our change of bowler are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy. And I think Matt Fisher thought that he had implemented a winning sustainability strategy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's been let down. And he showed his frustration there. I don't know if we may be able to get a little replay of that. And the thing is, I don't blame him, because when you're toiling away on a wicket like this, and wickets have been hard to come by for both bowling sides, and you get a genuine edge to a good ball, to a strategy he's bowling at to Lewis Hill, because he has looked vulnerable outside off stump, and then it goes down. As I said, Ian Holland didn't make Surrey pay when he was dropped by Burns, but Lewis Hill now, he's just going to knuckle down.
It is a terrible feeling when you put one down, especially when you're on like you say, a flatter wicket where chances are harder to come by, because you're then spending the next, hopefully less than half an hour, thinking, please get out. I mean, I remember dropping Mark Lathwell many years ago at Bath.
He could play, couldn't he?
Well, yeah, I dropped him and he got 100, and you're kind of spending the next hour going, oh.
Yeah. Now that's. So let's take a look at that again. And Just take a look at Matt Fisher here. He thinks he's got the wicket and he hasn't. And oh, yes. That's a fast bowler who's putting everything into it. And he thinks he's got the wicket and he hasn't. I quite like the little stamp of the feet. I feel you're entitled to that every now and then. I mean, some people will say, no, as a bowler, you've just got to, it doesn't help. The Ollie Pope's not trying to drop it. Of course he isn't. And it's a cold day. The ball's gone quickly. The sun is shining at a strange angle towards him as well.
He was mid-celebration as well, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah, the arms had come up and then had to come down.
Yeah.
He has been such a luckless bowler for Surrey as Matt Fisher. Oh, that's beautifully put away on the pads from Laws. And this is what's going to hurt Surrey, is if they let Hill get away here, because he's looked, well, I wouldn't say all over the place, but he's looked in a fair bit of bother in the 18 balls he'd faced before that one. And a shot like that just instilling him a bit of confidence. Second slip is still there. And that is a much more solid defensive shot than we'd seen.
He's now taking a move into the ball, which he wasn't a couple of overs ago.
Now we're going to take you, I think, to Edgbaston now. Tilly Courtine-Coleman, left armour with a plum LBW there. She picked up 3 against Warwickshire. Surrey earlier making 389 for 6. And, well, there's another one. A very, very exciting prospect, and that's a nicely, sharply turning ball. Comes back in. We've got a couple of matches at the Oval on the Surrey live stream. One on Wednesday. 10:30 starts. Don't forget, £10 to get in. Wednesday and Saturday. I think Phil Walker's in for Wednesday. I'm in for Saturday. I think Mark Church is joining us. It's another languid cover drive from Rishi Patel. I'd love to see his wagon wheel. I think it would be, there'd be a very, very thick spoke through extra cover. Not sure it's a wheel that would necessarily have a lot of integrity, because the other side of it would be slightly lopsided.
You like a sporadic wheel, do you?
I like an all round the ground wheel, but it's not Rishi Patel's fault. They've kept on bowling the ball in areas encouraging the drive, and he's pinged them off the middle of that.
A lot of people have the drives been very much in play.
Down the leg side and catch up with it. Just checking. Phil Walker, you're in on Wednesday, aren't you, for the women's game? I think we've got Mark Church is doing both of those. Delighted to say. Cameron Ponsonby. Phil Walker on Wednesday, me on Saturday, and I think Kirsty White's going to be in at some point. You'll be able to see that powerhouse Surrey lineup. England duties are calling. It's something that does irk me a touch, that England are calling for the resting of certain players. Cracked away through backward point, short boundary down there, and Hill, who was dropped in Fisher's previous over. That is not going to improve Fisher's mood. He had a luckless season last season when he was arguably the most consistent of Surrey's bowlers, I'd have said. But time and time again, he had catches dropped off his bowling. He had LBWs not given. He'd beaten the bat time and time again. And this season looks like it's starting in the same vein. He could do with his luck changing a touch. When you think that before this over, he bowled 12 overs 39. Doesn't sound brilliant in the context of this match with a short boundary and everyone going at 4.5. He's been keeping it pretty tight, and he's had catches dropped to boot. But yes, the England women players are apparently being sort of having their workloads managed, and I guess I can understand it's a World Cup year, but I look at it the other way and go, how much cricket have they played in the last 3 months? They didn't get to go for the full session out in the UAE because of the crisis out there. They've had a pretty short session down in South Africa. Cricket might not be a bad thing for them to play.
I was very much a player. I mean, I know I'm a batsman over a bowler, but I was someone that wanted to play more. I'd even, I'd have even dropped down to second team game just to get a couple of innings, if that makes sense.
Well, you want bat on ball, don't you?
Well, I'd much rather do that in a game where you know the distances that you're hitting rather than be in the nets.
There's also a lot of spin is bowled in women's cricket, so it's not like we're talking about managing the workload of a fast bowler, and they can only bowl 10 overs in 50 over cricket. So anyway, suddenly the skittish Lewis Hill that from a Surrey point of view I remembered fondly from 15 minutes ago started to become quite a solid Lewis Hill. 282 for 3 at the end of the 63rd.
Well, he's taken a stride at, now, isn't he? Whereas at the start, as you rightly said, he didn't score runs last week, and now he's starting to get a bit more confidence, a few runs on the board. And Surrey really victims of their own sort of demise in terms of putting him down and giving him a few runs to get off on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, I do have sympathy with slip catchers at this time of year. Because if you are stood as Rory Burns is and has been at first slip all day, I know Ollie Pope's been able to come out of slip every now and then, but he's only coming out of slip when Rishi Patel's batting, and that's only relatively recently. It's not that dissimilar to sitting out there in the stands. And I went out and sat in the stands to see a mate for 30 minutes, and I was absolutely frozen. So I do have sympathy. But at the same time, Rory Burns is keeping his hands in his pockets between balls, quite rightly. Would he have hand warmers in those pockets, or?
Yeah, I mean, you have like little tea bags. I'd imagine that's what I had in the day. They tended to sort of work a little bit, and then when you went in for lunch or tea, there was suddenly some roasting hot thing on your thigh. So they seem to work more indoors, but
right.
You can't have the modern day hand warmers that are hard because you might dive on them as a fielder. So I guess the little tea bags that you sort of hold tight, they work for you.
It's cracked away through backward point. It's going to be 4. It's another 4 for Hill. Takes him to 20. He looked a bit like a walking wicket when he came in, but now he's looking fluent, looking altogether more confident. Sometimes that can help you, can't it, a drop catch? It's sort of counterintuitive, because in a way you would think, oh, that might make you feel less confident. But actually, this is your mother cricket, isn't it? It's like, she's smiling on me. This is my opportunity.
I mean, you just think, oh, this is my day.
Yeah. In a strange, it's a lovely shot. Bit too full. And it's going to run up towards extra cover. We've seen a lot of shots like that today and yesterday. Bracer boundaries off laws.
But you're right, he is totally different. He's moving now and taking a proper step into the ball, isn't he? Which he wasn't at the start.
I mean, what's odd about it is that you play and miss, and it actually adds to your anxiety. You play an edge and drops, and you think, it's my day. It doesn't sort of make sense, but cricket is a funny onions. But then you can still play a shot like that. A waft that goes through to the keeper. There are 16 overs left in the day after this. So 16, there are 12 overs left in the day after this, but 16 overs to a new ball. Surrey with 5 seamers may not feel the need to rotate, but at the same token, their over rate is -2. Might really get a little look at that between overs. That's nicely flicked away, but it'll only be the one. End of the over, 10 from it. Productive one for Leicestershire, and especially for Lewis Hill, who'll keep the strike. 292 for 3. And sometimes a skipper might think maybe a little bit of just burgle a couple of quick overs of spin here. Firstly, it's an old ball. Secondly, our over rate's -2. Points are hard to come by on a surface like this. The last thing you want to do is be docked any points.
Well, I think Dan Lawrence is a good option. I know Weatherall went at him and attacked him, but I don't think in this stage, I don't think they would necessarily do that, and I think he could easily pick up one. Wouldn't mind a small burst from Jordan Clark actually, but I think that would be a good combo.
Fisher's going to continue for the time being. And another wonderful shot from Hill. And that was, again, a proper stride, full face of the bat. There is no sweeper on the offside. There's a deep backward point who is being brought up now. And I think deep cover might go out. Yep. Which makes sense. So Topley's going to go out and patrol the cover boundary, mercifully without any Toblerones for him to stand on, just a rope. He has been luckless with injury over the years. Reece Topley. I think the treading on the Toblerone was absolutely took the biscuit, didn't it? You know, just before a world tournament as well. So unlucky. Slightly more rushed on that occasion. It's a beautiful looking picture out there. If you didn't know that it was freezing cold, you would think this was...
Well, we don't in here unless we get it. It's all right.
It's all right in here. Yeah.
Until you start walking to the station. Yeah.
Yeah. You back with us tomorrow?
I'm not tomorrow. I'm back on Monday.
Back on Monday. Well, I'm pretty certain this game's still going to be going then. Could be deep into Monday. Oh, just over backward point. Has that climbed a bit? Take the shoulder of the bat. A fortuitous boundary for Hill. And well, I don't think Matt Fisher's mood is going to get any better after that. He'll be convinced he should have Hill already. And then this. Didn't play it awfully well, and it's just got over the fielder at backward point. Had Topley been there, might have been in business. Needed to be somewhere about another 8 inches.
Yeah, shoulder high.
Yeah. Oh, play and a miss. If Fisher doesn't get a wicket in this spell, it'll be emblematic of his Surrey career for me.
So he could have like frustration bingo. You know, he's had the stomp.
Oh,
when
yeah.
the 4 went through, he had the double teapot. It was a good shot, that, to be fair, but he's probably thinking he shouldn't be here anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
All
you need is a nick through first and second.
Oh, waist height.
Yeah.
What I would say is that with Ben Folkes behind the stumps, that less likely because he does go for it.
Yeah, I know.
But between second and third, the first and second slips, not impossible.
Yeah. I think they've got a good stagger there. I don't think you get it through.
Yeah, it's tricky,
sometimes
isn't
that
it?
happens when you're a bit flat. I don't mean flat as in quiet. I mean flat as in first and second, and not staggered the way they should be.
I think the turn down appeal for LBW when he's convinced it's out might be on the cards. Sadly, not a ball of that length. 8 off the over. 2 boundaries in it. 300 came up in that over. 300 for 3. Leicestershire picking up a second batting point with power to add. There's 45 overs left for them to get up to that 450, which they'll be targeting for 5 batting points. Have we been round the grounds lately? Because we've seen some.
Yeah, Kent got 680
odd for 2, didn't
or not
they?
Kent, Northants.
Yeah,
2 down.
But in reply, Kent a 69 for 3, and Zach Crawley news. It's nicely tucked away, but it's just going to be the single. As once again, Matt Fisher is throwing himself around the field almost pour encourager les autres. Yeah, Zach Crawley news. It's another score between 20 and 30 for the big man. 26 off 69, bowled by Harry Conway. Kent 74 for 3 in reply to 684 for 2. Oh, cracked away. 4 more for Hill. He's now going to run a ball. You'd have got fairly long odds on that about 20 minutes ago. 37 off 37. This partnership going along very nicely.
How did that French-sounding horse of yours go?
I came 6th, which I was okay because I had places 1 to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at good odds, 35 to 1.
Food for the wife?
I think we could just about afford one of those takeaways from a 2-tin curry where you go in and get it yourself and come back, I think there's a chicken biryani for me and a vegetable biryani for her in it. Let's put it that way. Worcestershire Middlesex game was effectively a 1 innings game after the first innings. Smashed away again. Just looks like a completely different player since he's been dropped. Picks up another couple. Worcestershire, who had a first innings lead of 8, are 195 for 4 now. Good opening partnership between Lattigan and Libby of 112, but a few wickets have fallen recently. The last 3 have gone down for just 14 runs to bring Middlesex back into it. Well taken single as well. This is really good stuff from Leicestershire. They've been given some chances, but they've taken their opportunities really well. And Derbyshire, in response to Lancashire's 351, at 205 for 3. Which looks to me like it's a nice tight contest. The contest that is not at all tight is at Bristol, where Durham, you may recall, made 605 for 5. Oof. And Gloucestershire in 98 for 5 in reply. Three wickets for Ben Rain. 1 each for Potts and Kimar Roach, formerly of this parish. And in Division 1, Essex still trail by 105. They're 94 for 3 after Somerset made 348. But Matt Critchley and Paul Walter have got a partnership going.
It's actually interesting that you've got a few of the potential openers for England are actually batting 3 for their counties. So Ben Duckett was batting 3, run out first ball today. Emilio Gay.
Emilio Gay, yeah.
Is also 3. Ben McKinney opening there as well. So you've got a couple of candidates, or more than candidates.
Why would they do that?
I don't know.
They not choose to bat at in the slot that
You'd
suddenly appeared,
yeah.
Because England's been a close shot for a while.
I don't know why Duckett's batting 3, but he did today.
Interesting.
Run out going for a second run.
Was that off his first ball, you say? Oh. Not so dominating that game. They've got a lead of 427. We've still got 8 overs remaining in the second day, and they're 6 wickets down. So Glamorgan have got a very uphill task to get anything out of that game. Are you off?
I am.
I'll see you Monday.
Yes, see you Monday.
Have a lovely rest of your weekend. Hampshire have a lead of 120 with all their second innings wickets in hand. They're 46 without loss against Yorkshire. Batch delayed by rain. Again, going through for a quick single. This is really good running from Lewis Hill. Cam Ponsonby has come to join us. Have you seen such transformation in a batter from the Lewis Hill who faced his first 18 balls and looked all over the place to the Lewis Hill who now is looking like a young Wally Hammond?
Well, I'm feeling smug at the moment because
You seldom don't feel smug, Cam.
That's harsh.
No, I mean it. Okay. Smug's perhaps wrong, but I mean
joyous,
happy. There's always a smile on your face. I seldom see an anxious Cam.
There we go. That's a nicer piece of propaganda.
You're a ray of sunshine.
Oh, there we go. This is all correct. Leicestershire for a long time have been a very enjoyable batting side to watch.
What's all this DJ Jazzy with the hands?
I'm just feeling passionate about Leicestershire and their batters.
Fisher's continuing. This is an exercise in frustration at the moment for Matt Fisher.
I am very disappointed that Sol Budinger has found himself outside of the team now, however, because I think he might be my favourite player in the county championship.
Well, he's got the name of a Jewish-American film director from the 1950s.
He creates epics.
Yeah, Sol Budinger.
He basically just tries to hit every ball for six. That's a very oversimplification of a man's livelihood.
Yes, I think that probably is, yes.
But it's great fun to watch.
Oh, it's gone through. Gone through. 4 more. Reece Topley out there. It's got a long way to get down. The ball went to him very quickly, but it's 4 more to Hill.
Well, it's
to 45.
It's a tough gig out there on the fence for Reece Topley because you're not very far away. You're going to be very busy on some wicket ends. It's just occurred to me that Reece Topley's last first-class game was a very high-scoring encounter where very few wickets were taken. And is now out in the middle, and it's 314 for 3. So I'm going to do some quick maths.
I look forward to this.
And see why. I'm going to scratch my head and wonder why Reece Topley decided that maybe playing white ball cricket was better than red ball cricket for a period of his life.
There used to be a programme on many years ago called Think of a Number with Johnny Ball, Zoe Ball's dad. And I get the feeling you're about to update it for the modern age for us.
Well, the last time Reece Topley played first-class cricket was 2022 in Gloucestershire with 443 for 2 at the end of their one and only innings.
Oh, lovely. They go through for a quick single here, but that's really well taken again. Hill's done that a few times now. He's just pushed the ball quite firmly to the mid-on, mid-off. But part of it is that we come towards the end of the day. Part of it is that he's very quick between the wickets. The other part is that it's cold. And the sort of swoop, pick up and flick is unlikely to happen.
It's an art that's better suited to warmer climates.
It's very much suited to June and July. Yes, when you haven't got a big jumper on. I would say that it gives the batter an extra couple of yards. That's my theory. End of the over, 315 for 3.
He's got a yard in the thermometer rather than his head.
Got,
before you go, let me tell you the number.
Yard in his head. Yep.
So in the last 2 innings of Reece Topley's first-class bowling career, the opposition has been a combined 758 for 5. So
it'd be enough to put you off the game as a fast bowler, wouldn't it? I mean, I think it's funny how few middle-order batters like to give up on 4-day cricket. I wonder why that might be.
What a treat. Well, there's still time for... Well, this is the great benefit of scoring 520 runs, is the opposition can be 315 for 3, and you are still ahead of the game. You can still turn it in your favour very quickly.
Especially with a new ball tomorrow. And 2 relatively new batters at the crease. I mean, they'll have been in all day yesterday, if you like, but they'll have only had 4 overs. It's a smart move tomorrow. You start with Dan Lawrence, so they just basically a couple of overs of off spins that don't quite get the eye in. Maybe a couple of overs of Rory Burns. Do you remember when he bowled last year to keep the game going because bad light was in the offing? He bowled a couple of overs. One of them, I think, was a maiden. And then the sun peeked out behind a cloud. It was on another very, very unresponsive deck. I think against Hampshire, who then turned down the opportunity to go for it on the last day. I'm getting a nod from Phil, whose memory for these matters is much better than mine.
Bad light.
And then they took, they had bad light at the end. And I think
5 down, 70 needed. Now a bit better.
Phil was angry. Phil was very angry. That was when he was questioning his life choices and the whole purpose. Oh, a little spoon into the onside. He was slightly lucky that he didn't get a bit more on that and offer up a catch to Jordan Clark at short mid-wicket.
We shouldn't have too many problems with light today. It looks beautiful out there at the moment.
Yeah, looks can be deceiving, but yes, it does.
Oh, the floodlights aren't on.
Good. No, they're not. They're not. I'm warming to the floodlights.
Were you not a particular fan last year?
Well, I was a bit confused by the shape, but I've got the hang of it now. Thumped through the covers. We've seen that plentiful times, and this could be a half century for Lewis Hill. It is a half century that, with all due respect, did not look likely when he came out to bat and faced his first 17 or 18 balls, but he's made Surrey pay for the drop by Ollie Pope at second slip off Matt Fisher's bowling. And he's got there in 47 balls with some lovely shots through the offside. He's just looked a different player since he was dropped. It just seems to have lifted his game.
He's coming in off a pair. 2 ducks against Sussex last week.
Now, folks thinks there's something on that. Umpire is completely unmoved, and I'm not sure that folks 100% believed it, because we didn't get the bounce. We didn't get the bounce or the back sway, which you sometimes get with the folks appeal when he really means it.
That felt like a real misjudgment of length from Lewis Hill. He's tried to pull that ball just off of a length. The ball hasn't got up above the stumps. All a bit ugly, but he's on 50 and 48, so he can do as he pleases.
Defended the offside to finish the over. Just the 4 from it. There are 8 overs remaining. It means it's time for a bit of Phil Walker. Leicestershire are 319 for 3.
The runs just keep flowing. What a performance it's been! Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out, and he's off in celebration.
Yeah, it's all happening. Get your tickets from kiaoval.com. Every single game here from South London. Men's and women's, all formats, every ball covered. Daniel Norcross has stuck his Noel Coward velvet jacket on, and he's away into the night. A brownie for the road. 319 for 3. Deficit 201. Interesting game at play here. Leicestershire have done this brilliantly. Come off the back of a stinger last week, really, against Sussex, and shown real character, bit of gumption. And in Rishi Patel, they've got a real classy player up top. Significant knock for him. 27 years old, probably the most important day of his professional career. And that's been a feature, playing right under his eyes all day long. Might be a placid pitch against an old ball, but his concentration has been unwavering throughout. Been real class. Now, Cameron Ponsonby, I have a question for you. In the Peterson match, you might already know the answer. We may have even discussed this yesterday. In the Peterson match for 2015,
yes,
who was the first centurion in it?
Aaron Haranath.
Fisher in again. Throws his hands this time. And that does run away for 4. Slightly airy. After 185 deliveries, he's earned the right to have a swish. And he gets just enough of it to bring up another boundary 4. Go again.
I have a think. It was Surrey player?
Well, in the Peterson innings, the highest score from another player was 36.
Yes, I do remember that.
Just put that number again. 355 not out. And the next highest score was 36.
Well, poor Reece Topley's copping a bit there from the fans, who've jumped with joy, celebrated raucously when he did successfully make the stop, having let a few past him.
So, process of elimination.
So it's got to be a Leicestershire player.
Brilliant.
I've worked that one out. So I've only got 11 names left to work with. Hill
this time cuffs it away to Topley. You get some more raucous support.
It's a great image. Long barrier out on the boundary rope. And about 20 people who I think by this point, there they are. I don't want to make any accusations, but at 6:15 on a Saturday, they might be a bit more confident than they would have been a few hours ago. Right, Leicestershire, 2015. This could be a long game, Phil.
Should I tell you?
Yeah, go on then.
Lewis Hill, opened the bat.
I would not have got that.
Yeah, he made a quick 100. 130, something like that.
He would have been
2015 it was.
2015, so, and Lewis Hill, I do know this because I was just looking him up, is 35. So by my maths, he would have been 24. I'm going to get the scorecard up.
Right, it's going to be Jordan Clark. Perhaps the final bowling change from the pavilion end. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. So how many overs? 7 overs to go this evening. We'll get them all in. It's a beautiful evening now. Bit parky perhaps, but sun dappled. Early spring. Unlimited promise of a summer to come. 3-2-5 for 3. Clark barrels in. Never gives anything less than his all. Slightly tired delivery, but he'll keep muscling in right until the death here. It's been a long day for them, Surrey. They've put 4 chances down. A couple in the grabbers, including Lewis Hill when he was just getting going. Ollie Pope would be a bit cranky with himself to have put that down at second slip.
I think there's been some mutterings or news coming through the grapevines. Players are talking about how this is much slower than typical oval surface. Now, there is the obvious correlation there between when a team is batting on a wicket and scoring lots of runs, and then they're on the receiving end and they go, God, this must be a slow track. But I think we did see that yesterday. There was a couple of occasions where we saw Rory Burns and later Jamie Smith driving uppishly in a way where it's almost as if the ball stopped on them a little bit.
On the bounce to short extra.
And we've seen just how much time Rishi Patel's had, and that very compact forward defensive he has. He just stands at the crease, all straight lines and angles.
The challenge that we have to try and force a positive result here is that we've seen this pitch doesn't really decay as the game goes on. It doesn't break up, especially at this time of the season. The sun is not beating down that heavily on the track. It's compact. It's quite a pleasant place to play. Poor shot, a nothing shot really by Lewis Hill, just trying to angle it behind square. Asking for trouble there. He's just got to keep himself together here as we inch into the last half an hour of the day.
Well, I just wonder if the players kind of speaking about how the surface is a bit different to a normal oval pitch. And you can see on your screen there, because it was so green, it's now becoming a bit more straw-coloured. You can see the areas of rough formulating. Leicestershire have Ajaz Patel and Rayan Ahmed. They might be feeling a little bit more confident.
That's better, just running it off the face. Another single.
In their potential to force the results here, because as you say, the wicket here doesn't deteriorate massively traditionally. If anything, it tends to get easier to get to bat on. But if there are these footholds, there are bits of rough to work with. Leicestershire can put more time and runs into this wicket, try and get up on par with Surrey, and have a go at bowling them out effectively. There's only, there is lots of runs in a game and not many wickets, you actually counterintuitively, you want to be batting second, because the hardest thing to do is to take 20 wickets. And if you're only having to take 20 of the first 30, that's easier.
Yeah, you're right, it's a long haul from here, but you are right. And if Leicestershire, if they can get through, just 3 down, if they can get through to the close, then they'll regroup, have a chat tomorrow morning and say, look, if we can bat for the best part of tomorrow, let's be optimistic. This is what they'll be telling themselves on a flat one with 7 in hand. If you can bat for at least 2 sessions, then you'll be up past Surrey at this rate comfortably with a few in hand. And then it's a 4-session game with a bit of a lead on inferior wearing pitch with a couple of wicket-taking spinners. So yeah, there is a world in which, and look, we are so far away from that, of course we are, but 3-2-6 for 3. It's not a bad position to be, to at least try and strike tomorrow and disrupt this game. Few of us saw this coming. They've shown great application today.
Alternatively, Surrey take 2 quick ones before the close, and Leicestershire holding on for dear life.
Of course, and that still remains the most likely if we are talking about forcing a positive result here. We're less than halfway through the game, but it's such a quick scoring ground. But as Daniel was talking about just before I came on here, the game last year against Hampshire was interesting from the point of view of the pitch basically just lying down and giving up. And that final day, we went into it assuming that Surrey would get the job done against Hampshire quite comfortably, and they took two wickets across the whole of the day. And that pitch offered nothing to the seamers. Still coming in hard here, Sean Abbott into his 16th over, nothing to show for it.
Well, that was a short ball that didn't reach Ben Folkes. Lewis Hill was swayed underneath that. The ball almost hasn't gotten up enough to avoid Hill in the first place. So you're looking for an example of the lack of pace that is in this wicket. There was your first example.
There's a curious technique, is Lewis Hill. He has the shortest backlift I've seen since, I would say, Paul Collingwood. It starts up here, just nicely unweighted with the hands, and then it drops onto the ball. There's no feathering, there's no build-up in the shot. Drops the hands. He's a natural opening bat. As you can see, batted up top for many, many years for Leicestershire. It's effective. Got a decent record.
Got a century in that Kevin Peterson game a few years ago. Yeah, he was 24 years old at the time.
Almost passed me by. So can Rishi Patel get to the close? 120 from 190. It's been a stunning knock, really. There are certain players that you can just happily watch all day. They make the right shapes. Two features of his innings as another one rolls past. 71 bowled now, 5 remaining. 3-2-9 for 3. It's been 2 shots. It's that one, sniffing it out under his nose, and the checked punch through extra cover off front and back foot. If you can basically master those 2 shots, you've got a chance.
He's been rotating the strike far more in the last couple of hours.
What's he reading? What's he reading? Get in there.
It's a very pleasant evening, that, isn't it? What is he? Front row of the first level of the pavilion. Book in hand.
Do you have a novel in your bag, Cameron, that you pretend to read when you walk around with it, with your bag?
I do have a book on the go at the moment, actually. I had to pivot because I was trying to do, so this might be a bit up your street. I was trying to do, I'm going to mispronounce his name, he's very famous, John Le Carre.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah,
that was close enough.
Near enough.
And I got a bit bored of the Cold War, so I've moved on. It's the book, she used to work at Facebook. It was very, very popular last year.
Goes up for that, but I think there was a little inside edge. Lewis Hill comes back for 2 regardless. And the umpire is unmoved, and so yeah, in his judgment there was an inside edge there.
Careless People, a story of where I used to work, by Sarah Wynne Williams.
Suitably dystopian, I imagine.
I'm enjoying it. Great first chapter. I couldn't recommend it. The first chapter is a short story in itself.
Right.
Buy it for £6 on your Kindle, and that's 15 minutes. What can you do in that time? Scroll on, well, watch a YouTube video, scroll on TikTok, read chapter 1.
And again, bat and pad rock solid together. Picks up another single, and so Lewis Hill scampered on now to 57 in the gloaming this evening here in South London. Coming off the back of a pair. Looked distinctly skittish early on, but getting it done very nicely here. This is an intriguing cricket match. It's a slow burner. If only we could just see the pitch crumble, suddenly crumble, tomorrow afternoon. Short, pulled, 4. Easy as you like, easy pace. Rishi Patel, seeing it like a beach ball, climbed into that, doesn't even have to rock back really. That little half push on the front foot and then swivels on the back, rolls his wrist in front of square, beautifully played. First hook shot of his innings and played with absolute conviction. 124 now. 4.2 overs to go. Can he get to the close? 4 more. Delightfully played. Right off the face of the bat. Technically as good as it gets this innings, Cameron.
Well, you made the salient point with his pull shot. We'll just see him tuck this one round the corner. That was in front of square. So he's on the ball early. He's picked up the length early. There isn't the pace on the wicket to rush him either. It's been a very simple innings. That sounds like I'm almost criticising it, but it's meant to be the opposite. He's had a simplicity in his technique, simplicity in his method. He's 128 runs to good because of it.
And there again, dot ball to finish up. 4 to go. Daniel Lawrence has been warming up. Looks like he may get a twirl for a couple of overs from the Vauxhall end before we're done for the day. I think it is going to be him. Yep.
I think this is a good move. I think those 2 boundaries were pretty demoralising for Surrey. And with Lewis Hill kind of in a skittish, frantic, run down the track mood, ticking along, he's going at a run of ball here. Is there a chance?
Yep.
You're basically just hoping that someone on the other team makes a mistake.
So, powered, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions, our partners through the season. A game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. So, Daniel Lawrence trying to get loose, trying to get that bowling arm supple enough so we can send down a couple of wobblers at this stage in the evening. Right arm Essex, in he comes. Now, can Rishi Patel just keep his cool? Just ticking them off. 23 deliveries to go until the close.
So long on is in place here. I just wonder if Surrey would be
Bring him
tempted to bring him up.
Bring him
just
up.
sacrifice 12 runs in the context of the evening.
Exactly. From Surrey's point of view, by the time we get to the end point this evening, they'll just be 4 overs away from the new ball in the morning. So if they can winkle one more out tonight, then they will be looking to build on that tomorrow morning with new ball wickets. Beautifully played. I tell you, if we had a third umpire, they may be looking at that one, but such is as it is. Jordan Clark does the business. Just a couple. Nicely played. Again, a little bit of panache. It comes out from time to time, doesn't it, with Rishi Patel? He's got that whippage element in his wrists. But he keeps it generally under wraps. It's been a brilliantly paced innings, this, and marked by a real self-containment, self-control. Last knockings now. You can hear the silence as the ground starts to fill out. Dot to finish, 3 to go. 3 for 4 for 3. Lawrence, just one more over then for him in the day. 4 overs for 29, it's not been his day. Very little on offer for the spinners, and I guess as we throw this game forward, that's where the game's going to be most likely to be opened up, with some spinners on show, especially in Leicestershire's ranks, but as of yet, very little on offer from this pretty tame track. Hard to get pace into these early season wickets, of course. Right, another change, I think. Sean Abbott, yep, back into the attack, replacing Jordan Clark. Get more for less with SSE Energy Solutions. Optimise your operations with energy efficient solutions. Another bowler who's been luckless today, 0 for 50. Still a few punters in.
Poor Reece Topley's copping it at the moment. His first day back in the dirt in 4 years. And he's got 25 people with a few Cruz Campos behind them who fancy themselves as comedians. And to be honest, they're making me smile, so it's working out all right.
He's barely played a false shot all day long. The composure that he's shown, the control over his own game is really very, very top tier impressive, this. If he can get through to the close, you wonder, with a new day, get through the new ball tomorrow, he could really push on. Folks, we'll pull this in just before the rope. Another couple though off the pads this time. Lewis Hill. All good runs.
It's funny, I was thinking if I was being hypercritical about Rishi Patel, would it be a case of he's not necessarily rotated strike too much until the last couple of hours? That drop, that single into the offside was one of the first times we've really seen him looking to score runs when he isn't capitalising on something being overpitched. And part of me was wondering, oh, could he hurt Surrey? Could he go up the gears? Then the other part of me went, why?
He's going to run a ball.
What's the need? I've been brainwashed into expecting to see balls being pummeled into the stands. Whereas we know Rishi Patel can do that. He's got 2 T20 centuries to his name. But the occasion of today and the occasion of tomorrow demands players batting time as much as it does scoring runs.
He looks fresh as a daisy as well, doesn't he?
He hasn't been running. He's been pumping the ball to the boundary and scratching his mark.
Punched nicely to Topley, and there's the crowd, the chorus. Yeah, it's not on. All good natured stuff. 3, 4, 7 for 3. Night Watcher probably padded up, you think? 2 to go. 74 overs bowled today. Surrey have had their chances. It's not been their day in the field. Jake Weatherald was given a couple of lives. Ian Holland as well, grasped in the slips by Rory Burns, and then Lewis Hill right at the start of his innings. Oliver Pope dropped him at second slip, so they've had their chances. None from Rishi Patel, however, who's just been imperious all day long, and he's facing up now to Daniel Lawrence, coming in from the Vauxhall end here for the final 6 from this end where we look. And he will not be denied, you feel, here. Bring them up. Why not? Crowd him for the last 4 deliveries. See if you can just play on it. You feel like he's just going to dead bat these 4 deliveries and sit on his bat the other end. Even better, get up the other end. 133 now.
I've somehow only just noticed it, but Rishi Patel doesn't tap his bat at all.
I know.
I find it unbearable.
I thought you'd be talking about this much earlier. This is why I'm saying that there's a lot of Hasib Hamid in him. The way that the bat just sits there. Well, a quick single was not in the offing at this stage, but at 25 to 7, Patel will accept it nonetheless. Brings him back on strike for the last couple of deliveries.
I find this almost unbearable. If you watch Rishi Patel go into a strike there, he does not tap his bat on the ground at all. It's only taken me 203 balls to notice.
It's remarkable,
okay,
isn't it? It really is. So he must have a mark for his feet. Right, when you take guard, he must have a mark for his feet. So let's have a look at this again.
You can see middle. He's standing on
I reckon it's
toes on off stump at the moment.
The right toe is, the tip of the toe is right on off stump. Easily and classily negotiated that final over. So 1 more to go. Patel on the non-striker's end, and I fancy he'll be happy just to stay there for the next 6.
I think muscle memory kind of told me that. I kind of assumed when I was watching him he'd tap once and then he'd wait with his bat up. I don't like it.
I do.
Oh.
Speaks of a clear mind.
Yes, I feel on edge. I'm kind of waiting desperately for the bat to touch the ground. I think someone's trying to show off to someone else at the moment.
Talking of which, do you have plans this evening? What are you doing after this, Cameron? On a Saturday night?
I'm going home. Big day at work tomorrow. What about yourself, Phil?
I too am going home. I've got a seafood risotto ready for me when I get in. Cuffed away behind square for a single, so it will bring Patel back on strike with 4 deliveries left in the day.
I'm on bat tap watch now. See a difference between the seamers and the spinners. No tap. Jimmy just stands there waiting forever.
So he looks at his feet. That's the key. I love it. Marks his guard, 3 to go. Totally unruffled, isn't he, all day long?
That was another thing. Things I've learned in the last year of cricket that I'd never come across before. First one was the year of the bat yesterday.
Yeah.
And the other one was the tap of the hip for halfway in the over, which I swear to God, I've played hundreds of games of cricket. I never saw it once. And last year it became all the rage.
There's that shot again.
And apparently umpires have been doing this for years. They said, no, we've always done this, Cameron. And I was like, I promise you haven't. Because I would have seen it and I would have asked 10 years ago what you were doing.
Few things more likely to really rile up a Saturday afternoon umpire than asking how many to come when you're in the middle of the over. Yeah. I mean, not all of them do it, you see, Cam. Rock solid. 1 to go.
And one last cheer for Reece Topley as well. I wonder how long ago he stopped finding it funny.
4 years ago. It's good to see him, as I said earlier, back in the whites. Picked up a wicket earlier. Might be one of those when he does reflect tonight, with a beer by his side perhaps. What exactly he's doing back in it. These are the days. Full leg side. Nothing doing. Rishi Patel is entirely unmoved. It's been a marvellous innings. The day has belonged to him. Jake Weatherald earlier as well. Played beautifully, aggressively. And in the evening sunshine, Lewis Hill and Rishi Patel have gone happily, merrily along their way. Partnership of 98. 76 overs have been bowled today for just 3 wickets for Surrey. We feared initially for Leicestershire, after they struggled a little last week with the bat, rather chastening defeat against Sussex, and we feared for them a little today, having given up 520 at a good lick, but they have really knuckled down and made this a proper tough scrap of a top division cricket match. All power to that boy, 27 years old, his first 100 in the top division of county cricket, his 8th overall, chanceless, all class, 133 not out. He will resume tomorrow morning, as indeed will we. Cameron, an absorbing day in many respects. All power to Leicestershire.
It was a brilliant batting performance from Leicestershire. Surrey had to throw everything at them. Sean Abbott chucking in a slower ball just with the last ball to mix things up. Jake Weatherald kind of made the early running. His 96 of 120 was the kind of premier innings of Jake Weatherald and Rishi Patel. He was leading the way. Ian Holland made 18. Ryan Ahmed a flashy 10. Always enjoy watching Ryan Ahmed, but all 3 were caught behind by off the bowling of Topley, Clark and Fisher respectively. Lewis Hill looked scratchy to begin with, coming in off a pair last week against Sussex, but he finishes 60 not out and eyeing roughly, I imagine, 40 more runs tomorrow morning. And Leicestershire 350 exactly at the end of day 2. They're still 170 behind, so there's still plenty of time for Surrey to turn this game around in their favour.
Yep, but tomorrow morning will go a long way to telling us what's going to happen with this cricket match. In 4 overs time tomorrow morning, the new ball will be taken, and then this could be a very different story. Surrey's bowling attack, as you can see, not much to show for it. 1 apiece, really. Here is the overall state of play. 170 behind Leicestershire. If they're being massively optimistic, then they will be hoping to get past Surrey and put a bit of pressure on them late in the day tomorrow. For Surrey, it's all about that new ball. It's a new ball pitch. They may yet get some joy tomorrow morning. We will, of course, be with you around about 11:15 with highlights of the day's play before all the live ball-by-ball stuff. It's more of the same. Same kind of crowd, and should be another absorbing day, weather set fair. Do join us if you possibly can. As for me, Phil Walker and Cameron Ponsonby and all the team here, it's a very good night.